Yo, hello and welcome. This is episode 80 of Flat Earth Friday. We're going to jump right into it here and watch the promo that Proud chopped up for episode 80, and then we'll join everyone in the space. All right, cool. Here we go. All right, there's no audio. That's unfortunate. I know what's wrong. Need to leave real quick. Unmute.
True, brother. Buddy, one's called sidereal rotation.
All right, 1 second. Here we go.
Buddy, do you know what a kinematic equivalence is?
No, obviously I'm not doing physics like what you are.
Okay. Kinematics is geometry, brother. Buddy, one's called sidereal rotation, one's called solar rotation. You again don't even know your religion.
That's only a 4-minute change.
Oh, so they don't move in sync.
We're talking about 15 degrees versus 14.59 degrees.
We can move on from this. They're not in sync, correct? 58.
You thinking of another like?
That's rough, bro.
Sacred, you want to take this?
Yo, Pierre, you want to come out here?
Feel like Floyd Mayweather with this shit, man.
He's always fucking
Flat Earth Fridays on Twitter. Shout out to them. They're a bunch of legends.
Just what's the question one more time?
You have any evidence, like any exclusive evidence that the Earth flies through space and orbits around the sun?
Well, yeah, that's what I said. I mean, off the top, like I said, off the top of my head for like specifically heliocentrism, like I don't have something to just grab off the top of my head.
These people are trash.
Fucking
Wait, just to clarify, what you're saying is you don't have any exclusive evidence the Earth orbits around the sun, and it's just a blind belief that you have?
Well, I mean, off the top of my head, I can't grab something that, like I don't have.
So you sit in a space with Peter, Pubes, and James and circle jerk each other over a religion that you don't fully
Yeah, that is kind of weird.
I joined here in the first place to talk about the whole, like you guys were talking about, like Van Allen's and like moon landing thing, but like what? I'm lost here. But like I said, I mean, Peter's in the audience. If he wants to join, I mean, more than welcome. Sure. Well, let's tag him in. Let's see.
Second baller has
Come on,
used the
Peter.
lifeline.
Peter,
Hey, what's up?
good evening. It's Chris Tarrant on Who Wants to Be a Millionaire.
How you doing, buddy?
What's up?
Hey,
What?
I'm not a scientist, unlike you. Tell me, how does quantum mechanics debunk Newtonian mechanics?
Yeah. Well, of course, one of the biggest goals of quantum mechanics is to integrate gravity, hence them desperately looking for the graviton, etc. But of course, they will never find such a thing.
Did you know that quantum mechanics excludes all gravity from the model?
I did, yeah. That's probably why I said it doesn't work.
That is correct.
The reason that it's not used is because neither relativistic nor Newtonian application works on the quantum.
Okay, Professor Whitsitt.
Wait. You see how you being condescending with no answer, Peter? You call him Professor Whitsitt because he's schooling you.
Precise interferometric measurements showing the preferred direction.
Inter what?
Interferometry.
Inter.
You don't even know the word. This is the guy that's going to teach you about the globe Earth.
Oh, she killed it. That's awesome. What a great edit. All right, let's get into it.
That the earth is flat, it's fact that apple of his eye, take away the dome and we're not. Are you surprised? And if so, why? Think about it, man. Really a big bang? Then evolution? How could we be stardust? That's as nuts as Isaac Newton. All the research that I've been doing, you could even do if you're blind and stupid. Get a book on tape or YouTube and view it. It all makes sense. They don't want you to see the truth or to believe the truth, because they believe you don't even need
Run it up, level heads. Let them know we live.
They're all in a club and it's all gonna get worse. They signed it in blood, but in Yah's name, hold faith and trust. So I'm just chilling, trying to tell y'all what's up. Repent. It's fact that the earth is flat. 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 It's fact that the earth is flat.
We've been at it all year.
You're more like a PlayStation. That looked like PS1. How are we having this conversation? Come back with some globe proof. Start telling the whole truth. We know what you're going to do. Go back to your globe, dude. I'm flat smacking, I'm straight hacking, and with facts, got the
Flat smacking, straight hacking.
Axe murderer, next NASA astronauts astronomically while simultaneously maintaining rhythm and harmony. The Illuminati is definitely onto me, but they can't do no harm to me. It's a bit like Animal Farm. See,
They can't do nothing with us.
But our secret society maintains privacy, so there's nothing for your eyes to see except for their complete lack of honesty. Honestly, I'm sick of this hierarchy. Your secrets ain't safe from me. Stop the malarkey, but get your
Telling Lord it.
NIDIHC, Brooklyn.
I'm not really feeling content with the country right now, and you shouldn't be either. A little bit of a conspiracy theorist, but quick to make you a believer. And if you don't know all the ways they deceive us, then listen up, I'll be a teacher. When I prepare for apocalypse, I'ma need more than my beats and a speaker.
Yes, sir.
I'm about to buy me some guns, an AR-15 and a 9mm. Yeah, I'm about to be 21. The time's gonna come in this life where I need it.
Throw up the clip,
Listen
Proud.
to criminals. Everyone down in DC is a pedo. Ain't getting no chip in my neck. Here's some dip for you fucking Doritos. Everyone's asking the question. We're wondering what is the meaning of life. Everyday struggles with making decisions. I can't even tell what is wrong and what's right. I'd rather die for the truth than be living a lie. Man, I already can't sleep at night. And we could win if we took all the people divided and joined up the forces and fight. Yeah, hey, and that is the government's fear that people gon' learn we the same. And they've been trying to make us think otherwise all from the day
Like
that
the things that like Swallow
stay
mentioned.
in our lanes. They put all this shit in our brains.
Like the things that like Swallow mentioned,
From all the
whatever.
food that we eat to the shit on the TV and everything else in your day. The FBI, the CIA, they gonna keep turning us into slaves unless we can wake up and see that the truth is the government don't really care if we're safe. I
Can't
swear
do
to God,
nothing.
or to whoever you pray that this is the truth in your face. And if you ignore what I say, then you're gonna be on their strings till they taxing your kids for your grave. You can tell the truth, but ain't nobody wanna hear it. Matter of fact, you tell the average Joe we gonna fear it. Truth is getting ugly, so you praying to the spirits and they use it to control you. The shit is not a conspiracy. I mean what I say, yeah, all of my lyrics dear to me. I could be a leader if we taking down a tyranny. Why you need a top floor? People sleeping in the streets. We can make them pay for all of them fucking evil deeds. I'm everlasting, spitting the slickest of shit if you ask me. And if they come from my life, then you know that I'm right. And my legacy gonna live past me. Not that I wanted to, but if you can't see the truth standing here right up in front of you, maybe you want it too. Just never wake up and then look what the country is coming to.
Bop. We are armed with every single intellectual weapon known. Y'all know we in the field. Retweet the space, let's get it.
Geopolitically, we in the field. That's for Israel. Wonder, is it real? Rappers acting steady high, steady simple pills. Glorify suicide so they get the deals. Big pharma set it up, had to flip the pills. Control the music industry until the scripts get filled. Geopolitically, yeah, we in the field. That's for Israel. Wonder, is it real? Took the way you saw the world, then distorted it. Now you think you wanna rock it, twirl somewhere orbiting. Theories disproportionate, the truth distorted quick with a forceful grip. They force a misinfo that we absorbing quick. Took the people's signature,
Tell 'em with it.
distorted it. They forging it. If news anchors informant, so informing them there's a surplus, but they tell us there are shortages. Credit economy mortgages, dollar that's supported with empty fortresses. But what's important is that
One sec, my browser is freezing up, it seems like.
with empty fortresses, but what's important is this reporting ships important gifts. Of course it is, but extortion is in accordance with an assortment list of foreign tricks we ignoring, which informing this, informant this. It looked like we were storing tricks, pedophilia and the government endorsing it. Yeah, eugenics is exactly what abortion is. You just vilify those insubordinate. Way to matrix engineer this.
At your favorite Globey.
Politically, we in a field. That's what
Yeah.
Wonder, is it real? Rappers acting steady high, steady simple pills. Glorify suicide so they get the deals. Big pharma set it up just to flip the pills. Control the music industry until the scripts get filled.
Shout out the squad.
Politically, yeah,
We see y'all in here.
that's for Israel. Wonder, is it real?
Tell them stop crying in my mentions. They know where we at every single week, bruh.
This is Flat Earth Friday. My name is Proud, and I'll be your cruise director. Sacred is your host, and welcome to Flat Earth Fridays, We are not astrophysicists, but we do enjoy the sciences. We are not running, hiding, or ducking from any smoke. If you have any comments, questions, concerns, or ad homs, please don't be afraid to grab a mic and say it with your chest. Disclaimer: if you brought a globe earther tonight, we are not responsible for any lost friendships, broken relationships, thrown phones, or spasms. If cog disc kicks in, find your local exit. Last question, comment, concern for the night. If anyone has ever or thinks this conversation might be a little too much for them, we advise you to step away. We are not in the means or trying to discourage or make anyone feel crazy. If you feel like this conversation is overwhelming for you to take in all this knowledge, please do yourself a favor and step away. With that being said, this is episode 80.
Heavy disclaimers on their head top. How y'all feeling? Episode 80. 80 bangers on their head? And they still can't do nothing with the level heads? All them globe earthers out there. And we still going. This is a Flat Earth Xmas special. No snowflakes allowed. It's Flat Earth Fridays, man. Let's see who in here. Shout out my guy, Alan. What up, Alan?
Yo, what up?
How you feeling, Proud?
On their head tonight.
Got my man's Toby in the building. Of course, Ted and Rufus in the squad. Shout out to Bill and Def. My man Robot Polisher in here. Y'all know how we rocking. Riz, what up, Riz? Sheepdog. Brian killing them. Big Cam, Big TM in the building. Samantha sliding through. That's OG level heads in case y'all didn't know. Rest in peace, Glow. What's up, my G? Cug in a building playing reality. Canadian Rod 79. Civil, what up, Glow? Chris, what up, Chris? J Space. I seen the pre-Flat Earth Fridays. Keep it rocking, my G. Chicago. Mr. Xavier in here, my mans. Hey, y'all go check out that Sunday Space. Got to get them arguments right, man. Can't put the we cannot let the pressure off these guys. Mr. Xavier got that sauce, y'all know that. Level Liquid, Golden Cat. Shaz, what up, Shaz? Voracious in the building, New Perspective, Karen Timbo. Sunny D, A, gotta be. Tweak is in the building. Earth is Flat is in the building. Shields in here. Jay's in here. Outlaws in here. Benedict's in the building. Snacks in the building. My man Max in here. Shield is in here. Oh my goodness, y'all pouring in. Deploribus in here. Vetrix in here. Sneaky's in here. Julian's in here. J. Crow. Artem. Dunning. Darby. I don't know how to say this. Is it Fuke? Shout out to the guys, man. Who else you seeing here, Proud? Get the bots out of here. They might cry if they on their burner. Too bad.
Are we getting rid of the bot pages? I don't know. Some of y'all no-name profiles might have to use a substitute photo because it's giving bot. But I see Darby in here. I see Eric in here. I see Titan. I feel like Titan was here last week. I see Dunning. I see Blank, Jace, Artem. What's up, Artem? Anything like Artemis? Wheezy in here. Jericho in here. Lucy in here. On both pages, she got us in here. Marconi Macaroni popped in here. I think you shouted out Rusty. What's up? Golden Cat, Billy Bob. We got a Dr. Professor in here. Okay, you might have to come show some love. Omnis in here. What's up, everybody? How y'all feeling tonight? What y'all hoping we get into? Y'all hoping some more toxic globers pull back up?
Tell them leave the ad homs, leave the fallacious claims at the door when they step into the space. But tell them we live. I was sitting back all week just looking at dimensions, just going crazy. Oh, Flat Earth Fridays, that's not really what happened. I didn't really have any answers because it was the word salad and all the no. Shut the hell up. Bro, that was such an epic space, man. Such a perfect cocktail of information and entertainment. I mean, it don't get no better than that. And y'all know y'all can't get this nowhere else. It don't matter how much they try to duplicate this. It don't matter how much they try to follow what we be doing over here. They can't do what we do at all.
Yeah, just ask them about that round table. Ask them about that flat earth round table.
It's crickets on them side of Twitter, man. I don't know what's going on. It's a little spooky. But this is why Flat Earth is so prevalent, man, because we stick together. We all know the truth, no matter what space you open up. If you're talking about the truth, if you're having a conversation, y'all on go, and I respect it. And I appreciate y'all. But don't let them globe earthers gaslight you. Me and my man Toby and Alan was talking about this the other day. All they got is gaslight. That's it. Gaslight. I'm going to say it on my chest and make it sound good. That shit don't work over here, though. We actually look at the details. We actually pay attention. We actually think critically. You can't microwave and spoon feed me no bullshit. That's over with. The moment that you start thinking for yourself, open up your mind, open up your spirit, they can't do nothing with you. That is the reason why they push the narrative and they push the bullshit, because they trying to dim your light. And if you over here, no matter what you believe in, you are tapping into that energy, bruh. That's what this is all about. We're not going to let them strip us of our weapons, our naturally God-given abilities. It's not happening. They can't do nothing with us.
Don't let nobody discourage you for having an open mind and being willing to engage in this conversation.
Facts. And I see y'all going hard, man. Funny how they only want to fight back with their thumbs with a keyboard. As soon as the mic is available, where they at? Shit, I'm gonna have to go to my message. I haven't looked at my noties in a few days. I'm gonna have to go through and see if anybody piped up. All I've been seeing is tears.
A little bit of
broken
cardio.
cardio.
That back pedal, it's real exercise for them. Facts.
Oh, that's why they like the moon, because they be moonwalking. Y'all got to stop it, bruh. We appreciate y'all globe earthers, because we don't run no echo chambers over here like some of the other globe spaces. We don't do that. But y'all got to pull up in order for it not to be a echo chamber. You can't call it an echo chamber and y'all been running.
You also can't call it an echo chamber if you've been in here on mic as a glober. So make sense.
Wait, you mean to tell me that the guys that been in here is calling us echo chamber? Stop. Is that what's happening?
Delusion runs strong with some of them.
Cannot believe that, man. First it's, oh, the flat earthers is running, then we open up a space and we hear every single week, oh, they don't substantiate any claims, and then we pull up scientific papers. Oh, they don't address anything, and then we literally open up spaces for specific topics, and they still don't show up. And then the ones that do never keep the same energy. That's probably as consistent as the globe earth is gonna get. Never keeping the same energy. Pure comedy.
It's open topic tonight, y'all. So don't be afraid to raise your hand, throw a question in the comments, bring forth a train of conversation. Don't go to the TL. They was in there talking about the moon, and I wanted to talk about the stars, but I didn't come in there and bring it up, so they clearly was running from me. Like, I don't want to hear none of that. I don't want to see none of that. We just getting started. Y'all seen the intro. We cranking up. We letting everybody just coast on in. That's all.
And we early today. We started a little bit late. We like 10, 15 minutes, but we here with it. I don't want to hear about no time zones. Oh, it was too late for me, Sacred. You was over live for 24 hours last week. That wasn't enough. What? Did you just tell us that us being live for 20 straight hours wasn't enough? That didn't do it.
Y'all got to get permission from your wives ahead of time. Don't wait till Thursday night to be asking, can y'all spend all night in Flat Earth Friday? Come on, y'all know how this go. You need at least a week notice to know what's going down. You need to have all your arguments articulated before you get in here.
On top of that, imagine having so much smoke on the timeline. Like, listen to this, y'all. Have so much smoke on their keyboards. Then when we go live, you blame it on your wife? Don't throw your wife under the bus. Leave your wife out of it, bro. That don't got nothing to do with your fallacious claims tweeting at us every single day except on Friday. I don't want to hear about your wife and her telling you can't be on the mic on Friday. I don't want to hear about it. I don't want to hear about it.
Maybe she need to take their phones Monday through Thursday. We need to start contacting y'all loved ones. Is that what y'all brought us to?
Is this what it come down to?
Limiting some screen time.
Dude, we got to get involved in their marriage.
Sounds about right.
Talk about family values. Hey, if your wife is making a decision, shout out to her. Tell her to grab the mic then. That's who I want to talk to. Don't be at me, tweeting at me, and then saying, oh, your wife is the boss, and tell her to grab the mic then. If that's not what you want, leave her out of it, bro. And just come talk a little bit of science. That's all. Stop tweeting at me when we live. Period. Let me open it up and see what's good with the game.
Yo, Sacred, you ever heard of dark flow?
Uh-oh, is that like along the lines of like dark energy and dark matter, something that we can't like find or anything like that, or is that something completely different?
Well, basically it's it's what we would call the ether wind. It's kind of hilarious, just like how the fact that we're in the center is their axis of evil. The relative ether wind that flows in our environment, they call it dark flow. They had to acknowledge it. I found a paper, Witsit shared a paper of all about dark flow and their model for it. Their corner they got backed into.
Bro, don't tell me this is a real thing.
Are they?
Oh, it's insane, man.
Toby, are they trying to take our ether wind, bro?
You see this? Get a little windy on your little sphere, and all of a sudden y'all start spiraling out of control.
I'm gonna drop a picture here.
Then again, we got a pretty good demonstration last week that these guys don't really like words or definitions. We see the science do that all the time, right? They just change definitions at will. They love doing shit like that.
Dang, I got too many PDFs open. Where is
in front of something and expect the definitions to change.
Here we go. The cause of the Elias effect solved. Anisotropic dark flow acceleration can solve the cause of the Elias effect. Kinematic analysis of 21 Elias effect measurements substantiate that the Elias effect is consistent with anisotropic acceleration, and the acceleration is directed in the same direction as dark flow. And then one point here, they admit that it's even been measured during lunar eclipses, which is insane. Some solar, and then in parentheses, lunar eclipses disturb different kinds of pendulums. It only happens sometimes delayed, and sometimes happens before the eclipse. And then according to them, all these questions have now been answered. Changes in barometric pressure, they think maybe MOND could help solve it. Nevertheless, there exists some strong data which cannot be easily explained away. Gravitational waves, blah, blah, blah. But let me post this picture.
Y'all just put me onto this the other day. Is this Maurice Elias?
Yeah, Maurice Elias originally measured it in 1954, and then he published a book in 1997. But it's hilarious. If you go to his Wikipedia page, they don't even mention the book. But I have the ISBN. I posted it. I tweeted it the other day. But yeah, he talks about, he just like body bags gravity in it. He shows a bunch of problems, even in Newton and Kepler's equations, and then talks about how his pendulum just destroys it over and over and over again. Because his pendulum processes with the moon and the sun. It has like a correlation with the moon and the sun, which is insane when you think about it. Because they try to say that's Earth rotation, but then why would Earth rotation have a correlation with the moon and the sun?
Stop asking logical questions, Toby. They're gonna call you a quack. They're gonna say that you're nuts. Do not acknowledge any science that goes against the grain. It doesn't matter if it's a scientific paper or not, bro. You're destroying the framework. Head ass.
Yo, Toby. All right, so wait a minute. Are you trying to tell me that during celestial phenomena in the sky, that the pendulum deviates off of its normal precession as if it lost 5% of its mass?
Yes, sir. Oh, who would have said that? Who would have the gall? That must be some quack paper, right? That must be some Mongolian publication or something.
Well,
who was it again, Alan, that said that?
Well, if I know one thing, it wasn't Harvard for 17 years.
Oh,
definitely
dude,
not Harvard.
Harvard didn't start measuring it in 53 and then see it 17 consecutive years and then document it with an extreme precision in 1970, did they?
Well, they did do that, but like don't look into it or ever bring it up because dark
it's just
flow,
gravity waves.
They propagate at supersonic speeds in the atmosphere when there's a temperature differential caused by a shadow.
Yeah, of course.
Sorry, what? Do you say supersonic speed? Did anybody see it?
Yeah, no. It was in a shadow. It was really dark. They couldn't see it propagating, but they felt the gentle breeze.
It's in the shadow. What? Are you like? It's like trying to find a black cat in a room where it's dark. You know.
It's like trying to find a needle in a stack of needles.
It get real spooky when we start talking about that pendulum. Hey, last time we brought up the pendulum, there was a few ego deaths. Didn't turn out too well. Now, if we really start getting into how these pendulums is really working, as Toby and my man Alan is highlighting, it's a whole nother problem.
Oh, we had a deflection last time we started talking about pendulums. We had a globe earther jump ship about them pendulums.
Oh, dude, speaking of pendulums, if Ken's in the building, he had a really interesting video of some pendulums doing some weird stuff too.
Oh, from when you went to Paris? Yeah.
Yeah.
So I have a theory for you guys. It's like this. So imagine.
Flip, but don't go derailing us, bro.
Imagine that you are living on a planet that's fucking huge, million times bigger with different worlds, with different species and creatures, and atmosphere as well. You as a dumb Westerner, excuse my language, you
Bro,
never,
you just got converted from a globe earther into a flat earther.
you never left your city.
This is why we call you Flippercrit.
Well, maybe I am, but you're a Tesla robot.
Yeah, you know it. You know what it is.
You are a Tesla robot, faker. But really, people, can someone answer my question, please?
You literally didn't form a question at all. But go ahead.
Yes, I said what I said. Give me your best.
Can I be?
No,
Okay, I have a question for you. Why?
Oh
I have a good
God,
question
we
for
is
you.
not finna double troll this to jump off Flat Earth Friday, bro. Y'all get 3 minutes up here, and I'm snatching mics in a second. We not finna do this. Not for episode 8.
Ask me a question. Go ahead. I'm here for you to answer questions.
Okay, can I be good at what you're hating at?
Come again?
Can I be good at what you're hating at?
What?
Can I be good on what I be hating at?
Yo, Benedict, you got like 30 seconds, bro. I'm telling you right now.
You can be good on.
You that same guy, Benedict, from last week that I'm just an idea head ass.
So tell me,
what you here so early for, bro? You're not supposed to be here till like the wee hours of the night.
How many times you left your city, your state, and your country?
Bro, I am omnipresent. I am an AI cyborg. I am everywhere.
It's flat everywhere, King Flipper.
No.
Everywhere I've been, it's been flat.
Seriously, sacred. You never leave your house.
Where do we need to go to see the curve, man? Tell us.
And this guy, you are dumb. That's why Westerners are dumb.
Hey, do you have anything to say, man?
Flippercrit.
It's been about 30 seconds.
You change your bio from across the globe to across the world after you came in contact with the level heads, because you realized that you didn't understand the Quran in the correct fashion as it was presented to you. After I highlighted all the flat earth rhetoric in your holy book. So you should probably show a little bit of respect, bro. I actually brought you closer.
This is like 2 years ago.
I brought you closer to who you actually believe in, bro. You should appreciate us. Remember that.
Is this your best argument?
That's the only one that got you converted to a flat earther.
I'm not converted to a flat earther.
You don't believe in the globe anymore.
I don't believe in nothing except Allah. I did not saw that coming, eh? You
they like a carpet flipper. You know what the Quran say.
You don't believe in Allah books?
Oh my God.
Let me smoke weed and picture myself in
dude's
Antarctica.
dumb as hell.
Have you heard about the creatures Yayo and Mayo? Gog and Magog.
Flipper, if this don't got nothing to do with our world and the motion of the earth, the shape of the earth, if this don't got nothing to do with that, I'm finna take your mic, bro. All right, make your point, bro. I'm getting bored with this conversation. I ain't gonna lie to you. Go ahead, make your point.
Listen, Gog and Magog. There was a prophet who actually jailed them, and he went to the corners of this planet, and he jailed them, perhaps behind.
First of all, you're not gonna be just dropping the hard T like that, bro. Ain't no planets over here, okay? Ain't no planets over here. Chill with the hard T. I'm gonna let you finish though.
So Gog and Magog is also a story in the Bible.
Bro, I don't think you made one coherent statement yet.
Are there any Christians up in here, or only atheists and transgenders?
Bro, you not finna. Nah, I see what you're doing. All right, Flipper. I appreciate you sliding through, but you not finna sit up here and come over here and then they say, oh, all they want to do is talk about everything but the science. Nah, we're not doing that. If you have a scientific question or anything that you want to challenge or maybe something that you want to contribute of value, feel free to grab the mic again, bro. But you literally not gonna run everybody out the space, all that extra shit. Nah, we're not doing that. We're not doing that. Anyway, Alan, like you were saying, you said something about Ken. Matter of fact, what up, Ken?
He posted his pendulum video.
Nice.
Yeah, it's up there. The only thing I want to preface it with is the reason it's interesting is if you watch, I got down where you can see the pendulum and you can see the numbers on the it's like a round table that it's going over, and if you watch, it will go up and it'll be to the right of a number, and when it stops and comes back, it'll be to the left of that number. So it's actually making an elliptical orbit. It's not making a straight swing. It's actually elliptical and making an elliptical orbit. It's a narrow orbit, but it's separate lines. It's going up one side and coming down the other. It's kind of fascinating to watch.
Okay, so which is moving, the numbers or the pendulum? Which one is moving?
The pendulum is moving.
Okay, so the numbers has nothing to do with it then.
Sir Flurfdom, feel free to stay down there and listeners, but just in case you wasn't aware, I sent you a microphone. You like to tweet at us, here's the opportunity to come grab one. So if you don't want to grab it, that's fine. I just thought I'd highlight the fact that you got a mic and you got the opportunity to come up here and you're now not taking it. But enjoy Flat Earth Fridays.
Yeah, Flurfdom. Sir Flurfdom. We right here with it. Don't go running back to the timeline saying, oh, yeah, they did it. No, I don't want to hear it. Grab the mic, bro.
Open topic. Up. Bring a friend.
And add all your homies, too. Y'all all not off the clock. I don't want to hear that shit. I know this is the Xmas special, but you know they paying overtime over there for holiday pay and all of that. Anyway, this right here is interesting, Ken. So, guys, the reason why this is so interesting is because they're saying that this pendulum is in motion and it moves a particular way that's supposed to align with a moving spherical Earth. Come to find out that the pendulum doesn't behave the way that it's supposed to behave all the time. Just like Ken was saying, it deviates, it creates ellipticals or ellipses, or however you want to call it. So yeah, sometimes it goes in the other way.
It precesses, and it has a precession rate, and that precession rate seems to correlate the most closely with the moon, but also seems to correlate with sidereal time, and that it kind of matches up. Well, yeah, if you look at what Miller measured with his interferometer, he measured something that correlated with sidereal time. And also measured, it also had maximums and minimums that correlated with the equinoxes. So if you think about all those things together, it has nothing to do clearly with Earth rotation, quote unquote, because the Earth rotation is not relative to the motion of the Earth around the sun. It's relative to its rotation. So and then if you look at the fact that there's differences at altitude, then they can't even say they're 15 degrees per hour thing. And that's been unequivocally shown by Yuri Galev in 2003, as well as just looking at simple, the simple measurements that Miller took.
You said it's somehow related to time. What do you mean by that?
How it's related to time?
Uh-huh.
Well, yeah, so really you could call it Earth time is the way I see it. It's kind of like the life-giving flow of everything. It's what we exist within. It's the ether, right? And that flow seems to come from the sky in some way, shape, or form, or maybe it's just here and always in its whirlwind or whatever. I'm not going to make too many assertions, but the point is the flow of it seems to correlate with what's happening in the sky, the moon, the sun, the stars. All three of those things have seemed to have lined up with multiple measurements now between the pendulum and the interferometer, and actually now gravimeters as well. Torsen, these Torsen devices. I still need to look at this paper, but yeah, I mean it's showing in a bunch of different measurements at this point.
Right. So are you telling me that the sun is time itself? One example?
The sun and the moon and the stars seem to kind of be the master clockwork. Yeah. And I would say, if I had to try and put a quantifier on time, I would say it has something to do with the way that we propagate through the ether flow. But that's just me trying to conceptualize things. I'm still learning a lot.
Oh, okay. So what do you mean by clockwork?
Well, I mean, like literally, so you have to get the idea of atoms out of your head, and you have to flip the whole thing upside down so that instead of having infinite nothingness between everything, you actually have infinite connection of everything, and then you have little bits of tension that cause kind of counterspatial interactions, and those tensions, those vibrations, those oscillations, those perturbations cause what we perceive to be matter. And so we don't actually, there is not an infinite emptiness between all of us and between every little particle, quote unquote. What we think of as a particle is just a perturbation of a background medium, and everything is connected. And when we talk, when we speak, when we play music, when we pray, whenever we talk to each other, when we assert things, when we think, those things are all frequencies within a medium. And so everything's actually connected in a much more intimate way than we used to think when we were in your relativist, in that old relativistic framework, that nonsense where you have to literally step outside of reality and ad hoc a bunch of math to make what you want reality to be, quote unquote, work.
Okay.
Sorry for the monologue.
All good, bro.
What up? Y'all hear me? Big Landon, what up, bro? Good to see you, man. Oh yeah. I was gonna ride you out a little bit because when I came in, you went hard on the Globers when you started off. I was like, man, ain't nobody gonna come up here and talk after getting ridden out by you. But then the first guy that comes up just showed why you do that kind of shit. Anyways, that's not neither here nor there. I was watching some videos. I'm trying to get back into it. Football season's getting closer to the end, so be back in the zone with you all a little bit. I was watching Witzett's last video, and I messaged Sheep about it. I'm kind of just curious because I didn't finish it. He's talking about in Schooling Globers 23, like requiring a Gaussian surface. Do y'all know what the hell he's talking about in that?
Pippa was actually in that episode.
Yeah, so the Gaussian surface stuff is the when you have equal potential lines of charge potential that scale linearly, it has to be, that's due to two flat surfaces, the charge potential between two flat surfaces. Now, the argument that he was making is that if the charge potential on Earth was curved, because of their Earth's sphere, right, that charge potential would drop off at different rates at altitude. So you could go to altitude, measure horizontally, and you would get a measurement that doesn't correspond to an equal potential gradient, right? There would be a fluctuation within it, and that would be due to the curvature of the Earth and that field having different a drop-off rate, right? So the whole argument was like centered around that, and the implication there being that it's not that the measured static electric gradient that we feel isn't, or that exists, right? It can't be explained by a globe perpetuating a field into nothing or around curvature if it doesn't drop off at that rate.
Yeah, but you didn't say anything about the Gaussian surface. Why is he saying it requires a Gaussian surface?
Because if it doesn't, then there's not an equal charge potential, like distributed over the surface of the area.
What do you mean? So that's that 100 volts per meter. That vertical, equal distance, parallel, I guess you could say, charge potential, as Alan was explaining.
What's a charge potential?
Yeah, but it doesn't need a Gauss. Like, I don't understand the need of a Gaussian surface, like where he was going with that. With a magnet, the current rule with Maxwell's equations is basically just, that it's going to flow out of the positive and into the negative in a loop, So I don't understand what he's talking about. And I'm not sure what you mean by, what surface have requirements in that equation.
Yeah, I got you, dude. So this right here, I'm going to post a picture in the Jumbo here in a second.
Maybe he wants to win the Nobel Prize.
We don't appeal to
Well,
awards over here, man.
I'm kind of wondering if he knows what the hell he's talking about, because there's no need for a Gaussian surface. So I'm just confused. I'm like, surely I'm probably
None of them.
misunderstanding something, but
Yeah.
he kept saying like they must have it, and
Yeah, none of them
that
have
doesn't
any
make sense.
clue what they're talking about. They don't know what a Gaussian surface is.
Oh, will
You
you share with
literally
us?
didn't even say it right.
She sounded like
I actually did say it
like they were
correctly.
about to
I
tell
gave
us.
I gave it the correct German pronunciation. Gauss is his name.
So tell us about Gaussian surfaces.
Gauss.
Yeah,
So
well, here's
it's a
all it
vector
is,
field.
man. All it is it's a tool that you use to measure the field. It's not a requirement. It's what you put in.
Wait, hold on. I
the
wanted
field to
Brenda
measure
was
it.
in the middle of answering.
Yeah, but this is my topic, bro.
Yeah, but
Yeah, it's
Brenda
a
was in the
topic.
middle of answering. Go ahead, Brenda.
Yeah, it's a vector field.
Vector field of what?
I said vector field.
A vector field of what? What the vector of what?
It
Of what?
depends. It could be magnetism. It could be electrical charge. It depends. It's a general idea.
Would you agree or disagree that it starts ground level?
Brenda.
That's just gibberish. That doesn't make any sense.
Do you
It's a closed.
agree or do you disagree with where it starts, i.e., the ground, and
Yeah,
it
that
goes
doesn't.
up? Do you agree or disagree with that statement?
Disagree because that's not the definition.
I don't remember saying it was a definition. More so placement. Would you like to give your interpretation of where it starts?
A Gaussian surface. Let me say, a Gaussian surface is a closed surface in 3 space through which the flux of a vector field goes. Could be gravitational field, could be electrical field, could be a magnetic field. It's an arbitrary surface. It's not. It's
You
not
know what it-
specific. It's arbitrary.
Do you know what I mean by arbitrary, bro? Arbitrary. Do you know what it means?
A
Yeah.
Gaussian surface is a tool for measurement, you guys. That's what I'm trying to say. So that's what I'm trying to figure out, like, what he's talking about, if it applies, if I'm misunderstanding something, because it's not a part of anything. It's a tool for measurement.
It's a mathematical concept.
Arbitrary concept. Yep, arbitrary, in my opinion.
Yes, coordinates can be arbitrary. That's how
Which
science-
means,
that's how
yeah, that's
physics
why it's
works.
silly. Yeah, it's silly. It's arbitrary. I mean, it's nothing. It's obsolete. It's arbitrary, random.
That's not what arbitrary means.
Oh, can you define it, please? You can check Google.
Oh, I can pick an arbitrary coordinate system anywhere. I could start it anywhere. I could put it on the floor of my room. I could put it on the walls. I could put it on the ceiling. I can set the zero of any coordinate system I wish anywhere. It's how you make measurements from an arbitrary coordinate system.
All right,
If I wish
let's
to,
try. Let's maybe back it up a little bit. So we've got the ground, right? We've got ground. We all know what we all acknowledge a ground, and then we have a sky, and we have sprites in the sky. We have lightning. We have charge and discharge. We literally have moisture that builds up on layers, on horizontal layers of static. Yeah, of what's the
you
word
have
I
static
want?
charges that build up due to friction of the clouds as they move across this earth.
Oh, so you don't think there's a charge involved in the clouds?
I literally just said that they had a charge.
Yeah. Okay. So what are you disagreeing with what I was saying, or?
No, I was just adding to what you were saying. Don't be so stressful.
Oh, okay.
Right?
Well,
I'm
thank
just
you.
saying.
Well, then you know what's interesting about the whole thing, right? Is the rain has, or the moisture has, a certain charge level, and once it gets to a certain point, it actually falls to the ground at a downward accelerating rate, and until it hits a terminal velocity and splashes under the ground, right? It's
Yes,
crazy how that charge directly affects the like it hits that point, and then boom, what do you know? Like the downward accelerating force is right there. And then it's crazy how the quote unquote gravitational laws just happen to have an equivalence with the laws of electrostatics.
No, they don't.
Oh yeah?
They're not the same. They're not the same. There's no
Can you
negative.
Do you know what an equivalence is?
Yes, I can. Yes, I can differentiate them. Gravity doesn't have a negative aspect. Electricity has negative and positive. Gravity does not.
Electricity has positive and negative. I mean, how do you define that? Electricity that's positive and negative. How do I experience it?
Surface has zero, is a zero, what the fuck is it called? Divergent. Because, you know, unless you add a positive or a negative, what the fuck ever to it, you know? Like, that's kind of the thing. It's irrelevant. It's just a tool for measuring.
Yeah, so basically zero means zero has zero value, right?
Isn't the ground zero? Isn't the ground neutral?
Well, I mean, everything's really neutral is zero unless there's a magnet, positive or negative, interacting with it.
So if the ground is neutral or zero, as you go up in the atmosphere, doesn't the electricity or the static reach to positive? It positively increases 100 volts as you increase in altitude.
So then why, if I ground myself, don't I float in the air?
So you're touching that neutral negative surface. We've established that. But your body is in the positive atmosphere. So I would go ahead and concur that you are grounded, so that therefore you're not positively affected by the atmosphere.
If I ground myself, I have no net charge, correct?
I really don't know what you guys are talking about. Sorry.
We're talking about electricity and whether or not a person can have a net zero charge. And they can. They can have positive charge or a negative charge.
Yo, who invited Brenda? Please tell me who invited.
I'm pretty sure your body has positive charge regardless, but if I'm gonna go if you're touching the ground, you would be neutral with the ground.
You suppose I'm up in the air. Suppose I am grounded. Suppose I don't have a charge. Suppose my charge is neutral.
Suppose you don't know what you're talking about.
You keep saying grounding and then you keep saying in the air though.
Supposedly, supposedly, I'm just imagining that I'm flying. Okay, supposedly that I'm imagining I'm positive because supposedly I am just dreaming that I'm flying. So I don't know what you're talking about, bro.
I'm saying that objects can have negative or positive static charges, can't they?
So you agree that everything is electrostatic, though?
That doesn't make any sense.
Everything is electrostatic.
That doesn't make any sense. Repeating it won't make it make sense.
Shut the fuck up, you.
Everything has an electrostatic charge.
Everything is made of atoms, and atoms have electrons. And a positive charge.
So it does make sense.
Just a minute. A positive charge is when you have a deficit of electrons, and a negative charge is when you have a surplus.
Talking like you're like some expert at this. You have no scientific background in this. So stop acting like you do.
This is like seventh grade. This is seventh grade science, dude.
Listen. You say you want Globers to come and discuss things, and then y'all just like not y'all, but whoever else is like disrespecting.
We can have
all right, so wait a minute. Landon, you gotta fix your mic, bro. I don't know if you want like a microphone or something like that, or like a headset, but you gotta fix your mic just a little bit. Illumin, I feel you. Brenda does have a way with agitating people, but we gotta be patient and we gotta hear people out so we can listen to both sides and call out the fallacious manners and some of the things, you know, because there's a lot of presuppositions what Brenda's saying. We're working within the confines of atomic theory, and we already destroyed atomism last week. So, you know, we're just playing in the baller's field right now. So, you know, let Brenda get their shit off, and then we go ahead and we get that out of here in a second.
Well, Sacred, have I been interrupting people?
I'm sorry.
Sacred, have I been interrupting people? I haven't.
Never said that you did.
Right. So I wasn't here for your debunk of atomism. But if you don't believe in atoms, then you can't believe in electric charges.
More fallacies. I don't even know why you would say that.
How is that a
As a
fallacy?
matter of fact, from what I'm understanding, that it's not necessarily like positive and negative charges. It's more like charges and discharges. So it's like just a lesser of a charge. And because we have to quantify everything, we particleize and materialize these things, even though we know that they don't have any shape. We know that they don't have what is it, 99.5 or 6, 7 nines in percentage of empty space. So
I don't know what any of that
we
means.
witness. You always say
It's
that.
literally
Well,
part of their fucking
we
model.
know that this is how they describe atoms. We
Well,
know that
Victor,
they're giving them radiuses, even though they can't give it a shape. You know, we know these things, so that we're not ignoring the phenomena. We're just ignoring or we're challenging the interpretation of the phenomena.
so sacred.
That's all.
Science says that atoms are made of electrons, protons, and neutrons, right?
That is what science says. Yeah.
Yeah, and you reject that, do you?
The interpretation, yeah. You
So
can't tell me that
that-
something's a you can't tell me that something's
Okay.
a particle, but we can't see it. You can't tell me that it has a size, but it doesn't really have a size. You can't tell me that it has a radius, but doesn't have a shape. You can't tell me that it's a physical thing, but it's 99.999% empty space. And then you want to invoke subatomic particles, which we learned last week is probably close to 100 million times smaller than that. Now,
So
again, we're not ignoring the phenomena. What we're saying is the way that science needs it to work is incomplete or a
So-
misinterpretation.
Can I ask a question, Brenda?
The guy who wrote that science was in a cabin writing that shit up. All we're doing is challenging it and having our own theory. It's all theory until proven. So to say that not believing in an atom means that you can't do yada yada yada, there could be a whole different theory that proves it and dismisses that whole
Well,
idea.
maybe then
Okay,
we
hold
can-
on. So Landon, your mic is even worse now. So I don't know what you're doing over there, bro. See if you could try to fix that a little bit. I don't know. You might want to go back to the way it was before. Now there's like a little bit of an echo and it's like super like quiet now. So I don't know, bro. Just try to figure that out if you can. I don't know if you have a different device or something like that. But yeah, it sounds like way worse right now.
Yeah, so the idea is atoms are made of electrons, protons, and neutrons, but electricity is the flow of electrons. So if you don't believe in atoms, then how can you believe in electricity?
Well, I believe I can charge my phone, bro. So how do you see a point? I believe I can charge my phone.
Is this better?
Yeah, that's better.
Yeah, so how can you believe in electricity if you don't believe in atoms, which are made from the flow of electricity is the flow of electrons.
Well, because I don't know what it's like to be an atom. That's one thing. Do you?
But we saw it go through a sheet of paper.
Again, if you don't believe in atoms, which are made partly from electrons, then how can you believe in electricity, which is also made from electrons?
They can believe what they want because at the end of the day, all the mathematics and Maxwell's equations were created by creating a mathematical algorithm that was infinitesimally divided to try to get an accurate reading, but still cannot be 100% because when you're measuring things that you can't physically measure properly, you have to get your best guess. So there could still be a completely new idea, a new mathematical law that blows everything you know out of the water and changes your world. So that's what these people in here are challenging, is starting with the shape of the earth.
So you have new physics. I'd love to see that. Show me.
Well, I mean, people write new physics all the time, and I'm not saying that that's what they're doing in here, but to try to throw out someone's theory, because look at the theory that the guy brought up earlier about the dark flow, literally a theory. You can have a theory. That's what this is. It's theorizing.
I'm not sure that dark flow is a theory. I think it's probably just a conjecture or hypothesis.
No, it is. I looked it up.
Well, there's a difference between theory and hypothesis. I don't think it's a theory.
I mean,
dark
okay,
flow,
bro.
Just instead of talking, Google it.
Dark flow is the observed motions of galaxy clusters. That's what
Okay,
dark
you're
flow is.
observing. I mean, you're observing galaxy. That's not dark flow, bro. It's like me saying that I'm
That's
observing a
literally
chair
what
when
it
in fact
is.
it's
Dark
well, sir,
flow.
well,
Dark flow is
it's
the
like me.
motion. Dark flow is the motion of galaxy clusters.
Okay, so basically, when I'm actually looking at a cat moving, so I'm going to say, oh, that's a dark flow moving, not a cat.
No, cats moving is not dark flow. Dark flow is the motion of clusters of galaxies, not even individual galaxies, and certainly not cats.
Okay,
He
bro.
was
So
using cat
what?
as a slang word.
Yeah, I mean, what is a cluster, bro? Tell me, what's a cluster, and what's a galaxy?
A bunch of galaxies.
Exactly. So where is this thing that you said, dark flow?
It's an observation.
Observing what? You're observing clusters of galaxies.
Yes, observing the motion of clusters of galaxies.
Yes, and where is this dark flow that you are referring to, bro?
In the universe, we observe clusters of galaxies, like we are in the Laniakea supercluster. That's where we are.
Right. That's what you've
You
said.
observe light. You observe light.
You are observing that, not which you are actually referring to, which is dark cluster. So basically, I'm just lost in your words.
Right.
Okay, so look, guys, hold on, because I didn't realize Alan and Toby had shared some of this up top. So Alan shared the 100 volts per meter graphic. If you guys want to go take a look at that, seems to be forming in a linear fashion, not a spherical fashion. And also Toby posted the cause of the Elias effect by, I don't know how to pronounce this, Bjorn Lorenzen. And they talk about dark flow.
I think it would be Bjorn.
Bjorn.
It might be. No, you might have been right. You might have been right.
And there's a lot of highlights here. I haven't read this yet. I know Toby was giving us like a little brief synopsis. I don't know, Toby, do you want to expand on this a little bit more, or?
But how do you respond to Professor Dave's debunk of the diagram shared by Alan? Professor Dave debunked that years ago.
I don't watch.
I'm sure he did.
No.
Well, maybe you should.
Well,
you should.
Okay,
you
what?
But Terry Eicher debunked his debunks or his challenges.
No, Professor
Okay,
Dave
bro.
debunked Alan's claim.
Professor Dave ain't a real professor, blood.
Doesn't matter. He
Can I
knows
ask
that.
a question, please?
Do you have a link for Dave Explains video?
Don't
Or do you
believe
actually?
Dave's propaganda, bro. It's just propaganda.
No, it's just science. So
Propaganda.
does Alan or somebody
he's paid to do those
have
videos?
Listen.
What's wrong with having different beliefs to others? What is the issue if people believe in fire? What's
All
wrong
right,
with
hold
it?
on, Monte.
Why
Hold on,
wouldn't
Monte.
you
Put up your
respect people's
hold on,
beliefs?
Monte. I do want to hear what you got to say, but there was just a hand in front of you, so just
Okay, sorry,
give it
man.
a second.
Go ahead.
So Proud asked you if there was a link that you could share, Brenda. And if you do have one, take your time in finding it. And while we do that, we can go to Illumin. I don't know how you say your name, bro. Is it
It's a guided, sorry. It's a guided.
Oh my gosh, guys.
Yeah, y'all have like zero timing when it comes to like mic.
So
Just
I
time
know
it a little bit better.
I know who Dave Explains is Brenda. I am not acknowledging the fact that they are not a professor. I don't care. They are a YouTube credential. I do not have a problem with YouTube. However, I would like to see it. So yeah, just provide the link. I could take a look at it. I don't know what there is to debunk. If this is science, if you agree that there's a gradient of electro potential, then yeah, I mean, I don't get the debunk. But yeah, we got some hands, we got some requests, we got some new people on stage. So we're just gonna circulate, guys.
Just tell me what the problem is. What's wrong? Instead of getting mad at me, just tell me what is the mic too loud? What's going on?
When two people talk at one time, the listeners can't hear. So if someone else is about to chime in, like just give everybody a second to like get their thought out and then chime in. That's all.
Okay, well, I was asked, so that's why I started talking. I just wanted to ask Brenda, what is the replication crisis?
There in psychology,
in science, and everything.
No, I don't think there's one in everything. There's in the social sciences.
You know what the hell I mean. You
Listen,
love semantical arguments.
Dude, when you ask me a question, let me answer you.
You know what I mean.
When you ask me a question, let me respond. As far as I know, there's problems with replication in the social sciences, particularly psychology, because they were poorly constructed experiments, right? And then there's not a lot of very rigorous monitoring of replicating experiments. Okay.
No, you just like limited it to only psychology. This happened everywhere. This is why relativity has not been pushed out, because there's so much dogmatic crap in science. There's so much bureaucracy. You can't go anywhere. So how can you expect us to believe in science when there's such a replication crisis that they can't even replicate their own experiments that happened 100 years ago?
In the physical sciences, that's not as true. That's not true. Right, it's not true. In the physical sciences, relativity is one of the most highly replicated and verified theories.
That's factual. Is that a big ass joke?
Relativity means predictive programming. My opinion.
No, we're talking about physics, and that's not what relativity means in physics.
It's what I mean. I want to say what I mean. Okay.
Oh, okay, but we weren't talking about that.
Yes. Okay.
I would try to put a pause on that real quick. TM, it sounds like you in an arcade right now. Just heads up.
My bad. I got family friends over here playing Madden music.
No problem, bro. Sneak into the bathroom if you want to tell us something.
How you know that's what I'm at?
Voracious, go ahead, chime in, and then we're gonna get to Dustin. Welcome to Flyers.
He was in front of me. I was gonna let him go.
Appreciate that. Appreciate that. Welcome, Dustin. Let us know. Do you believe you live on a tomato? Do you believe you live on a level topographical plane or donut?
No, I'm a spherical guy myself. I just had a question for some of you flat earthers. Could you explain to me in y'all's world how satellites work?
Satellites, bro. What's your proof of satellites, bro?
You can see them.
Why is 95% of the internet cables undersea? If the satellites, why do satellites fall from? Why are some satellites on helium balloons? Huh, bro? You have no real proof. Search satellites from space. It's all CGI. Where's the proof? Show proper proof. It's all blind belief. These globe theories.
So just to quickly round that into a circular, coherent thought, there are multiple views of satellites. Some people believe in ground-based systems. That's
You're roboting.
believe in underground systems that.
You robot and proud. Try to find some connection to those satellites that we trying to find.
What are the odds? They mad right now.
Okay, yeah,
I don't
that's
know
good.
if that's better. Yeah, so underground cable systems, ground-based cell tower systems, and some people do believe it's possible to put a satellite technology on a weather balloon, low altitude balloon.
All right, but just to be clear, like, so if you don't believe in satellites, you don't believe in an international space station either.
Bro, NASA are not credible. It's not even credible, the ISS, bro. I've seen it going 25,000 miles per hour and it stopped within not even a second and then resumed like normal. NASA always mess up, man. They always fuck up eventually, bro.
So Red's
you
rhetoric.
believe anything else? What? of what they say if they're not credible, bro. Come on, man.
Do satellites need the ISS to survive, or vice versa?
No, it's about orbital.
Bro,
It's about
how do
orbital
you
movement.
see the ISS 250 miles up?
You
If
can
it's
see
the
it.
same size as a 747, and when the 747 is around 7 miles up, you could just about see it. So how do you see the same size 250 miles up? Huh?
To the TV, bro, to the TV, because the TV is CGI,
Bro,
right?
they get the bloody, what's it called, man? Oh my days, they get the solar panels on a plane and they fly around, bro. That's what I've been told. Because, bro, you shouldn't be able to see it, really.
No, you
It's
can
the
literally
same size
buy.
as the 747.
You can
Something the
literally
size
buy.
of the 747 up 250 miles, and you're saying
No, you can't. You can't fly a 747 that high.
no, I never said that. I said it's the same size as the 747. Yeah, a 747 when it's about 7-8 miles, you can just about see it. So the ISS is 250 miles up roughly, and it's the same size as the 747. That's what I said. So, bro.
Yeah, you can see it. You can see it, and Red's rhetoric has
Obviously,
documented.
they're gonna have to fool you because people are gonna say, "Where is this ISS?" They get solar panels and put it on a plane. You don't have real proof, bro. Show
Bro,
me
you
real
can
proof
literally.
inside some fake ISS, bro. I've got videos of them using harnesses, bro, and everything. So how can you believe anything else they say, bro?
Because
And
you can literally go and buy a telescope that allows you to see the ISS.
but how do you know that's actually in space? You have no way to verify that that's in space. If they can't even go to the moon, how do you think they've got something in low Earth orbit, bro? They can't.
They
Bro,
can't
they
go to the
can't
moon.
leave. There's a firmament. There is a firmament. Elon Musk proved that, and NASA's not credible. So if NASA have lied numerous times, why are you believing anything they say? If your girlfriend cheats on you, are you gonna ever trust her again? No.
Dude,
Okay,
you
so
can
basically,
literally photograph. Hold up. This dude's been talking a bunch of nonsense. It's, if he wanted to answer my question, that's
Me?
fine. But let me
Lot
respond. Yeah, you.
nonsense. You just got blind belief, you Globers. Blind belief,
No,
mate.
you can literally go buy. Hold up. No, you can literally go buy a camera and a telescope that can take clear pictures of the ISS, and you know that it's the ISS based off how fast it is moving.
I don't know if they're clear pictures.
No, bro. Look,
I've
hang
seen
on, I'll link.
I've
Hang on,
seen
I'm
some
gonna
of
link.
the I've
I'm
seen
gonna
some of
link
the
to a guy,
images.
to a
They're
photographer.
not that
You
clear.
people
But
with
they
vision.
also
To a
have
photographer. Hang on a second.
they
I got
also
you.
have technology where they can use lasers and create these objects that have physical properties, which I found super
You can't
interesting.
actually do that.
Say it again, Brenda.
You can't actually do that. You can't use lasers to create physical objects.
Oh, yes, you can. Now, I
No,
mean, you can't create physical objects, but it create the physical properties where they can like be picked up on like radar and things of that nature. Have colors like certain sizes and shapes. Like they have this technology. I forgot
how
who
do you
they were doing
explain?
an interview on this. Someone who was working closely with the government and the military, and they said that they would use this technology in order to fool the enemies by creating these fleets of aircrafts. But they weren't really aircrafts. They were just lasers that they put in the sky.
That's right. So how do you explain shuttles being docked to the ISS?
All presuppositions, man.
No, photographs. It's photographed.
Yeah, I've never been up there to see anything.
Dude, how do you
docked.
explain the
Every single
fucking
time-
ISS
How do
docking,
you
dude?
explain movies of Star Wars?
Do you know who Red's rhetoric is, Sacred?
Oh yeah, he rage quit. He stopped coming over here.
I don't know. I don't care about that. But the point is that he's photographed the shuttle docked to the ISS.
So you saying that he photographed the
You have no
image
way to verify that.
of something in the sky, and what we're saying is they could create the same type of imagery with lights.
The shuttle docked to the ISS, and then the ISS first, it doesn't have a shuttle docked to it, and then later it is docked, and then when it leaves, it's no longer there.
Listen, if NASA have lied in the past, you have no way to actually verify that is
That is
actually
verification.
in low Earth orbit, like it says. Yeah, you have
That
no
is
way.
verification.
Bro, all you have is what
So,
they
Brenda,
tell
can that not happen on the Earth if it wasn't a sphere? And can we not
Show us
visually see that in the sky?
Go on. Show us water sticking to a spinning sphere. And I don't want to hear, oh, but it's only because the Earth is so large. You can't replicate on a smaller scale. Therefore, you have to have blind belief that it is true.
No, I don't.
Yes, you do.
It's because of
Search Earth
gravity,
from
dude. It's
space. Search
gravity.
Antarctica from space. Search Africa from space. The
It's
first thing that
gravity.
it's all CGI. NASA give you CGI, mate. Come on,
Yeah,
man. Show us the Earth spinning on its axis, bro. Show us real footage.
yeah,
Not the
yeah. There is.
ISS.
Okay.
Not the
Right,
ISS.
but
Not
what
the
would you believe is
ISS.
real? Like,
Not
all
the
right, hold up,
ISS, because
just
that
real
doesn't
quick.
show the whole Earth.
It's
Show
gravity.
me. Do you know when you're gonna
Gravity.
claim? I know what gravity is. I
No, you
went to
don't.
school as well. Of course, I
Ray,
know about
gravity fed.
gravity. I went to school.
Oh my God, bro. Like, y'all giving me a headache, to be totally honest. All right, look, this is what we're gonna do. We're gonna let Mindset finish your thought, bro. I want to double back to Dustin, and then we're gonna move on to Voracious, and then we can go from there. And then we got some requests. We're gonna probably rotate some mics. Go ahead, Mindset. Finish your thought. Gotta unmute yourself, bro. Okay, while you figure that out, hold on one second. While you figure that out, Mindset, let's go to Dustin. Do you want to finish your thought on this?
Sacred. I've been.
Hold
I have
on,
been
brother.
polite, haven't I? I'm just a quick thing. I've been polite, have I not?
Better than normally. We're talking about relative to your normal behavior. Yeah, so far within the last 15, 20 minutes, it's been palatable, I guess you could say. Relative to your normal behavior. So I appreciate you putting in that effort. Well,
yes, I have been. I have been putting in an effort.
I appreciate that. But before you do that, let's go over to Dustin. Go ahead, Dustin. And then we'll go to Voracious.
I just wanted to say, I mean, it's funny that he's sitting here saying, oh, well, you're just blindly following the proof that NASA has set forward. Like, what if I were to go and get a telescope and a picture and a camera and photograph it myself and put it in here? Would you just say that I'm just another government shill?
No one said that there isn't something that appears to be the ISS. No one said that there isn't something that appears to be. I said you have no way to actually verify yourself. Not talking about relying on anyone else. You need to, you know what, bro? You globers, bro. Show us water sticking to a spinning sphere. Yeah, I'll become a glober. Till then, I don't want to hear. I don't want to hear all this stuff that it's only because the Earth is so large, blah blah blah. You can't replicate it on a smaller scale.
If you don't understand how gravity works,
you have to have
that's a
blind
different
belief,
thing.
bro.
If you don't understand how
Let someone
gravity
else
works
talk
on a
anyway.
planet,
I spoke
that's
too much.
yeah, I mean, fair enough. But I'm just saying, there's a guy. His name's Andrew McCarthy. I'm actually linking his. I'm linking him in the comments here. He has his own telescope set up and cameras. He photographs the moon and the sun, and he's taken multiple flyby pictures of the International Space Station across the moon.
Well, if you believe in that, you have to believe the moon's a dusty rock and go against your own eyes. The moon emits its own
That's
light.
what I'm saying. If you can't believe your own eyes,
the
then what do
moon
you
doesn't
believe?
need the sun to give it light. The moon
So
emits its
I have
own
a
light.
question for you, Dustin.
Where
Its
does the
Real
moon
quick.
get its light from?
Just real quick, Dustin. From seeing these photos from Andrew McCarthy, from seeing Red's Rhetoric photos, whatever photos you look at, could you yourself determine the distance you're looking at of this craft? Just looking at the photos?
No, not the photos, but if you actually follow his account, he puts like video feeds. He gets those photos from a high-speed video feed, and you can see how fast it goes across because he has one video on his page of the ISS crossing the moon in real time, and it's instant. It's literally a blink of an eye. Like it just looks like a piece of dust flying across the screen. But when you slow it down, it's the International Space Station.
So I asked you about your own opinion of distance, and you gave me speed. So that's fine.
Yeah.
I could gather that it goes fast.
Right.
It's a very fast, small object moving across the camera. I'm not denying that the craft exists actually, but I'm asking you, even with the photos and the speed of the craft, could you yourself determine how far away this craft is?
Yes, because I mean, orbital physics. I mean, there's a whole subsect of physics that is orbital physics and how it works and how to actually be able to tell how fast something's going and how high it is. based off of its velocity, size, and weight. Like that's a whole branch of science. That's how rocket science works. Like there's an entire branch of science that goes into it.
I definitely think you should stick around. If you have any like citations or papers, formulas, any links for any of that information, I want you to curate it because this is
do you
valid
have any?
information, Dustin.
Do you have any links or information proving flat Earth?
Talking about the ISS right now, Brenda.
No, but do you have any proof?
Don't get triggered because I'm asking him for a substantiation of something he believes in. It's science. I'm not discarding it and I'm not discrediting it. I'm asking for evidence of it so I could see it myself. That's what you guys want.
I'm asking
You guys
you
want
for
us to
evidence.
look at it.
I'm
But
asking
you
you
changed
for
the
evidence of
subject,
something
bro.
you believe
You
in.
changed the
See,
subject.
Brenda, see what
Why
you're
can't
doing
I
right
give
now?
him?
Yeah, relax, Brenda. You're speaking out of turn. Don't interrupt those.
Triggered.
But yeah, I mean, if you want me to link you like a basic dummies version of orbital physics and how that all works, I mean, yeah, sure, I can do that for you, so you don't have to spend the time googling it. But it just all you need to do is type in how orbital physics works on Google, find a credible scientific paper produced, because there's many, very, very many of them out there that you can just read, and it'll explain to you how it all works.
Yeah,
I mean, it's a very easy. It's really a very easy concept.
No,
Yeah,
but you
they're not going
telling
to do
me
that.
you have your own mindset of orbital mechanics and you have your own understanding of that. That's better than just saying that, hey, I looked at this photo and now I believe that this aircraft is out there in space. You have science and physics to back it up. So that's good. That's basically low-key what I was looking for. But we do have hands.
Is
There's
science a
still
belief?
many, many, many problems with the ISS. The physics just doesn't work. Thermodynamics just doesn't work. We talk about propulsion in a vacuum. That's a problem as well.
Rockets
So
need
a
a
lot of
water take-off in a vacuum, mate.
Those are
so
big
there's a lot of
statements.
things. Brenda,
You got
relax,
proof?
See,
bro.
you're already
Relax.
getting
This is
triggered,
not the Brenda show. I'm talking to Dustin. This is Dustin right here. You could put your hand up like everybody else. Don't make us take your mic. Respect everybody else that's showing you respect. Because if you don't, then that means you don't deserve to be here. You made me highlight how your behavior was, and now you're devolving in real time. Just because I acknowledge it doesn't mean that you could revert back to your old ways. Because we will remove you if that's what you're gonna do. Nobody wants to hear you interrupt everybody the whole time. Proud, you want to finish your thought? And I got one more thing to ask Dustin.
Oh no, I think Dustin was about to say something. But go ahead. Mandan's after him.
No,
So one thing I want to clarify that the ISS isn't exclusive to NASA, right? So we do have to be careful as, flat earthers or globe skeptics when we're saying, NASA, because there's multiple space agencies that do access the ISS. So it's really all of them. But we really don't want to appeal to them because we see there's a lot of things that are inconsistent when they're showing us things that are happening on the ISS, which is why we don't, we try not to appeal to that. But Dustin, is that like your number one globe proof or belief? Is there anything else that would draw you to a spherical Earth?
I mean, really, no. I mean, I haven't. To be fair, I have not sat around and came up with very many objections to flat Earth because I just think the thought of it on its face is a little bit silly. But I mean, the main disproof to a flat Earth is orbital physics, which is best used with the ISS because it's something. If you have the money to actually invest in the telescopes and the cameras, you can see it yourself. And if you understand how the orbital physics actually work, yes, you can tell how fast it's going. Yes, you can tell how high it is and all that stuff if you actually know how the math works. And that's the same because satellites work in the exact same way that the ISS orbital physics work. It's just actually taking the time to learn it and figure it out for yourself so that you can, do the math yourself. If you're just that much of a skeptic that you think the ISS is faked or satellites aren't real and this, that, and the other, like if you honestly think that, then you should probably spend a little bit more time getting educated on how orbital mechanics and gravity and those kind of things work.
So so specifically, since you have like a little bit of background in this information, do they account for like all the different matters that are all different masses that create these gravitational fields, like when they're orbiting the Earth, are they calculating just like the ISS and the Earth within these orbital mechanics, or are they factoring in all the other masses with the gravitational fields in order to make sure it stays in that orbit? Can you explain that for the audience?
Yeah, no problem. Okay, so when you're talking about space and gravity and orbit amongst objects in space, these things might be flying 250 miles away from the Earth. Okay, but the Earth, you got to think of, there's a sphere around the Earth called its gravitational well. The moon actually sits closer to the outside of this gravitational well.
See, everybody's on daddy duty.
Hey, yeah, sorry, I got a rogue kid. Just a second. All right, yes, son, hang on.
Son, hang on.
Let's give him a moment, because I want to hear this. I want to see where he's going with this. Because I asked a very specific question. Justin, you want us to double back to you, or you have some time to?
Could you repeat the question? I didn't hear you, Sacred.
I was just asking that when they calculate these orbital mechanics with the ISS or these satellites that are orbiting the Earth, are they only factoring in these orbiting bodies and the Earth, or are they factoring in all the other masses that have gravitational fields as well? So before you answer, Brenda, I want to give a chance for Dustin to acknowledge or explain for the audience about these orbital mechanics.
All right, sorry. All right, I'm back. Okay, so you got to think. Okay, just humor me for a moment and think that Earth is a sphere. Let's go all based off if it is a sphere. Okay, it has what's called a gravitational well, which essentially would be another bigger sphere around the Earth that goes out to a certain distance. The moon would be a perfect example of kind of what's on the outer edge of that sphere, because the moon is still in the Earth's sphere of influence as far as magnetic or gravitational. Now, there are other bodies in our solar system. Sure, you can see them, literally Jupiter and Saturn and things like that. They fly around us, but they're so far away that the Earth's gravitational field overtakes those gravitational fields. All right, so yes, you have to take into account Earth's gravitational field in relation to how fast you need an object to go to maintain a certain height in the gravity well around the Earth. So in short, to your question is, you essentially just work based off Earth's gravity, because there are no other masses close enough to affect the things in Earth's orbital range.
So you would say that they don't account for any other masses, and your explanation for why they don't account for any other masses is because they're so far away.
Well, define mass.
However, you also would have to agree that the moon is affecting things on Earth due to its gravity. So what you're essentially saying is that although the moon affects other things on Earth due to its gravity, it picks and chooses and bypasses the ISS with the satellites because they're not accounting for it.
No, that's not the case. That's not how it works.
Well, I mean,
if that's the thing you need clarification on, I can explain that.
Well, that's what I asked. Well, you said everything is about the math and the orbital mechanics. So I'm saying, well, if everything is about gravity and orbital mechanics, how are they accounting for the other masses? You said that they don't. And I said, well, that's strange, because it seems like other masses are affecting things on Earth and the ISS is in between those things. So the gravity is somehow not being accounted for as this thing is moving 18,000 miles per hour every 90 minutes around the Earth. They don't account for any when it bypasses the moon. When you, what do you say? Like they snap it within a snapshot and then they can catch it in the blink of an eye. They don't account for that effect when it passes through that gravity well of the moon. They don't account for any of the other masses. And I'm just asking why, since you're the orbital mechanic guy.
All right, yeah, okay, I understand what you're saying. Essentially, yes, they do have to take the moon into account, but the moon's gravity isn't going to affect objects in Earth's near Earth orbit as much as you would think it does. While yes, the moon does have a certain gravitational pull on the Earth itself, and some of the components like water and tidal patterns and things like that. Yes,
these objects that are flying around, even the ISS, I mean, yeah, you might be the size of a 747, but in a cosmic scale, a 747 is is more like a grain of sand than anything significant. So does the moon's gravitational, field sort of pull on these objects? Sure. But it's a well-known thing in the space sciences. They have to do what's called corrective maneuvering. They have like motors and fuel and ion propulsion engines on these satellites, and they have to regularly boost themselves to keep the speed up to keep them in orbit. So I mean, they would fall back down to Earth if they didn't have these engines. That's why, like, when satellites run out of energy or fuel, they slowly begin descending back down to Earth because they're slowing down and they're dropping closer to Earth, and eventually they'll come into Earth's atmosphere. But they use ion engines to make corrective maneuverings, normally just boosting them faster to keep them at the correct speed to maintain orbit based off their size and weight.
Okay, I appreciate all
what
that.
uses ion?
Hold on 1 second, Tim. I appreciate all that additional information, but I just want to highlight something that just happened here. You agreed, Dustin, that when I first asked you the question, you told me that they did not account for any other masses. And then when I asked you again, when showing the contradiction in that claim, then you then said that they do actually account for these masses. So do you agree that you first told me one answer and then you told me another answer after I made highlighted a contradiction?
Right. No, okay. I appreciate that. But I would like for it to be known that the pull that the moon has on these small satellites and stuff is negligible. Like, moon's gravitational pull does not have enough pull to keep it above the surface of the Earth. So even if the thing had no engines or whatever, and the moon was constantly pulling it out, which is what you're saying, like, well, why doesn't the moon just constantly pull it out towards it? Its gravitational field is lower. So low, actually, and so far away, and these things are the mass of these objects are so light that the gravitational pull of the moon has absolutely no effect on it in a general sense, or anything that is, not anything that needs to be really calculated in. Maybe a fraction of the equation is that.
Okay,
so
now,
I mean,
so wait, because now it sounds like you're doubling back to they don't factor it in, right? Because gravity is supposed to be directly proportionate.
Factor it in, right? Because they don't need to.
So wait,
you
told me that
it's negligible.
Wait. Okay, first you told me that they don't factor it in. Then I highlighted the contradiction. Then you said that they do calculate for this, and now we're back to it's negligible, so they don't factor it in. So I'm seeing a lot of back and forth. Maybe this is something that you want to think about first for a second before you give an answer, because I'm not getting a clear understanding. Maybe somebody else feels the same way, because I'm really trying to understand what you're saying. Hold on, Brenda, mute up. You're not next. It's voracious after this. I'm just doing a quick little build from Dustin. But this is why Proud was asking you for some of this math, because we want to see exactly what you're speaking about. We want to make sure that you're just not spewing something that you've only heard and regurgitating. So if you have the math that says, hey, this is us accounting for the gravitational field for all of these other masses that are affecting everything in existence, and we're showing that it's negligible, then we can build from there. So maybe you can go ahead and show us some of that orbital mechanic math that Prad was saying that shows how they're accounting for some of these other masses that are directly proportionate to the gravity that needs to have in your model. Because if they're not accounting for it, but they're saying that this moon is affecting all of the oceans on the Earth because it's directly proportionate, again, that's a contradiction from my perspective. You can't say that it doesn't affect the ISS, but it affects all of the oceans.
But I can explain.
You can't say that it's negligible. Hey, Brenda, you interrupt one more time, I'm going to have to remove you. There's other hands here.
I can explain it.
You can speak when it's your turn.
But I want to explain it to you.
Then you can go ahead and open up your own space and we could talk about it then. But there's hands here and they're next. We see you. Let Dustin do this. He don't need no help. Unless, Dustin, do you want help from somebody else?
No, I mean, I can answer the questions. So.
Okay, you heard that, Brenda. He can answer himself. So, Dustin, you have the last word, but we do want to see that. I want to make sure that you have that map, and because I want to see, them taking into account all these other things, or I want to see where it says we don't need to, although these other masses are affecting everything else. I need to see that and make sure that we're not just spreading misinformation. And we'll double back to this conversation after that. But go ahead, you have the last word, and we'll move on from here.
I want to spread misinformation.
I just want to address like why it feels like I'm flip flopping. I just want to clarify something. Does the moon's gravitational energy affect objects flying in space? Easy, simple answer. Yes. Do they calculate that that gravitational energy in orbital mechanics? Yes, but to a very, very, very small degree, because the moon's gravitational pull on these objects is so small that it's barely even worth mentioning whenever you're talking about the grand scale of how a vehicle orbits in our atmosphere compared to its weight. So while yes, it does matter, or yes, it does affect it, is it, just a huge thing that they just need to overcome? No, it's literally like 0.05, percent of what actually keeps these, or what gravity affects these flying objects around Earth. So that's why, so yes, it does, but no, it doesn't matter. Yes, the moon affects it, but no, it doesn't really matter to those objects.
Okay, we'll be looking forward to that math. And it's still very strange that the moon affects oceans in your model, and there is no, oh, it's negligible. They say, oh no, the moon is actually affecting it.
Right,
even
because it has to do with the mass.
It's directly proportionate. So when you say that it's negligible to one mass, but it's not negligible to the other, and the oceans are way closer to the Earth, and the ISS is way closer to the moon, it's a contradiction. So if you could show us how that works mathematically, we would appreciate that. So go ahead and take your time with that.
You.
Yeah,
No,
take
I
your
know
time with
I know how that works.
and then throw it in the chat. Oh, so I meant to like kind of set this all up. We kind of jumped straight into topics. I guess you guys were like really missing Flat Earth Fridays, but again, I always like to say to begin the space. Hold on, bro. Like I always say to begin the space, they hating on us. We don't got a purple pill. So anything that you guys want to comment, I went ahead and linked the space tweet all the way to the right. So you guys can go ahead and use that. It's titled Disclaimer, Flat Earth Fridays / Level Heads are not liable for any cognitive dissonant glitches, including but not limited to internal conflicts, sporadic ad homs, insults, and or random emotional globe outbursts, etc. Thank you and enjoy. Management. So you guys can go ahead and link any comments over there, since Elon's a little bit hating on us. But yeah, go ahead and link that, bro, if you got that. And we can kind of double back to this after we get to the hands. I appreciate that.
And just real quick before you go to the hands, could I just make a statement? Nothing that'll provoke conversation, but just to kind of make a statement real quick.
Don't flip flop again, no, bro.
Oh no flip flopping. I do know why the moon affects the oceans and not the satellites. So whenever you do circle back, just remember to come to me. I can explain that and why it does actually work that way. So whenever you get back around to the topic, hit me up. I got you.
Had enough time to Google it. Yeah.
No Google. It's just basic knowledge of physics. I mean, when you understand these things, it's easy.
All right, hold on. Let's go to Landon, and then we'll slide to Ken, and then we got some new hands here.
All right, yeah. I mean, Dustin, you're close to saying what you mean. I'm not a wordsmith either. So I know what you're saying. I can regurgitate some things that I've heard in the past, like when they talk about sending probes into space, and they like to use the term slingshotting off the gravitational pull of planets to get, enough inertia to make it back or to wherever the hell they're going, instead of using fuel. But anyways, that's not why I'm jumping in. I do want to say though too first that there's a lot of red herrings getting thrown out here, a lot of fallacies, And Brenda, I don't mind if you want to jump in and say stuff, but just try to stay on topic and don't throw those red herrings in there, because don't compare apples to oranges. Let's just keep it real. But I just want to circle back to the Witsit video and that Gaussian surface. I don't want to discredit the guy and say that like what he's saying doesn't make sense. So I'm hoping somebody in here can help me understand what he's saying, what he means by this need for a Gaussian surface. And when you showed that little thing with the volts going up, I'm thinking you're kind of discussing how, you know, if we're in a giant coil basically and the energy rises, you know, then mathematically by Maxwell's equations on the outside of said coil, I don't know, I'd have to think about that
It's
deeper to go
fuck
there.
is he
Unless
even
somebody has
talking
something to
about?
say to respond, I'll let you all respond to that.
It's just speculation. I mean, it's a good like thought experiment. It looks like, yeah. I mean, it kind of makes sense, you know. But you can look for flaws. But you can look for flaws in literally everything.
Well, again, a Gaussian surface is just a measurement tool. It's just something you put in something to measure vectors, you know. And so I don't understand why, like, unless there's, you know, because I don't understand what's its whole electrostatics mathematics, anyways. You know, not that I'm going to say that they're wrong. I'd like to understand what he's talking about, but with what I understand with electricity and mathematics, it doesn't really add up that there's a requirement for it because it's a tool for measurement. So if somebody knows anything about that,
Well, you should try bringing it up
Would
directly
you?
to him because he's the smartest when it comes to that thing. Okay, I
So would
don't
you
fully
say
understand.
there's a different name for it, Voracious? Like you're saying that Gaussian surface is technically like maybe the name of it is being used wrong, but do you
Well, I
have your
mean,
own?
it is a closed surface. I mean, a Gaussian surface is a closed three-dimensional surface.
Right.
yeah,
And a
but
flat
a
Earth is
Gaussian
not
surface
closed.
is used as an object you insert. You put a Gaussian surface in,
No,
you know,
that's
a
not what it,
field to
that's
make
not what a
measurements.
Gaussian surface is. That's not what it is.
Well, elaborate.
A Gaussian surface, right, is the vector field, right, produced by a point charge.
But yeah, I mean, regardless, it's like if you have a question for Witsit, you should ask Witsit, really.
Well, I mean, that's part of what we're doing here is discussing everything everybody talks about and all the evidence. So, you know,
You said you put it
if
in
somebody
the
knows.
vector field.
But yeah, so I don't understand what Brenda's saying exactly because from what I understand, a Gaussian surface is basically just something you would put in to measure the vector field. To So I don't know how it's made up. But if nobody knows, that's fine too. I'm just wondering if somebody does and would elaborate for me.
Nah,
Your
bruh. Nah.
understanding.
Yeah, it's all good. Because I don't know. Shit, you know, I'm not gonna act like an expert and everything. I just, you know a little bit and try to elaborate from there.
Yeah. Well, I feel like there are more simpler arguments for flat Earth, like almost like how can I see 300 damn miles? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
Can you guys hear me?
no doubt. But I mean, we've already done that song and dance so many times, man. I'm trying to push the envelope. You know what I mean?
Yeah. You got your magic words. Lay refraction. Lay refraction.
Testing. Am I in the Matrix?
No.
You might be.
So how does being able to see 300 miles prove the flat Earth?
Because it does.
Hold on, Brenda. Real quick, Landon. So I'm just trying to understand like what your understanding of your of the Gaussian surfaces. I understand it to be something that we are inevitably in. So we are within the Gaussian surfaces. If you look at the ground as one, and then the atmosphere and what we would call a firmament, quote unquote, or some sort of surface in the sky, whether you want to call it the ionosphere, there would be another one above us, and the interpretation is that we're within it. So you would have to understand that, I guess, without the Gaussian surfaces, it wouldn't be possible. I could find the specific paper that I found that made it make sense to me in a way. But yeah, I was just trying to
Yeah,
understand like what you're coming from. Is
yeah.
it a tool, a mechanism? Is it
So basically, it's just what you would use to measure the amount of energy, basically like the magnetic field, the movement, the positive or negative, I don't even the energy. You know what I mean? Like that
right?
is being pushed across. You know, so you could change. You could put anything in there and call it a Gaussian surface, and then you'd measure the movement how it reacts to the positive and negative field,
Okay, so you're
and then
looking
you
at
can
it
add
as a
charges
tool.
too.
So in your understanding, it's a tool. So what is, in your understanding, the actual field that you're measuring? What is that called? Between the two surfaces that you're measuring, that field.
So it's either electromagnetic field or the magnetic field or the electromagnetic field.
It's like it's inside out. It's so interesting.
Yeah, it's weird to me too, but it's basically, your positive and negative charges create that, energy, that movement, that flow. And then the Gaussian surface, the way I understand it, is just something you would put in the middle, or not in the middle, you can put it anywhere. And then you can put charges on it too, because it's just a way of how Maxwell was able to measure how those charges are affecting it and be able to say, okay, one colon of a positive charge can move this much extra with, the positive energy behind it at 100 meters, blah, blah, blah. But there may be a different thing for it, but it doesn't seem like, but if you have something, send it to me, proud, because I feel like nobody else really gives a shit.
I'm dead.
I give a shit about vodka sauce.
I will. I know Ken was next, and then Brenda's been waiting so patiently. We got couple new people up here. We got DJ and Derek.
Ken probably knows something about it. Ken probably end up busting out some knowledge on me.
Hey guys, Nathan can't. Nobody can hear Nathan. If you could drop him down, bring it back up.
Whoa, bro, whoa.
Thanks, Tim.
No, all I had really was I put up in a jumbotron. I think it's like the fourth from the left. Is we were talking about the ISS. That's how far back I raised my hand. I put up there. It's a holographic projection in Dubai. I mean, you can look it up. Holographic projections.
Yeah,
and
that's crazy.
you can see all kinds of them. This is just one that's kind of impressive that I like, but I put it up there. And you're talking about you can make anything look like it's anywhere. I mean, this is showing killer whales swimming around skyscrapers in Dubai. It shows them coming out of the water. It shows them swimming around in the air.
Sexy.
So, it's when it comes to you can see it and you can take a picture of it. You can see, it's 250 miles away. You don't know. You don't know what you're looking at. You don't know how far it is, and you really don't know if it's actually real. So, I mean, I'm not saying that's what it is. I don't know. I can't prove it. But I'm just saying to say that it's, it's definitely there because you can see it and take a picture of it. Now,
It's a drone locked to Mount Meru, bro.
Hey, guys, I don't know if you're like trolling or nothing, but I appreciate that, Ken. Let me just address this one real quick. You actually said that you thought we was gatekeepers. What's that about?
Oh, me? Oh, no, that was because I had been waiting forever. I never been here, So I've been to a lot of the spaces, and some people just seem like, y'all cool, though. Y'all look great. But that was before I had joined. I got, just a lot of people were just mean. A lot of flat earthers are mean.
A lot of flat earthers are mean.
It comes with time of being ridiculed and attacked, in the hearing process. So it's not automatic.
That's just some made up nonsense.
AG, I feel like you've been here before. First of all. Second of
Yeah,
all.
you actually wrote that message after you grabbed the mic. So I don't even know what that means. But go ahead, bro.
You got one more time to piss me off, and then you're gonna have to go to the listeners. So calm down. You up here. I hope you can contribute to the conversation intellectually.
Me? Bro, I don't need this fucking place.
then enjoy the listeners, bro.
Deuces.
Landon, I hope we get what you need. I don't know if Sicker wanted to address it, but we do have more hands, so we going.
You know me, I'll do kind of like what I was talking about with Ken's post up there. If y'all want to go take a look, it's the fourth post to the left, or from the left, excuse me. Interesting stuff. And real quick before we get to the rest of the hands, I think I see Alan had posted some stuff up here, maybe relative to the last conversation.
Yeah,
I didn't see it.
there was a couple going on, and I didn't want to. You guys had a good thing going, so I didn't want to like interject or whatever. But I had some stuff pulled up for the ISS in regards to that and the orbits and stuff. So what dude was saying about how, yeah, if you know the size and all that, right? And when you see the object in the sky, it's angular size, right? If you're basing all your how fast it's moving off of what they've given you, then yeah, obviously it's going to go back to the dimensions that they give you for the globe. So what I showed on one of these slides is orbital mechanics of the ISS over, going around the globe doing its thing, and then one over an AE projection, right? Now, when you look at the spiral, you'll see that it, makes a flower of life pattern similar to what you would look at when you look at a magnet under a ferrocell. What I think they probably have done is like they can tether something to those field lines, and it travels along those. I know that people have seen the ISS. I know you can go to ISS Tracker and pick a random date in the future, pick a time, and you look up in the sky, and it'll generally be there. Jaren's done it a couple of times. It's not, but again, when you have the givens, right, for the size and the distance, well, when you see something going across the sky, like, yeah, it'll reverse engineer back into that through scale invariance. So I linked a video on scale invariance because a lot of people aren't familiar with that. So basically, when you have a system set up, if you change one of the variables, the rest of the system will scale proportionally to that. So it's a great video to get your feet wet on scale invariance. So just a heads up, like how fast something is moving across the sky doesn't tell you anything about how far away it is from you or anything like that. You have to make assumptions or have to know certain things about, I'm using air quotes. You have to know certain things about what's moving in the sky to try and draw a relationship between how fast it is, or how fast it's moving to the sky relative to you and its actual size, right? But if you're just going off angular size, you would have to take their word for it, right? And a lot of what's in contention about the ISS is that it's not, actually there, or it's something else, blah blah blah. Because we see a lot of inconsistencies with the video footage, right? We don't have to get into all that, right? But we see some weird stuff. They say they're doing experiments up there. There's no published papers from them. They just make like news press announcements that say they did a thing. There's not like, we don't really know what's going on, or if there's even like, what I mean? There's a lot of ambiguity there. And then secondly, there was one other point I wanted to tie up on that. Let's see. Okay, so orbits and such, right? So one of the things that I actually find really interesting about satellites, so-called, right, in particular the communication satellites that we use for GPS and whatnot, is that these have very precise clocks on them, and they require very specific synchronization to stay synchronized, right? And one of the things that they have to account for is the velocity of the craft. They say they're accounting for Earth rotation, all these different things, right? But obviously, in the heliocentric model, the Earth is going through like 4 or 5 different vectors at once. Now, when a satellite is orbiting around the Earth, it's going to be perpendicular and parallel to the direction of these orbits, and those speeds would have to be accounted for in the clock synchronization if they're accounting for synchronization in the way that they tell us. In the way that they tell us, it seems to be true, but everything is synchronized to a stationary Earth. And all the clocks are synced to sidereal time, and the only velocity corrections they make are for the velocity of the craft. They make no additional corrections for the 30 kilometers a second, or for the what's the other one? There's a couple other ones. So we got how fast the sun's moving through the galaxy. So 230 kilometers a second, and then how fast the overall galaxy is moving with respect to the cosmic microwave background, 700 kilometers a second. So at some point in time, these speeds would have to be accounted for with GPS, and they're not ever. So
Why would they have to account for that?
So they have to account for it because when you're experiencing velocity, there's electromagnetic retardation that's proportional to that velocity. That's called the sagnac effect, and that's what the satellites are explicitly accounting for in their own paperwork.
I think you're kind of getting that mixed up because whenever you're talking about time, like how most clocks or watches work, it's based on the quartz, right? It's basically the frequency of the vibration of the crystals.
Yes. Well, the new modern clocks are cesium and quartz together, meaning that what they do is they take the cesium, they have that output its energy frequency, right? They send it through a magnetic field, double check it, make sure it's oscillating at the right frequency. Then they hit a quartz crystal, send out a vibration from that. The vibration from the piezoelectric interaction that has is they use that to kind of calibrate the cesium, make sure that's vibrating at its optimal rate, and then they output it, do another alignment on it, make sure that it's in Zeeman alignment, which is where they're doing a spectroscopy reading, making sure that it's vibrating at the same rate, essentially, right? And then once it is, it'll produce a spectral reading that I don't quite fully understand how to articulate what the significance of it is, but basically what they do is when they get a certain spectral reading that matches, they know for sure that they're in good alignment with the frequencies, because the Zeeman effect creates a splitting effect on the spectrograph reading, so it makes it seem like they're seeing double or whatever. So when they see exactly double, they're like, okay, we're in good alignment, and then they take their readings off of that, the vibration rate of that. So and what I'm saying though is that the movement of the craft itself, any movement, right, causes retardation within that vibrational rate. So they have to account for it by interjecting radio frequencies into that. I'll pull up the diagram, but there's a chamber in between the two magnetic fields where they're maintaining that frequency rate by injecting radio waves into it, and they're specifically accounting for the velocity of the craft. So there's a proportional relationship to how much movement is being experienced by the craft that has to be accounted for. Okay, and they're only accounting for the velocity of the craft when they should have to account for the going around the sun, the galaxy, with respect to the cosmic microwave background. All these velocities are going to have to add up and be corrected for, but they don't. They explicitly only account for one. And the reason is the other velocities don't exist.
Damn, I thought they always did. I thought that's what we were always told.
Dude, that's what they're always told, but the technology that, supposedly proves all this explicitly doesn't account for any of it. And I've got tons of, dude, how crazy is this? The fact that the clocks themselves account for the sagnac effect, they account for their own velocity. Why would they have to do that? Dude, and it gets even crazier, right? So when you get into satellites, you get into, the clocks have meridian corrections on them too. So what they do with this is, the implication there is you can delete distance traveled with it, right? So if you had, let's just say there was a deception going on. We lived on a plane that was way bigger than what they say the globe would be, like in the south, right? So if you were going to make a coordinate system for the globe and have that coordinate system, as a craft is traveling along the meridian lines, distances will be deleted from the clock, from that frequency, like how much it's accounting for. So it's going to always make it proportional to the globe, like on the back end of it. And then even further with that, there's corrections with the range measurement equations and such, but we're not really getting into all that. But just for the clock synchronization stuff, like they absolutely should have to be accounting for it. And there's a bunch of, I've seen some theories recently of people trying to explain this with their own theory. And they're like, well, maybe there's an ether that's locally stuck to the Earth as it orbits, and it doesn't account for the other velocities, and we're just protected. Like they make this like special like they go as far as to bring back an ether to try and explain it.
Go ahead.
I was gonna say, just to explain why there's like a specific type of ether model where where those other velocities aren't gonna get picked up for it. It's so crazy, dude, when you look at it. So
it's funny because this is one of the things where when I first started looking into this, you try to go and look for like quote unquote proof of relativity. And this was one of the things that people will say is the satellites prove it. GPS proves it. GPS proves the globe. And then you go and look specifically at the code that the GPS using, the equations that they're using, and see what Alan is talking about, that they have to account for a relative velocity of the craft, which means that proportional relationship, that velocity is, they literally use that proportional velocity against the quote unquote speed of light. So that means it's going faster than the quote unquote speed of light. And when that craft sends that radio wave signal, or that electromagnetic signal to the other craft, it's the same thing as light, that time differential of the two different velocities is accounted for. That's how they tell you where you are using GPS. And if you take that correction out, then well, so there's the differential of the two different velocities, but then there's also what Alan was talking about with the preferred directionality of it. So from east to west it goes faster, and from west to east it goes slower. And if you take that part of it out, then it actually ends up being off. Your location will be off by like 30 something meters. It was the one example that I saw of it. But yeah,
Yeah, and
like,
I
it's
thought
just
that
crazy
they,
how the places where they say it's proof of relativity, you go and find out it's actually just an ad hoc equation that they threw on with a nonsensical explanation, and then they call it a proof.
yeah, but and that's the thing. I thought they already admitted that, because I thought like at this point it was pretty much everything was admittedly cell towers. The only thing they was left standing was like direct TV. Like the only thing they have left to even argue is direct TV cable, because I'm pretty sure that that's openly admitted that cell phone GPS is all towers. I mean, hell, they hit a fiber in North Carolina a few years ago. I worked for AT&T, and their service was out for like half a day at least.
Yeah, there's definitely a component of most of the stuff being done through cell towers and whatnot. But yeah, for what they say they do, and for whatever infrastructure they have with these atomic clocks that they have synchronized or whatever, the corrections and how they make everything implies a geocentric stationary Earth. Now, if you went
Well,
now,
all that kind of stuff, like anything like global in our atmosphere, it's basically just based on the model that they created. They created the model already, and they worked out all the mathematics. So it's not like they have to really do anything. They just use the model to then make the, predictions and the equations and throw them at us. When you think about it, you know what I mean? Like all the proof is right there in their model, because and it's not proof, it's just their proof.
well, it's tied under a lot of math and a lot of a lot of different applications of the math, right? So, for example, what I found recently was there was this paper from 1995 where the question was being raised by engineers: "Hey, man, why aren't we accounting for general or special relativity in GPS? Like, shouldn't we have to do that?" And the paper was put out, and they were like, "Listen, man, general and special relativity, the effects pretty much cancel each other out. We're just focusing on the classic stuff. As the equipment improves, we'll have to account for general and special relativity. So stand by, boys." So now they say that they're accounting for these effects, right? And they have like these. They're basically really minuscule adjustments, right? And they say, "Oh, we have to account for gravitational potential, blah blah blah," right? But what's really happening is they're just accounting for electromagnetic retardation, right? So in the same way that clock was going out of sync by the vibrational rate of the frequency that it's outputting, that it's measured and calibrated against, that vibrational rate goes down with motion. Um, so that's really all that has to be.
And that's yeah,
That's
and
like
that's what
that's
I
a,
mean, because
that, hold on one
when I
second.
say that, I'm saying that they're reverse engineering it. But go ahead.
Yeah, so that's it's really all they're accounting for, and they have different applications as to like what different stories as to why they're accounting for that effect, right? So they'll call it a gravitational potential effect for general relativity, and then they'll have special relativity corrections, which are velocity corrections, and then they'll have what's called a sagnac correction, which is a special relativity correction done through a Lorentz, what is it called, a Lorentz rotation, not to be confused with a Lorentz boost, right? So they even apply like a different correction to explain how Toby was just telling everyone about the how GPS would be off by 30 meters if it doesn't apply the sagnac correction. So they have this broad stroke correction that they apply that that handles that for them.
I'm gonna have to look that up. Are you all posting stuff like? Should I see at the top where the little dots are at? Because I still only got
There's
4 dots up there.
Yeah, there's a couple things up there from me. I'll pull them up now, and if you're able to watch on your phone or computer.
I'm on my phone.
Okay, yeah, because I have this. I'm streaming it too, so if you're able to pull that up on the side, I think you can watch both at the same time, and I could pull up all the slides for you.
Yeah, I can. I just don't know if I'm getting anything because I only have 4 things up there.
Yeah, there's.
You might have to leave and come back, bro.
Yeah,
Sometimes it
That's
glitches
what I was
when you're
wondering.
in the
Yeah,
oh,
let me
yeah,
rejoin.
okay. Yeah, because there's a bunch of stuff. But yeah, so if they were going to account, quick recap though, if they were going to account for Earth rotation, they could swoop that up in the special relativity velocity correction, but they don't. They make a special. They actually do a different type of Lorentz transformation. They use the Lorentz. What was it called? Lorentz rotation. It's a different type of different type of transformation where it rotates the coordinate system. So it's not even a velocity correction in the way that they would normally say that they're correcting for special relativistic effects and stuff.
You can either do a Lorentz transform and a coordinate rotation, or you can do a couple Lorentz boosts.
Yeah,
one or the other will get you there.
And keep in mind, it's 2 Lorentz boosts per 1 Lorentz rotation. So.
Or I mean, also maybe you could look at some Hertzian lore and find something in there to make it work. Some partial time derivatives.
Well, if you got your 3-dimensional space vector, yeah. So, anyway, all cool stuff, and I think that was all. I just wanted to chime in on that, because like a lot of people say like the ISS isn't real or like no one's seen it or that kind of stuff. It's like, well, some people have seen it, like it does have some sort of predictability to it. So like to argue on that, and then if someone, so like let's say if someone listens to this convo and they go to isstracker.com and they try it out for themselves, and then they see it, like they're never gonna believe anything you say again, right? So like you have to kind of be careful on that.
Yo, and just like on that point too, like of course they have something in the sky. Like, come on, like are you kidding me? Like it has big solar panels on it. Like, why wouldn't they have an air base? It's just simple to me. And this is just my opinion. Like, it's simple. You throw some solar panels on there. You've got an international crew or whatever that's going up there and keeping, I don't know, like for monitoring, for military reasons. I don't know. There's a bunch of reasons that you would want to have some kind of sky base, and it just seems pretty simple, in my opinion, to do that. And also, just to add on to that too, like it has a pattern, like Alan pointed out, and that pattern actually matches what we would call on a flat Earth model like a toroidal flow shape. And I think personally, and I think that some of these satellites, the shapes that they would show are part of like that sacred geometry shape that we see. And because what we actually measure on Earth with an ether flow, which Dayton Miller measured, and what they actually measure at LIGO, but they won't tell you because they wash out all the interesting parts in their convolutional neural network. But anyways, there's actually a flow of the stuff that we exist in, and that flow gets higher, it gets more, gets greater at higher altitudes. And so if that's the case, and if there's less density in the higher areas at higher altitudes, and there's going to be a greater ether flow. And all you really need to do is come up with a way to keep your craft afloat. And once your craft is afloat, you can catch the ether winds and just go in a spirographic type of shape around the world. And then, there you go.
And you guys think that it can also account for the velocity that they claim that it's traveling?
So I don't think, well, that gets into the scale invariance thing, right? It could be traveling that fast. It could also not be. If it was traveling that fast, it would have to be traveling at that distance. It would have to be the same size that they give us. Like there would be a lot of factors to go into that proportionality, because it goes with what they show us for the quote unquote predictions. I think it would be much closer and smaller.
I missed it. I might have missed it. Is it constant? Is the ISS at a constant speed?
I think so. I think it's so it's like almost 18,000 miles per hour or something like that. There's what they say.
Something like that. It's crazy fast.
Accelerating and deaccelerating.
Oh, dude, it's in a perpetual circular
you
free
guys?
fall where it doesn't gain speed, even though, like, if you ask someone is a uniformly rotating platform accelerating, they'll be like, yeah, of course, obviously. So it gets really weird with that, huh?
Have you looked
When
into
you guys
the
have you guys just real quick, when you look at a plane going across the front of the moon and you compare it to the ISS, have you guys noticed that the size is not that much different? Like, I would like to think that the distance, the size change should be a lot different than what you observe. I don't know if you guys have noticed it, but I just tried to compare the two, and it's like, it's not all that much different.
No, I personally haven't. I really don't spend too much time looking into ISS stuff. Like I've seen like the early stuff, and I've seen some videos of it, and what was the other one? That one I forget who has the video of it, but it's the one where you can like see the solar panels in the video and shit like that. Like at that point, I was like, yeah, I don't know, man, this is crazy because it's because they say like based on how the altitude of its orbit, right, and how we can see it through reflections of the sun, basically, right, lighting up the solar panels on the underbelly, but it maintains a uniform, uh, like it's not like a line of sight projection. It has its own light, obviously, like which doesn't make any sense. Like it gets crazy, dude. So I kind of tapped out on it. I don't really, you know.
Do you guys want to go to some of these hands? Well, it's going quiet.
Yeah, I don't remember if
Sacred.
Derek or DJ was next. I'm sorry, guys. Rock, paper, scissors it out.
I just had a quick question. That's all. Uh, let's say the Earth is round and it's spinning. So obviously it's spinning quicker at the equator, right? So whenever you're talking about rotation and stuff like that and centrifugal force, why can't we just build a space elevator using the world spinning to create that tension to go out into outer space? Like that kind of makes sense to me. So if we were to do a space elevator, it would have to be closer towards the equator because it spins the most, right?
I'm not even gonna lie, bro. You lost me at centrifugal force and elevator spinning Earth.
Okay, so if
No,
I
I got.
use the world as a
Are
spinning
you saying what's that, Derek? Are you saying basically? Are you equating that the forces are greater at the equator? If that's what you're saying, I think.
Yeah, it's greater at the equator because it spins the fastest, because it would spin less at the poles, right?
So are you saying that it would have more force to push upwards from the equator? Is that? I'm just trying to add context to what you're saying. That's all.
No, well, it's more rotational force. So you still have to get a mass into outer space with the tension, so it would swing, right? Like if I'm holding a bucket of water and I'm swinging it with my arms, it has to be a certain amount of speed before the water remains in the bucket, right? So if I was to use the Earth to do that, that's the part of the Earth that spins the fastest would be the equator, and that's where I would have it. And then if I did that with like a bucket of water, whatever, with rope that goes into outer space, that should, in theory, be taught, right? And then from there, you would have a space elevator to go into outer space and back.
Oh, so I think I get it. If you tied the rope to Earth and then you let it out at the equator, and then the spin would theoretically push you out into space.
Yeah, I'm just trying to figure out like how much mass do you need for that on the other end of the rope until it's taught that it can actually maintain an orbit type of thing.
But you gotta find the motion first. When you could find that motion, then we could talk about this spinning elevator. I don't know if DJ wants to chime in or he had his own
Yeah,
train of
no, I'm
thought.
just totally lost, but that's just a crazy theory of mine. That's all. But it's definitely nice to listen into y'all, and I'll go down to listener.
Hey, thanks for having me. I wanted to talk about something that was discussed earlier, and I don't know if I totally understood, but the idea that the moon pulls a little bit on a satellite, but that the effects are greater on the Earth, and like why that is, and if there's an equation So I did look it up, and apparently it's called Newton's law of universal gravitation. And the way that you calculate the gravitational force is by multiplying both masses together. So like the mass of the moon times the mass of the satellite gives you that force between them. Then if you calculate the mass of the moon multiplied by the mass of the Earth, you get a bigger number. So the force is greater. So that's the equation. I just looked it up. And just wondering if I had correctly understood what you guys were discussing.
Yep.
So remember, Derek did say it was negligible.
Yeah.
Okay, but I don't know who Derek is, so I don't know what the relevance is there.
You're good. Yeah, real quick. It's an inversely proportional relationship based on mass and distance, right? So while the moon affects the water based on the weight of all the water, right? Like it doesn't affect the satellite in the same regard because it's a smaller object. It like your reading of it was correct.
Oh, okay, cool. Are you Derek?
No.
Oh, okay. Sorry. I trying to match the names to the and the user interface is not great for that. It doesn't tell me who's speaking.
Dude, it airs out for me all the time. I can almost never tell who's speaking, so don't feel bad. Maybe one day Elon will get it together before he puts us on Mars. Hit him up and be like, "Yo, bro, fix Twitter before you dip, bro."
Yeah, that's really all I wanted to bring up. Someone had asked for the equation, so yeah, if you look up Newton's law of universal gravitation, there's the equation.
Cool. I'll be right back.
Cool. Yeah, I actually also had uploaded or just posted the electrostatic solution for the gravity force in the value of G. If anyone wants to check that, I just pinned that. I had mentioned that earlier, the electrostatic equivalence.
That's what's up. Did yeah, I forgot which guy brought up that point earlier. I don't know. I don't see his notification if he linked any of his orbital mechanics.
I don't know anything about the satellite pole specifically, but I do know that in specifically regards to the Elias effect, they said that specific effect falls outside of gravitational, the law of gravitation, like by like 5%. There'd have to be a 5% difference in the weight of the pendulum that's swinging. But then there's also like a sidereal lunar sidereal or the precession of the pendulum is associated with the sidereal rotation or the sidereal motion of the moon. But that's which I assume might be like the similar type of effect, and what they would chalk up to dark force. And if that's a case, then why? Like I know for a fact that that's not going to fall within your gravitational framework.
Hey, Proud. I appreciate that, Toby. I didn't see who was talking prior to that. I was trying to look at some of my notifications, trying to answer some people, invite some people into the spaces. Who was that? Was that DJ or was that Huff?
Yeah, that was me, DJ.
Dope. How'd you find our space, bro? Welcome to Flat Earth Fridays.
Don't know, man. I've been adding random people and just joining spaces for entertainment purposes.
Dope. You globe earther, flat earther, potato earther, donut earther?
I'm gonna say that since I have to make inferences, I have the most evidence to say that the Earth is round, but I have not seen the Earth from space, and I would like to.
Oh, so let me ask you, what is your number one proof or best evidence of a round Earth? Although circular could mean round as well, but spherical, I'm taking that's what you mean.
Yeah, oblate spheroid. If you want to get funky, but I think the rotation of the stars, like in the northern hemisphere, going in the opposite way as in the southern hemisphere kind of seals it for me.
Oh, we covered that. We covered that in a couple weeks ago. I'm sorry, a couple months ago, a few episodes ago, talking about star trails and things like that. And you know, we have demonstrations. I mean, like literally, like just made out of arts and crafts, how you can have that same phenomenon. And I think there's actually a computer model. I think me and Alan were talking about that. We're going to do a part 2 to some star trails and things like that coming up soon. But maybe Proud, can you put that demo up there? Because that's like one thing that always comes up. So we can model how we could have these same observations over a flat plane. We'll throw it up in the jumbo for you.
It should be up there. If this space is glitchy, guys, definitely drop out and come back in. If you have trouble hearing, let us know.
Yeah, while we have a little bit of downtime, let me get into some of the things I wanted to talk about before we just jump straight into topics. First and foremost, we do got a poll running. Pride, you want to talk about the poll real quick?
Yeah, you know, we you guys know we like to talk about some of the sciences, and we, you know, heliocentric and globe isn't a bad word over here. You know, we could propose other theories. I had the poll in the jumbo, but I don't see it.
Let me
But it's
just say,
basically just asking.
you guys are very much chill for flat Earth people. Like normally they're not chill.
Hey man, that's why we're the level heads, and nobody can be us. You know, it's a whole team of us, and we realize, you know, there's a way to approach this conversation so that everyone can hear you before they dismiss you. And we know the stigma that comes behind flat earther, the stigma behind conspiracy and conspiracy theorists. So we try to approach it from a, you know, level head. Like we want this conversation, we thrive in it. That's the only way we're gonna get anywhere. So with that, we talk about heliocentrism, we talk about geocentrism, as well as just a geostationary Earth, because, you know, we have not been provided evidence of motion around the Earth or Earth's motion around the sun. So it's a possibility that we could be stationary, and we just thought, like, could you guys meet us in the middle as globe earthers? Could you guys keep your ball? We definitely would have to make it a bigger ball, but hey, we'll get to that later. You could keep your ball and just make it still. Take it back to geocentrism. How would you guys feel about that? Flat earthers too, because I actually put an option for flat earthers, and some of you guys voted no. Some of you guys was like, hell no, I don't want no balls in my mind. But I get it. You have your ideology. But yeah, think about it, vote on it. It'll be here for a week. I think I reshared it.
Have you guys talked about the redshift at all in astronomy?
What about it?
Yeah, what about it, please?
Have you heard of Alton Hart? He shifted
You
some
ever heard
reds
of-
and got banned from looking through telescopes in America.
You ever heard that we're expanding outwardly in all directions at a speed like way faster than the speed of light, quote unquote?
Yeah,
that,
yeah, that's what
right?
I'm
Do you know
talking
why
about.
that is? Why they had to say that?
No, I don't know.
Because Halton Arp detected redshift and he just saw quasars moving in relations to galaxies that made the whole model make no sense, and he saw redshift with proportional to two different galaxies that also made no sense. And because of those redshift values, they had to say, in order to make it all relative, like they always need to do, they had to say that we're moving infinitely outwards in all directions from no center point and no end point. Just don't question it. You're moving faster than the speed of light outwards in all directions, and that way we can just make all of the redshift values totally relative anyways.
So you don't think that the stars are moving? you think that they're fixed?
No,
I didn't say that. I mean, the stars are certainly moving.
Oh, I'm just trying to understand the flat Earth perspective. I've heard that before, that the stars don't move.
The stars don't move. Who said that? That was a
Nobody said that here in this room. It's stuff that I've read.
No, yeah, there's aberration. There's aberration rates, right? Like there's a motion of there's like a sidereal motion that has its own aberration, and then there's a motion of the sun and the celestial bodies that has its own aberrational motion, and then the moon appears to have no aberrational motion. But that's all I can really assert about any of that. I think that's related to different layers of ether flow and or the way that the ether flow is put out. But like to make any assertions about distances or about like wobbles or like that's all just ad hoc stuff. That's all just reifications that can't be proven or disproven.
Yeah, I think the claim is that the stars don't change, not necessarily that they don't move.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe there's some people out there that deny the idea of aberration, but I mean it's in the almanac.
So I don't know. Would you call yourself DJ or D Joseph? I don't really know what to call you.
Yeah, it's Dan Joseph, but whatever, DJ, it's all good. I know you're talking to me, so.
Oh, okay, that's what's up. So yeah, so were you basically saying that like the redshift and all that was like a proof of a globe, or did you get like a new answer, a different perspective after hearing Alan and Toby?
I guess I was just trying to figure out if you guys think that the stars are moving or not, and whether the redshift is real. Kind of was just an introduction to understand that. Yeah. Maybe the redshift isn't real.
No, redshift's a real phenomenon. Like they can definitely observe things, but like the extrapolation of what they do and how they interpret it goes right out. Like they will adjust the observation to meet whatever they need to, however they need to explain it. For example, they have corrections that they could make where they can say, okay, well, we're at this latitude, so we can say that the Earth's spin affected our observation. So if they need to get more frequency out of the shift, they can just apply a correction based on like whatever they need to. And if they get the observation without that at the same latitude without that correction, they just don't apply it. Like it's the craziest thing ever. Like there is a phenomenon, obviously, right? But the interpretation and what they do with it and how they distribute it to the masses and tell everyone that it's proof of this galaxy's moving XYZ, this quasar is moving this fast based on this. Like, dude, it's all their interpretation.
Yeah, maybe they didn't interpret it correctly, but doesn't the redshift imply movement? So regardless if the speed is wrong.
Yeah. So there's different types of redshift can be caused from different phenomenon, right? So different types of different causes of electromagnetic retardation can influence it. For example, you can get it through, earlier we talked about the Zeeman effect. There's also another effect called the Stark effect, and what those two effects do is, one second, what were we just talking about? Sorry, redshift. When light passes through an electric current or a magnetic current, you can get a frequency shift based off of that, because passing through the field, if it's going in the direction of the rotation of the field or against it, it'll cause retardation within the wavelength of light, which will give you a frequency shift. So like there's many different mechanisms. It's not just relative motion.
Yeah, but it's reproducible.
Again, I'm not saying it's not. Like, I think I don't know, not disagreeing with you, brother. You know what I'm
saying? Okay. Yeah, I don't really fully understand the math behind it. I'll admit that.
No, it's all good. So a big distinction to kind of wrap your head around is I would recommend looking into the alt harp story like Toby was talking about, because based on their interpretation of redshift, right, the observations that Harp made regarding quasars completely falsified their model, because quasars should be way further away from the galaxies. They shouldn't be connected, right? But the redshift proportionality was showing a relationship for their size and, I mean, for their in their model, right? Saying that basically saying that they were the same size and, or I'm sorry, the same distance apart, which can't happen uh, in their model, right? So that's why he took a lot of heat over that and actually got banned from using telescopes in America. So he had to go to England to use telescopes because they couldn't have him going around just falsifying everything. He's got a bunch of books on it. I can send you an archive if you're interested in the subject.
Yeah, I'm definitely interested.
Cool. I will. What's your name? You're D Joseph.
Yep.
All right. Cool. I'm going to send you some stuff in a little bit. I have to upload it so you can get it easily, but I'll send you a whole collection of his books.
Cool. Thanks.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, feel free to tweet it out too, Alan, if you want to, and we'll go link it in the space.
Yeah, I'm gonna put it on MediaFire, so it'll be up later. I can't upload it while I'm streaming right now, but I will make it available.
Oh, good. Damn, what happened to Proud? Yo, I feel like people been getting dropped from the space. Like, it's like super glitchy. We may have to like remove stuff from the nest up top in a little bit, because I don't know what the hell is going on.
Well, I was going to say the easiest way to think about the stars on the flat Earth is you got to have the North Star as your focus. And if you understand that either doesn't or barely moves, there's just no way to reproduce that on a spinning, flying globe.
Sorry, what was that? Can you repeat
Well,
it?
a good starting point would be the North Star. So if you've ever seen star trails, the North Star is fixed in the sky, and then all the stars make a perfect circle around it. So the question is, like, how can you do that if the Earth is spinning around the sun and the sun is going through the galaxy and, you know, all that, where the stars are still in perfect alignment?
I think it's the vast distance. But they do move, like, over time. It's a really long time.
Well, they say that the North Star shifts like every 10,000 years, but they have no proof of that.
Aren't there records from ancient Egypt showing a different alignment of stars? I'm not sure. I'm asking.
Well, like, how would that even be possible? Like, in hieroglyphs, like what record would that even be?
The layouts of the pyramid, I believe they line up with Orion's belt, but not today. It would be in a configuration that would be a long time ago.
I mean, some people say they still do line up. I've never really researched that specifically, so I have heard that they still do line up, so I don't know about that one. But I mean, here's like, if the North Star changed, then like we never see stars even shift at all in either direction. So you'd have to say like, well, where the North Star is now, where was it? Especially that's hard to do when it's like a perfect circle.
Should have been noticeably displaced every 70 years. So we should see tons of records showing that it's moved. So where are those at?
Oh shit, what up, what's it? My guy.
What up?
Exactly. I mean, like, especially if it's a perfect circle and you're saying, okay, one piece, which is the current North Star, moved from like point A to point B, it just doesn't even make sense.
It's just funny how that goes, right? So like someone will be like, yeah, I mean, they do move though. you know, because we're flying through space. And then you point out like, yeah, well, yeah, according to that model, it should move measurably every 70 years. So where's the proof of that? And then it's just like, yeah, we'll move on to the next point, I guess.
Hold on, y'all. I'm glitching right now. I'll be right back. And I'm trying to find Proud. I think she's glitching too. I don't know why the space is acting like this tonight. Give me 1 second, guys. I'll be right back. And you had like some questions for you earlier. I'm gonna try to bring the guys back in here. We had like a quick little build on Gaussian surfaces. But hold on 1 second. Let me go ahead and refresh. Y'all tweet out the space episode 80, Flat Earth Xmas special. No snowflakes. Flat Earth Fridays. Be right back, y'all.
I don't call it. I call it globnesia.
What's up? What's it?
What up, brother?
Today I looked at a paper you dropped for me like a month ago. You dropped it at one of the servers, and it was about the Elias effect in dark flow. And I thought it was kind of hilarious that they brought up the axis of evil in that paper. I thought it was funny that they call the fact that we're in the center of the axis of evil, and then they call the life-giving flow of the ether, they call it dark flow.
Yeah, man. They added a dark. They got a few of them.
And the flow is hilarious because it's like what that flow is relative to our velocity, our galactic velocity. And it hits us in this weird uniform way. And but then it's also anisotropic on the Earth. Okay.
Yo, what's funny, bro, I don't hear a lot of people talk about is like Michelson Morley should also detect the motion of the solar system through the galaxy, and arguably even the galaxy through the universe.
GPS should account for the same thing too. We were just talking about that earlier.
Like they didn't even know about that at the time, right? So
right,
that's a big them problem.
Yeah, Toby and I just went over the history of interferometry, like back in the 1850s. So there was a guy named Arago. I don't know if you've heard of that guy, but they were super confident in the 1850s that they could measure Earth's orbital velocity around the sun with what they got. It was the craziest thing. So that Arago guy was like the first guy to measure the speed of light in a lab, you know, the rate of induction, right? With his setup. And then shortly after that, he was like, "Yo, you guys trying to measure the velocity of Earth through space?" And then,
well, wasn't it Fizeau that did it with the wheel? And Fizeau did it with the wheel and the mirror.
Dude, it all blends together. There was Fizeau, Fresnel, and Arago.
Wait, who was the other one?
Fresnel, Fizeau, and Arago.
Arago. Who did it with the? Who did it with the crazy refraction setup? They had like pipes and tubes and mirrors.
That was
and,
Arago.
Water. Okay, yeah. Okay, you're right. Okay, and then Fizeau was the one that did it with the, the light with the wheel and the mirror, which I thought seemed way more straightforward.
But yeah, forever looking for that orbital velocity, boys. Never matter.
Hey, bro, something else that we were talking about earlier, like you know how people will be talking about accelerometers, and basically they claim that so there will be no measurable change on like the XY axis, but the Z axis will constantly measure 1G, right? Accelerometers, like they're in your phone.
Right.
You know how accelerometers actually work is they measure, like the idea is that there's some change in the space between two conductive plates, and then it therefore changes the capacitance, and it then converts that to an electric signal, and then supposedly gives them their value they call G. Literally, accelerometers are using like voltage and capacitance between two conductive plates.
Yep. Dude, I sent that in an email to someone who was saying that's proof that the Earth's accelerating up, and never got a response.
Oh, whoa. Okay, so I heard that you had a conversation with that dude. So many people are asking me to like comment on it. I'm like, bro, I thought that this was already over.
So yeah, it's just the classic like what's it called when you're like, oh, we don't need a magic gravity or a static electric force or whatever, and it's like you go, you're walking through the rigmarole, and it's just like, nope, never met it. We can only be done if it's accelerating upwards. It's very like whatever. So yeah, he
But
came
it
on,
doesn't matter what you need, right? Like you can measure that there's a
dude, bro,
downward electric current on the earth,
bro.
bro.
Like I just work here. Like I told him that, and then he was like, nah, but still the thing I said. So I was like, okay, like
Yeah, you know what I think the most like lethal refutation of that is linear interferometry. That's
it's a good one,
Yo,
dog.
yeah, in 1984, Stefan Marinoff did. He came up with $1,000 setup with a washing machine motor and two wheels on connected to it on a single axis with holes drilled in the wheels, and then he had lasers and detectors going opposite directions through the same like the same two wheels, so that you could tell the. He had galvanometers that were measuring the current of light coming through on each side. So basically, the side that had the light going through, quote unquote, faster, or the induction was inducting through that free space faster. Uh, that was that he was able to do that, the differential math on that, basically sagnac equations, to then determine he said the orbital velocity of the Earth, or he said that he called it galactic velocity, but um yeah, that was in 1983. I think he did that, and then in 1984 he quote unquote committed suicide by jumping out of the window of the library of the university that he worked at.
Whoa.
Yeah, it's pretty dark, but yeah, he also in his paper he has a hilarious part where he's like, I sent a letter to the Nobel Committee, and they said they received it. But it was hilarious because it's like that whole thing where they always say to us, "Oh, flat earther, go get your Nobel Prize." Then it's like the dude literally came up with $1,000 setup to show it, to how we could literally measure orbital or linear motion. And instead of getting a Nobel Prize, he disappeared.
Hold on, they got guys dropping off the face of a flat Earth by challenging the science. Oh man,
dude, they didn't give him the Nobel Prize for some reason. They just smoked him.
Yeah, what was that guy's name?
Stefan Marinoff.
That's it, Mr. Marinov. Yeah. Fuck. So another guy to add kind of to the list of missing and dead scientists, microbiologists, virologists, et cetera, et cetera.
Yeah, let me. I'll post a couple clips of his paper.
Bulgarian physicist. It says physicist and researcher.
So I have a question. What's the difference between dark flow and dark matter?
I mean, I couldn't tell you much about dark matter. As far as I understand, that's related to anomalies in their model in the cosmos, because it turns out that once you get into a lot of the more intense cosmological things out there, it's harder to keep scaling off Kepler's third law. But as far as dark flow goes, that's them trying to explain the Elias effect, which is the guy. There's a Foucault pendulum. A man named Maurice Elias had a Foucault pendulum, and during the solar eclipse, he noticed that the pendulum started precessing in a really abnormal way. And so he named that the Elias effect, and it happened. He documented it multiple more years, published a book about it in 1997. It was corroborated by Harvard and many other papers. But yeah, so then in order to explain that, because it falls way outside of the theory of gravity, and it's like a totally debunks the theory of gravity as it is. Because of that, they had to come up with this insane new ad hoc thing of this dark flow, this like flow of energy that's hitting the Earth at some relative angle that's somehow accentuated during eclipses. And even though we're moving at a galactic speed, it's still somehow has has a correlation to the sidereal motion of the moon and the sun and the stars. But yeah.
So they did all that because Foucault's pendulum is a hoax. That's funny. But yeah, like dark matter is basically their go-to to explain all the mystery stuff. So how is dark flow any different? I mean, it seems like it's pretty much the same thing, just, you know, some, you know, mystery thing to solve like one of their many lies.
Well, yo, I agree. Like the pendulum thing is deep, and that actually, I think that goes back to them telling us that toilets flush the opposite directions in the southern hemisphere when we were kids, and then we grow up and find out there's actually like nothing to that. And then because of that, we all believed them telling us, "Oh yeah, the pendulum processes, you know, one way here and one way here," and just believe it. You know, don't question it. And then because of that, I don't know if you guys saw the Behind the Curve film, or if you're familiar with that, and they tried to say, "Oh, thanks, Bob, you measured 15 degrees per hour," and because of that, they make us think, "Oh yeah, it's going to have that same rotational speed, northern, southern hemisphere, all over the place, everywhere." But I've never seen that quantified. And the pendulum, as you point out, is not a precision instrument. It's not so straightforward to set up a pendulum and to have a uniform precession. I mean, obviously, just thinking about the simple setup of that is, you know, to not infer some kind of directionality when you're setting it up or when you're starting it. Like it, you know, it would require a specific degree of precision. But Maurice Elias had the same pendulum going for a long period of time, and he observed it over the years, and that's what they did at Harvard too. And now, like, you have to look carefully because in a lot of these cases they have not only an electric motor to keep the pendulum moving, but they also have an electromagnetic brake to keep it from aberrating. So it's like those, and I saw a paper where they used one of those pendulums to say that they didn't observe the Elias effect, and it's like, well, that's just stupid, because if you have a brake to keep it within your, you know, expected precession, then, you know, what's the point of even doing the, you know, even measuring it in the first place? But I digress. In any case, the pendulum it's a deep rabbit hole, but I think it actually does measure something real. But it's just not as, you know, not as simple as they would want us to think it is.
Yeah, I know also dark flow and cosmology, right? It's used to explain like what they call the peculiar, I hate that word, but velocity of galaxy clusters. Um, that they're like moving at a consistent speed in the same direction. That's like perpendicular to the plane of the observable universe or whatever. And so it's this idea of something that acts as a gravitational force or influence that's coming from outside the observable universe to try to explain away the observations. And if you look up, I'm sure I can do it right now, but if you Google dark flow and go to images, you're going to see a depiction of the visible universe with like this giant sphere outside of it, right? That's supposedly causing the anomalies with galaxy clusters.
Yeah, I found an article where they're actually saying now that there are two big bangs, one big bang to account for the dark matter that they needed to insert into their Big Bang model, which is funny because, you know, they claim to know everything that happened in the Big Bang for 13 billion years. But the theory of dark matter, I think, came like 2 or 3 years afterwards. So that completely exposed their model that they didn't even think about this. So now there's even some theories that, well, there were two Big Bangs and one just created dark matter because we needed it.
Yeah, that is a thing too. Different subject, but yeah, they're claiming there's basically like a dark matter Big Bang. Dude, it's all so crazy, right? So like they claim, so there's something called the flatness problem, and that's the universe is like almost perfectly flat, and it should be curving, right? So because if you have an expansion or a Big Bang, and it's going to expand out and curve, right? And so you would have to have just the right amount of energy density, which is basically nothing, to make it go flat. It's like 0.0701 or that close to zero energy.
Is the
right?
background noise too loud on my end, or how's it coming through?
Can you hear us?
It's fine. I didn't hear anything.
Okay, I just want to make sure I'm on my headphones. No, it looks like Dustin, Brenda, are gone. But I find it funny how when Dustin was talking about the ISS and being too small, or the orbital velocity, just how no one said anything about how the same data could be shown with a smaller, closer, quote unquote, object if they're using the dimensions for a bigger object that would be farther away.
Right.
The
Scale
optical
invariance.
effect would still be the same if they're using different dimensions for a closer object. And so I was just going to ask him, could it be that the object that you see is actually closer and smaller and moving at a different rate if you are using the objects and dimensions that you were given by NASA? And how did you confirm the dimensions that you were given? But I mean, that's obviously neither here nor there because they're not here, so I can't ask the question. But anyway.
Well, yeah, he was like, my textbook says you need to believe in atoms. So, it's good luck with that guy.
Yeah, Brenda, the whole if you don't believe in atoms, you can't believe in electricity. That was just so asinine.
Seriously, somebody said that?
Yeah, and it was Brent. Yeah, Brenda was like, well, if you don't believe in the electron, then you can't verify electricity.
Couldn't possibly be real if there's no electron. Oh my gosh.
If you don't believe in an arbitrary,
Yeah.
arbitrary quantization of this phenomena, then you don't acknowledge the phenomena. Literally just an arbitrary quantization. Like it was the smallest measurement they could get.
And that's funny because the atom from Greek means the smallest thing. So then like that, he's like literally contradicting what he's even talking about by introducing things smaller than the atom.
Yeah, it was a philosophical proposition by Democritus. It means indivisible.
Yeah, and he's like, I wasn't here for atom theory being debunked last week, but here's why you're wrong, essentially.
Well, let's assume for the sake of the moment, just to be funny, that the electron is real. What if it's all one electron and there isn't many electrons?
No. That's not how it works. So the phenomena called the electron is a real thing, dude, right? Like there's an isolated volume that we find in electric fields, and we're able to, like, quote unquote, quantify them, and then, it gives us extreme precision to replicate circuitry and stuff like that. The phenomena is real, but it isn't like a tangible material particle that, quote unquote, carries a charge, like Santa carries a bag.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. So.
Yeah, we know the phenomena is real. We know the event is real.
Yeah.
We just don't really know what causes it. We know how to set up the right, procedures and the right ritual in a way to cause the phenomenon to occur again.
The easiest way to debunk the electron that they believe in is to bring up electron microscopy, like an electron microscope.
Sorry if I talk over you, Ken. I see that you're trying to speak, but I don't hear anything.
Can you drop and
Hold
come
on,
back,
hold.
maybe?
You might have to drop down.
Not
and come
something
back
I have.
up.
Do
Yeah,
don't have
we'll
my
do it.
electron microscopes.
Okay, yeah.
Best I got is galvanometers, and close, probably the closest I have to measure that kind of stuff. Oscilloscopes and whatnot.
So if electrons are like baryonic matter, right, like they're corporeal, then you should be able to probe any material with them, right? Like any physical material, you should be able to shoot an electron at, right, in your electron microscope, and you should be able to get images. But that's not the way it works, right? So with certain materials, you actually have to sputter coat it with like a metallic coating to get the image. If you don't, you can't get the image. So what that proves is that the electron is not like a corporeal little piece of matter. It literally can't be, right? Because it would work on all matter. It doesn't. Really, it's just an electrostatic induction reflectance image. So it's just it's reflection.
Yep, and there's a certain requirement for the reflection to occur, and we know how to create that.
And his textbook even has two different electron theories. I think it's called conventional or classical theory, and then the modern theory, where the first says that it goes from positive to negative, and then the second one said, no, we were wrong. It actually goes from negative to positive. So
yep, total misnomer.
Yeah, even his textbook doesn't really know for sure.
I'm one with the latter, that it's negative to positive. In my experiments, the way I proved that was if I do a hydrogen doping on copper, as example, by steaming it with some caustic, like basically making the copper super, super black, kind of like you're, putting it in a fire, but in this case with a hydrogen steam. So I put like sodium hydroxide or potassium hydroxide into water and then steam the copper until it becomes black. And I have noticed that if I make the copper the negative and then regular copper the positive, in this case the black one is the negative, I definitely notice a much, much, much higher moment of hydrogen production off of the black copper, though it's very short. It kind of like disappears and transmutes from black into like different colors, and whatnot. Pretty interesting. And I was saying that for a number of years too, and a lot of people were saying, "Oh, you can't make more efficient hydrogen just from doing something to copper." That's pseudoscience. And lo and behold, more than 10 years later, science is saying that they can do that and that they are using nanostructured copper for more efficient hydrogen. So, yep.
Hey, my bad, y'all. I got like 100 globe earthers in my mentions. It's losing their mind and they will not come grab a mic. I'm trying my hardest over here. I cannot believe this. On top of that, there's other spaces that's running with our titles from last week, but we ain't gonna really touch on that. But I find that to be very, very funny. But let me work on getting a few more globe earthers. This is crazy, bro. Like what? Anyway, shout out to y'all for building real quick when I'm trying to get some guys in here. We do have Voracious in here, but let's hear from Matt. Matt Coy? I don't think we heard from Matt yet. Probably we heard from Matt yet?
No, welcome. Do you believe you live on a donut, a pineapple, or a transformer?
Yo, Matt, you in here? If not, we're gonna have to snatch that mic, my guy. Matt Coin going once. Going twice. All right, bro. Request the mic if you want to come speak again. Don't know where you're at. But we here all night with it, so.
Fatality.
Yeah, welcome back, bro.
Yeah, man, I had to put a train together under the tree and shit, and I'm probably gonna go to bed after that anyways, but Sheepdog told me Witsit was in here. I was like, damn, man, the legend's up in here himself. Earlier when somebody was like, ask Witsit, I was like, what the fuck, dude? Like, I ain't got his fucking phone number. What the hell are you talking about? I didn't realize he was stepping in here talking to you all.
Yeah, that's only because you had questions about something that he was saying. So they were saying to ask him whenever he was talking.
So thank you very much. So I was watching your newest episode of School and Globers 23, and you were talking about the Gaussian surface and the way, like, I didn't finish it. So what I was trying to ask everybody else, I was like, you were acting like it was a requirement for something, and I'm not sure what you meant exactly. Like what? Because from my understanding, a Gaussian surface is basically like a tool of measurement. It's something you throw into a magnetic field to measure the vectors, to see if you add, like a positive or negative charge, how it reacts to it. What exactly were you saying in the episode about the necessity of the Gaussian surface?
Yeah. So, yeah, in Gauss's law, it can be used as like a hypothetical closed surface. right? It's used as a mathematical construct. That's true, but like in reality, like in physical reality, if you're going to replicate and create an electric field, like say example, like a vertical electric field that has equipotential surfaces or lines, meaning there's an equal amount of potential increase with each certain distance. So on the Earth, it increases 100 volts per meter. So it's like if you drew like a bunch of horizontal lines that were parallel to each other that represented 1 meter each, it would keep going up 100 volts, 100 volts, 100 volts. That's called equipotential because there's an equal increase in potential for the same distance. In order to actually replicate that on the Earth, to have a uniform vertical electric field with equipotential surfaces, you have to have two Gaussian surfaces that are perpendicular to the vertical electric field. And to actually replicate it, you have to literally have two real physical surfaces. So Gaussian surfaces are not just hypothetical or mathematical. They can be used that way, but they can also be real and actual physical surfaces, right? And to actually replicate what we see on the Earth, you have to use two physical surfaces that are parallel to each other. And that's a major problem for them. For one, they don't have a surface, and for two, they have a sphere. So you can't have a uniform field with a sphere as your Gaussian surface. So that's what I'm saying.
Wouldn't a magnet do that? Because like if you measure vectors in a magnet from the positive and the negative, like doesn't it get like potentially exponentially stronger as it goes? And it's kind of weird because you'd think it's like the strongest at the front of the magnet, but when I see how they measure vectors with the Maxwell equations, and I don't know much about it, so I'm not going to sit here and act like I do, but the arrows and the vectors seem to be stronger the further away, like they're doubling as they go out. Is that not equivalent with the North and South Pole?
No. This is an equal increase all the way up. So like it doesn't, there's nothing exponential about it. It's just like every meter, 100 volts, right? So it's not the same as a magnetic field per se. Although I would tell you that the dielectric and the magnetic field are joined at the hip, but no, this is just like an electric field. Like again, yes, it's a concept that we use, and in vectors is one of the things that we measure by them. But I'm just saying, in real life, we have an equipotential electric field, and it is 100 volts per meter. It's parallel to the surface of the Earth. And in order to replicate that, an electric field, you have to have two Gaussian surfaces. I've done it. I use two pizza trays as my Gaussian surface, right? And then I use a Van de Graaff generator, and that's when I did the test that shows you can make things go up by flipping the polarity of the field, right? If you put the negative on the top, for example, you start to spin that Van de Graaff, then it introduces charge and it flips the field. And so what happens is the object will go up to the top. But my point is that in order to replicate that, which is what we have on the Earth, I had to have two actual physical plates. Because what they do is they create a finite volume to let that energy distribute evenly and uniform. Right. So that's the point.
Yeah, okay. And it's
Yeah.
kind of funny when they talked about that one thing about the pole switching that you're talking about. But I mean, I could still kind of see how that's like a potential, like they could weasel out of that. You know what I mean? Like there's a way to weasel out of that I can just think of just logically, but it doesn't mean that like
I'm all ears, bro, because I talked to, who was the guy I was talking to last week who says that he teaches it? Because he couldn't.
Was that decoding? No, that wasn't. Oh,
well, here I'll pitch one to you. Just like as a way of weaseling out of it. You know what I mean? Like a magnet is going to push out at all. I mean, you don't just have one vector; you have multiple vectors. That's how they measure vectors, is an infinite amount of vectors. So an infinite amount of vectors means that it's going to spin around to that negative polarity at the South Pole constantly, but over top of one another. And as they go over top of one another, the strength, the polarity is going to increase exponentially based on the distance that it is above. Therefore, your voltage is also going to increase. I mean, just off the top of the dome, like you could see how that could be an easy
I just explained
weasel.
why that doesn't work. It can't be exponential It has to be equal, meaning if I go 1,000,000 meters, it only goes up 100 volts each meter. Magnetic fields are exponential. Their magnitude,
Yeah.
their vector changes, but the whole problem is it has to be equipotential. So magnetic fields are non sequitur, right? You have to replicate a vertical electric field with equipotential, and I can get into the specifics I did with that guy last week, and I think he had an aha moment where he just gave up. But the problem is if you have a sphere, right, you have concentric circles coming out from there. Therefore, it's literally impossible, even mathematically, to have a vertical uniform electric field with equipotential surfaces parallel to each other because it's concentric circles. So you can't have that vertical electric field perpendicular, right? And he actually conceded that. I don't even know what he was saying about it, but the other argument they make is that it's just mathematical, they're not actual. What I'm saying is, well, okay, cool, you can do whatever you want to with your math, but I'm talking about reality. So what we measure in reality is there is an electric field in the Earth. There's a downward electric current on the Earth. It's 10 microamps per meter squared, right? And we measure that there's 100 volts of potential each meter we go up. It doesn't go more than, it doesn't increase higher or anything like that, like a magnetic field, right? It's just 100 volts every meter. So we know that's on the Earth in reality. We can replicate that exact same thing by using two Gaussian plates, like actual metal plates that are parallel to each other. And then that creates a finite volume between the two, and that will give you equipotential lines, basically, surfaces as they're called. Right? So we can replicate that, but you cannot replicate it in reality without those two plates. You also can't replicate it on a sphere, period. Even if you had like a small sphere and then a bigger sphere acting as your other surface, it wouldn't work. It can't be a sphere. It won't be uniform. So literally what we observe on the Earth, the electric field, shows that there's a physical requirement of some type of containment above us and shows that we have to live on a plane. And I've never heard a specific rebuttal. There isn't one, to be honest.
Well, I mean, like I hear what you're saying, and to say that it can't be done is always gonna strike me because I mean that's why I'm on this topic, because nothing can't be done. I mean, there's always a way to make something be done. That's why I jumped on this ship in the first place. But anyways, I still, man, and when I say exponential, some people don't, and maybe I'm using the wrong words. Some people don't understand what I mean. Like, it doesn't mean that the math is accurate right now for how the electrical fields work, because the way they do it, they're just trying to reduce the amount of error that they have. So it doesn't mean that the math is right. And we're talking about a space as big as Earth in our universe. That's when you really start seeing the errors in the math. So it doesn't mean that what I'm saying is wrong as the weasel out way. It just means that their math is wrong, because an exponential in my eyes doesn't mean like, squared in multiples continually. It can be like, 10 plus, 2 minus.
Hold on, Orlando. We can't just go.
You know what I mean?
We can't just go making
Hold
up
on, well,
definitions.
hold on, bro. He went for a while. Let me.
No,
listen
wait.
to me. He'll
No,
interject.
wait. No, I'm the host. I can't interject, Landon. What I'm saying is I'm trying to help you
I'm
out.
saying he will interject.
I'm just saying, relax with making up the own definitions. You know what I'm saying? Because we went through that last week, so I don't want you to put yourself.
Well, that's what we are all doing in here, man. That's
nah, we're not making up
bro.
definitions, bro, of exponential. Like, that's not what we're doing. Like, I'm just saying, just don't make up definitions. But go ahead.
We're cool. What do you think about what I said, bro?
I don't know if someone else needs to convey it. I still have the same position, bro. I'm being very specific.
Yeah, and that's cool.
There is literally no rebuttal to it, and
until
okay, that's fine. But maybe visualizations really help with this. But until someone that's a glow proponent can show a physical demonstration with a sphere and no physical surface above it, replicating a vertical electric field with equipotential surfaces that are parallel to the surface, then that is impossible physically, right? Because you can prove that if you take a sphere, it doesn't work. The field won't be uniform. You can show that. You can show that if you have a plane, it does work. And you can show that in order to make it work, you have to have two plates. So scientifically speaking, we can prove one thing and we can disprove another thing. If someone's going to come and claim that the thing that's been disproven is possible, obviously they have the burden of proof to prove that it's possible, and it can't be done. Like it goes against physics. It goes against electrostatics. Like it just is impossible. That's what I'm saying. It is a tough pill to swallow for them. That's why none of them will rebut it. But I mean, I'm all ears, but someone's going to have to specifically, articulate refutation or rebuttal and offer some type of demonstration. And that guy, I will tell you right now, the guy last week is probably the best you're ever going to hear someone defend it. And humbly as possible, he got dunked on. He didn't defend it. So.
Well, and I mean, that was kind of my thing from the get-go, really. Like, we kind of went off on a tangent there. It was like the Gaussian surface point, because to me, I was like, well, Gaussian surface is just like a way to measure the units there. And I still don't understand it, but I think the part I'm missing is what you're talking about with the, do you have like video of where you made that shit with the trays?
Yeah, it's actually in the most recent level documentary, bro. So he has all the footage. I just did it for that exclusively. I mean, it's really easy. Like if you get a Van de Graaff generator, you just take two plates. Like I literally use pizza trays, and then I use like rubber, like little rubber pegs because it held the plates up because they're insulators. So then you have the two metal plates, they're parallel to each other, right? And then you can put styrofoam, hair, a paint chip. I use iron filings. You can use all kinds of stuff as long as it's pretty light because, the Van de Graaff generator is not going to be that strong unless you have many thousands of dollars to buy one. But anyway, you get the Van de Graaff generator. That's basically, it just has like this sphere that isn't complete, and it has a little tube that rocks into it, and it's connected to a belt. And then when you spin the wheel, it spins the belt, and that creates friction, and that builds up electrostatic charge. And then you have the two wires connected to the sphere that come off of it. If you connect, say, the positive on the bottom and the negative on the top, you're actually flipping the field that's naturally there, because naturally we have negative charge on the surface, and then positive potential increases as you go up. So when you put the negative charge on the top and you start spinning it, what it does is it flips the field, and it will make the iron filing actually go up, which proves you can manipulate what people call gravity. Like, why do things go down? Well, okay, I'm manipulating the independent variable of electrostatics. I can change something's weight, something's vector, the direction, which vector's direction and magnitude. I can actually make things levitate if you hit the sweet spot. Therefore, I did it to show, well, no, we have a much more viable explanation for gravity. We can replicate it scientifically. When you take that same test and you apply it to the Earth, we can replicate our electric field no one disputes that electric field exists. It's measurable, right? We can replicate it with a plane Earth, with a physical container above us, but you cannot replicate it with a sphere and no physical container. That's what I'm saying. So until someone can do it, it's just GG.
Well, they'll say gravity's the container.
I've seen the videos of the anti-gravity proponents, so I know what you're talking about there. I don't know much about the electrostatic science. I've been wanting to look into that myself, but haven't found time.
Oh yeah, it's all good.
They'll just say that.
Yeah, man, I'm just a devil's advocate, dude. Like anything I hear, I always have a way I can argue it. Yeah, my bad, bro.
Well, you're good. By the way, if you want to look into that, I did post a link to a paper that's basically showing kind of like an equivalence between electrostatics and gravity, and how you could theoretically take a framework of electrostatics to explain gravity. It should be, I think it's pinned.
Oh, sweet.
Yeah.
Who was that? Who said that?
Toby.
I mean, we can run it back to like the basics here, right? Like, okay, like what is science? Well, science, the etymology is to know. So it's the pursuit of knowledge. Okay, but there's different fields, and there's one called natural science. That's the study of the natural world, the pursuit of knowledge of the natural world and how it works. That's what most of what we're discussing falls within. And there's very specific parameters for how that works, right? And it's a scientific experiment. And the first step, and I know everyone's heard this probably a million times because of people like FED, but they're not completely wrong about this. The first step is a naturally occurring observable phenomena. Okay, things fall down. Some things go up. That's our observable phenomena, right? They claim it's gravity. We're going to try to science it. Okay, that's the dependent variable. Things go up or down. Okay, and now then we're going to propose a hypothesis, which is a cause and effect relationship test. So we're saying, okay, if you manipulate electrostatics, you can change the direction an object goes. So then we're going to manipulate that independent variable, which is our presumed cause. Here it's electrostatics. We're going to manipulate and vary that variable to see if it does in fact cause the effect. And when we directly manipulate electrostatics, we make the object go up. Therefore, you've scientifically proven and verified that electrostatics causes what people call gravity. And I say it definitively proves a causal relationship. Whether or not it's the sole cause or not, that's always open-ended in my opinion, because there may be some variable we don't know about, blah, blah. So anyway, what I'm saying is we can scientifically verify an explanation for gravity. If someone wants to tell me it's the bending and warping of space-time, or it's unicorn farts, or it's mass attracting mass with no time variable and no intermediary medium and instantaneous action at a distance, and whatever this crazy nonsense they want to say, they're going to have to step up to the plate and do some science. Until then, I'm just going to sit over here, with reality.
I'm with you, because that's what I was saying earlier. It's like, somebody's arguing that shit, and I was like, dude, whoever wrote the rules that we abide by now was in a cabin in the woods. It doesn't mean somebody can't write some new rules that just changes everything. So I'm with you, but I still challenge everything. That's why I'm here in the first place. I mean, I'm not on board, but I'm not on board with the other side either. Sacred
Hey,
knows I'm more
some
on
helpful
board with y'all.
videos in the space. You can see all of it right there.
Yeah, I was reading your post up there.
Oh, my bad. Good. Yeah, I can finish up.
Yeah, I got Odyssey videos there. That ain't YouTube won't be getting rid of that stuff. So welcome to download it and save it. I made it from a compilation of many other videos. Almost everything he's been saying is all in there.
That's what's up. Yeah, if you could share that. You said you shared that, Limitless?
Yeah, I shared it at the top in the bubble.
Okay, cool. I'm gonna throw that in the thread too. I don't see it up in the top though, but I've been glitching all night, so
Some of this stuff is Alan's work, and also Mr. Shane and all them, and also some other people's work. But the electrostatic thing with the Van de Graaff generator video, that's all in there.
So a man named Grebenikov from Russia.
That's what's up.
I'll tell you, man, it's refreshing with it to have you in here spreading knowledge, because a lot of us watch your videos and shit. I've always been a big proponent of your shit, so keep on coming through, man.
Oh, thank you. Much love, brother.
Yes, sir. Speaking of people appreciating flat earthers, I kind of want to slide over to my man Dunning over here, and I really hope that you keep the same energy, bro. Like I don't want you. I really kind of don't want you to be nice. Like I want you to keep the same energy. So you said this is a 6th grade science room. You got all the answers. So Dunning, what's up, man? Welcome to Flat Earth Fridays. I'm assuming you're a globe earther because you immediately approach with like toxic energy. So that's great. We're gonna see how that plays out. But yeah, welcome to the space. Do you have any like proof or evidence that the Earth is spherical? Like, what's your best evidence? And this is me assuming that you're a globe earther. You want to tell us if you're a globe earther or not, or pineapple earther, potato earther, pear-shaped earther? What say you?
Well, first, if you want to address, you said it's begging the question fallacy, me pointing out the law of universe gravitation. Do you want to clarify that? How's that begging the question?
What was the full tweet? Because I can't see it. My notifications are like going crazy.
Right. So I came in like 2-3 hours ago or something, and you were talking about how the ISS needs to be affected by the moon's gravity in order for it to, be up in space, etc., etc. You're not contesting that.
that it needs to be affected. I don't believe in that. I would say
be.
that.
Sorry, I don't want to put words in your mouth that it should be.
That it should be affected.
Right, and so you wanted an explanation of why the moon causes the tides, but it does not cause the ISS to move out of orbit. And I point out the law of universal gravitation. You know, anybody who has actually done science can say it off the top of their head. If F equals big G outside of m1 m2 over r squared, and so the mass of the Earth's ocean is 1.4 times 10 to the 18 tons. And the mass of the ISS is 400 tons. So, you know, 16 zeros, sorry, more mass of the ocean. So the force on the ocean is much larger than the mass of the force on the ISS.
Hey, you called it a law, bro. So you're saying that it's like definitively true. It's a real thing.
How is that begging the question?
Can you hear Witsit?
No, I can't hear Witsit. Do I need to leave and rejoin?
Just make sure you come back because we got some questions for you. We're going to explain to you your fallacies and we're going to address your equations, and hopefully you can demonstrate some intellectual honesty after we get this wrapped up.
Yeah, my bad. I'm not trying to step on you either if you're trying to explain.
Nah, bro. Trust me, I'm playing point guard all day. I'm throwing alleys off the backboard for all the guys because he gonna have to explain. I love this time variable argument, bro. Like that shit was so fire. And we didn't even get to that yet. We're gonna address the surface level stuff first, and then we're gonna get into all the math that he thinks he understands.
We can address the equation too and give him the equation that's the electrostatic one.
Hell yeah!
Check it. This is what I want to know. I want to know, like, you got it, Witsit.
You got this,
Donnie. You called it a law. So does that mean it's like actually true? It's a real thing. Like it's definitively true. It's a law.
The law of universal gravitation has been supplanted by relativity, but for the purposes of small scale things like the Earth, it works perfectly fine. Yes.
Oh, well, that of course would be a reification fallacy, and it would be non sequitur to anything, right? Because we don't care what you claim works or something. If it doesn't work, it doesn't work. You don't get to pick and choose where you use it. So the fact that you're coming in here pretending to teach us all about an equation that you immediately walked back and said that's not even accurate.
The inaccuracy is the universal gravitational constant, which is sorry, I have a cat playing with paper bag behind me.
That's convenient.
The universal gravitational constant is an abstraction of something. So whenever something has a constant that doesn't have like a derived cause, that's inaccurate, but it is accurate. No matter what you use this equation for, it'll map out the force every time. Except for long distances.
Except for quantum mechanics, except for the Michelson Morley experiment on the Earth, except for Mercury's perihelion shift, except for the rest of cosmology. But the reality is that has been disproven. So you understand that
it's been supplanted by a theory with more predictive capability.
It's been disproven. Let me explain to you. So the equation
let me explain predictive capability, because I know you guys don't actually know anything about that. So in science, when you make a model of something, it doesn't matter whether it represents reality or not. It matters whether it can make a prediction about reality that can be confirmed. So a model of higher predictive capability will supplant a model of lower predictive capability. And so Newton's laws of motion and universal gravitation have predictive capability, but as you've mentioned, it has errors in its predictive capabilities, and that's why relativity has supplanted it as a model with more predictive capability.
Relativity has also been disproven. What's super funny is that you can use an electromagnetic equation using the vacuum permittivity, and you can get the same value for big G, thus any quote-unquote prediction that you claim that you have. But I'm going to prove that you don't even know what you're talking about. So in the equation that you just invoked, is there a time variable?
There is not a time variable, no.
So then doesn't that imply that it's instantaneous?
Yes.
Okay, so then that would require instantaneous action at a distance, right?
Yes, which is why it is not predictive capability over relativity.
Okay, so instantaneous action at a distance would require some type of intermediary medium with mutual contact, right?
Nope, not for field forces, no.
What?
Field forces do not require medium, no.
What's a field?
A field, electromagnetic field, a gravitational field, a electric field, magnetic field, field forces.
I didn't ask you to start naming types of field. I asked you what a field is.
A sphere of influence of a force.
A sphere of influence.
Yes.
Really, can you cite that for me? That a field is a sphere of influence. Where can I find that definition?
Let me see if I can get some quick Wikipedia for you.
Okay, it's all good. That's not what it is.
A field is a physical quantity represented by a scalar vector that has a value in each point in space and time. So
okay, so not what you said. Crazy. And so it's a mathematical concept, right? So it's not an actual thing. So that's not going to help us with
thing because you put a magnet in a magnetic field, it'll immediately move.
That's a phenomenon.
But the definition you just read was a mathematical construct. That's not going to help us have instantaneous action at a distance. Math is just an abstract descriptor, right? It's not reality. So Newtonian mechanics has been debunked in your own paradigm. Relativistic. So it's funny though. Wait. I'm not done. I'm making a point. You guys come in here all cocky and arrogant. And ironically, you have to come bring your like elementary low IQ mass attracts mass for the layman equation that doesn't even work in your paradigm anymore and has been debunked for over a century. You guys come in here all arrogant, having to give us like the dumbed down version of your belief. Don't you find that to be a bit ironic?
No, because as I've said, it has not been debunked. It's been supplanted by a model of better predictive capability.
No, it's been debunked. I'm gonna show you how.
Then debunk it for me. Come on, let's hear it.
No problem. No problem, buddy. No problem.
Don't
Do you know
interrupt,
what
Dunning. Don't interrupt. Just listen to him, and he's gonna pass you the ball right back. So you got to score when he passes you the ball. Okay, just don't interrupt them. Go ahead, bro.
Yeah, but I'm about to drive and then kick it to you on the wing, bro. You got this. So Michelson Morley's experiment was supposed to show a friendship based on the alleged and assumed orbit of the Earth. Newtonian mechanics claims that an object will continue in a straight path unless an external force acts upon it. So if we apply that to the assumed orbit of the Earth, since it's going around the sun, that means there has to be an external force acting upon the Earth to move it from its straight path. So if we take that physical claim and apply it to Michelson Morley, we would be able to detect the actual external force causing a displacement and give us a friendship. When we did the test, we did not find a friendship that matches the assumed orbit. So for your paradigm to even exist theoretically, you cannot have Newtonian mechanics. You quite literally have to throw it out. You had to introduce relativity, which says that an object will go in a straight path, right? But it can also simultaneously go in a curved path because from a different reference frame, it will be curving because it's going in a geodesic through curved space-time. So it's actually going straight and curving at the same time. So the object can go in a curved path without an external force acting upon it. So do you understand that?
Are we talking about the Michelson Morley half-sealed mirror experiment?
That makes a lot more sense now.
Oh yeah, the Michelson Morley experiment, yeah.
Oh, they would have done multiple experiments. The only one I'm familiar with is the half-sealed mirror, which actually disproves the luminiferous ether that would act on something moving through a reference frame, but there is not any measured displacement based on the rotation of the mirror, and so there is no luminescence ether for light to propagate through.
This is so funny because you just completely avoided the physical refutation of Newtonian mechanics by repeating the little Wikipedia talking point about Michelson Morley. You've never even read the paper, so save us the pretend you know about Michelson Morley. Address my actual point, which is that with that test results, if the Earth is orbiting the sun, Newtonian mechanics cannot be true.
So the experiment, right? Just for everyone else, I'm sure you're aware of the procedure of the experiment. Light was shot through a laser. It was split into two beams, which would take different paths. One would be in line with Earth's motion. One would be against Earth's motion, and they would meet up at a separate point. And based on the assumption that light needed a medium to transmit, over the vacuum, because all waves, until we described the wave particle duality of light, all waves need a medium to propagate through. So therefore, light would need a medium. So we should be able to measure that medium by changing the path that light travels through. But no interference is measured. So I have no idea why that disproves motion.
Yeah, you're so lost. So first of all, lasers didn't even exist yet. So that would be probably pretty hard for them to use a laser. But anyway, what you're going to need to do is actually respond to the point. So the name of the paper is The Relative Motion of Earth and the Ether. So both the ether and the orbit were assumed. The ether is just what was being measured against. If you throw the ether out, you still have to explain why you didn't detect the Earth's orbit. Okay, and Newtonian mechanics cannot explain that, because there would have been an external force acting upon the Earth to remove it from the straight path, which is why Einstein stepped in and proposed special and then general relativity. And special relativity tries to save them from the problem by introducing length contraction, time dilation, and geodesic paths of curved space-time where you don't need an external force. The idea is the reason you didn't detect the Earth's orbit, and mind you, please don't just start talking about the ether again, because if we throw the ether out, you still have this problem. What Einstein did was say, look, you can't detect it because it's actually a linear velocity and there's no external force acting on it. So even though it looks like it's curving from a certain reference, it's actually going straight. That's why you can't detect the orbit. So they had to replace Newtonian mechanics with Einsteinian mechanics to explain why we didn't detect the fringe shift. Do you understand that?
I still don't understand how light's supposed to measure something that it's not measuring.
Wow. Okay. So this is a very simple concept, okay? If there's an external force acting on the Earth, then it's going to cause it to not be in a straight path anymore. If I throw a baseball and then the wind blows perpendicular to the baseball, it'll move it off the straight path. An external force of the wind moves the baseball off the straight path. That would be Newtonian mechanics. A baseball or an object will continue in a straight path unless an external force acts upon it. Okay, now if we apply this to the Earth that's supposedly going in an orbit around the sun, Newtonian mechanics would say there's an external force acting on the Earth causing it to orbit around the sun. If this were true, then whenever you use interference of light beams, that's imperfect phase shift, that's why they split a singular beam, it then reflects and comes back and recombines in the center and then goes to the receiver, right? It'll show an interference pattern because nothing to do with ether, but because the Earth has actually moved by the time that the light beam gets back to the receiver, right? So there would be a difference based on the 30 kilometers per second if there was an external force acting on the Earth. But we did not detect that. We did detect a fringe shift, but it was nowhere near what it needed to be. Okay, and Einstein said, oh, that's just instrumental error, don't worry about it, even though it's been replicated hundreds of thousands of times. But that's a side note. Your paradigm had to introduce Einsteinian mechanics to explain Michelson Morley. And if you had ever actually read Einstein's paper, you would know that. Right? So you clearly haven't read his papers. You haven't even read Michelson Morley paper.
So your point is that special relativity has better predictive capability than Newtonian motion, therefore Newtonian motion is false? Is that your premise?
No, my point is, if you believe the Earth is orbiting the sun, Newtonian mechanics has to be false.
No, it has lack of predictive capability in certain situations. I'm like models, they're all about predictive capability. If you can predict an effect in one model and you can't in another, that model is better.
No, it's not just about you can't predict something. It's that it made a specific prediction that has to be true if your theory is true, and then it was tested and specifically shown to not be true, which falsifies your theory. If this wasn't true, then you wouldn't have even updated to Einsteinian mechanics.
But it is true. Every single experiment you can do on a small scale proves it.
Dude, we did an experiment
and you do
on
the
the
Cambridge
Earth.
experiment and derive G?
Listen,
Every
buddy,
single person that does it? Yes, no?
No.
No? Show me one instance of the Cavendish experiment being done that does not derive G.
The vast majority of the time it does. Dude, the p-value of Cavendish is abysmal. The probability value, not to mention you don't even account for electrostatics, which is 10 to the 26th power or 36th power stronger than gravity even claimed to be. But how about you stay on subject here? Your paradigm can no longer have Newtonian mechanics. So when you guys run around and you try to pretend you're teaching us, you're like, oh, Newtonian mechanics, because it's like simpler. It's a really simpler equation. So you're like, let's go back to the 1600s when everyone thought the sun was in the center of the universe, and we'll use our really simple elementary equation to explain everything. It works good enough. Ironically, you're bringing us down to like an elementary level, and you're bringing us back to the 1600s. So if you're going to defend your paradigm you're so confident in, how about you actually defend what the paradigm is?
You can do the Cambridge experiment and you can derive G every single time.
Dude, you're like a robot. So I've already explained to you.
Show me one instance of the experiment where G has not been derived.
Dude, the vast majority of the time.
Show me one.
Yo, hold on 1 second. Let me interject here. Let me save you guys both. I just posted links to experiments that were done where it didn't. It was outside of the error margin. And I'm going to post a video today by Stephen Mould where he tried to reproduce Cavendish in his apartment, couldn't do it, had to go to a university and use their specialized equipment to do it. And then they got within 10%. Okay. So
only within 10%?
Only within 10%. And it doesn't always,
My team was so strong.
And like
that's after doing it over and over and over and over and throwing out the times it doesn't work and not adequately accounting for electrostatics, which is a much stronger force that has the same effect.
Yeah.
So everyone would I want to see what Alan's talking about. He posted the tweet up top to the left. It's highlighted Cavendish hashtag FEF. So take a look at that. And Alan, be sure to click into that for your viewers as well.
Yep. Oh, Alan coming in with the clutch or the quickness. Try to use. Yo, Dunn, do you not see what you're doing? It's called obfuscating. So every time I make the specific point, you've avoided it like 5 consecutive times. You've diverted away. But in reality, in your paradigm, Newtonian mechanics cannot be true for over a century. It's even worse than that for you now. Einsteinian mechanics can't be true. So was that like this pretend laugh of like illusory confidence? Because
no, that was a real laugh. Sorry.
Really? Okay. How does Einsteinian mechanics explain the galaxy rotational speeds?
Sorry. What is that?
Okay. What about the galaxy
Yo, this
cluster?
happens every time. My bad, bro. Go ahead.
Yeah. Let me tell you a history lesson about your paradigm. In 1933, that was a long time ago. That's 90 years ago, right? Someone named Fritz Zwicky, he made an astronomical observation of galaxy clusters. Okay, and what he saw was there were all these galaxies bunched together. And if you take gravity's prediction, right, there would have to be a certain amount of force to keep all these galaxies grouped together. Because if there wasn't that much force, they would escape the galaxy, right? So when they went and looked, okay, gravity says with this much mass, you have this much gravity. Or force, and Einstein says not a force, but can be thought of like a force, right? They only saw 1% of the mass needed to have the gravitation required to keep the galaxies from escaping the cluster. This is what they attribute to being the first quote-unquote discovery of dark matter, meaning we just filled in the empty 99% because gravity was off by literally 99%. Okay? So Einsteinian mechanics doesn't work. That's why you can go to NASA's own database and they have over 200 published papers proposing replacements to relativity, predominantly modified Newtonian dynamics. So it is just a fact that Einsteinian mechanics has been debunked, and it's a fact that Newtonian mechanics was debunked in 1887 in your own paradigm.
Right. So you're saying that there are predictive issues with Einsteinian relativity, yes?
You keep thinking this phrase is going to somehow save you. I've already explained
Answer
that.
the question. Yes or no question.
Yeah, it's been disproven because its necessitated predictions have been falsified.
Right. So it has predictive errors. All right. So what's the model that has better predictive capability?
That has better? Is that what you said?
Yes, better predictive capability. Yes.
Any model that's not limited to proportionate mass.
Name one.
Well,
The
also on
electromagnetic nature of gravity.
And on top of that, falsification is independent of replacement. So we could falsify something that isn't true without you saying, hey, teach me something else for me to believe in, bro. Think for yourself.
Correct.
So that we could focus on your claims. And if we falsify it, don't divert to, well, tell me something else that's better, even though this doesn't work. You got to be honest about that.
If there are issues with predictions in a model, there must be a model that has better predictions. Otherwise, it doesn't supplant. That's why we switched from geocentrism to heliocentrism and then back to geocentrism, because geocentrism had better predictions. But then we switched back to heliocentrism with Kepler because it had better predictions.
No, it doesn't have better predictions, dude. This is just another diversion, though. No,
it's all about predictive capability. If you cannot predict an effect, then the model is pointless. You can't predict anything with the model. It's not a model.
Okay, okay, cool. So we're talking about the specific predictions that gravity makes that have been proven to not be true, which means if it's accurate, it has to happen, but it provably doesn't happen. That's how you falsify theories. You're basically saying, well, we can keep pretending it's true until you can replace what's been falsified. He just broke down to you falsifications independent of replacement. Not to mention, I even named one that is objectively better. It's the electromagnetic nature of gravity, because then you're not limited to proportionate mass. So, for example, you can have two magnets with the exact same mass. One can be way stronger than the other one, right? So this can explain why you only see a certain amount of visible mass, but you still have way stronger force, because you're not limited to proportionate mass, which gravity specifically is. It has way better predictive capabilities, but we don't have to replace it. We're talking about how we falsified your religion. Like, focus on that part, that falsification is independent of replacement. Both Newtonian, Einstein, and mechanics has been debunked. When you run around trying to taunt people as if you know it's true, it's hilarious because it's literally been falsified.
No, it hasn't been falsified. It has errors with predictions. That's not falsification.
Oh, how do you falsify it then?
By having a model with better predictive capability, or having an effect that is assumed to happen that does not happen with no explanation why. And if you can explain it with mathematics and a model of predictive capability, then that's the model of predictive capability.
This dude said, have an effect that is assumed to happen that does not happen with no explanation. That's how we falsify it. Oh, you mean like the effect of this amount of mass gives us this amount of gravity, and then that being provably not what happens, and there's no explanation for it?
Let it simmer. Let it simmer. Before you respond, just let that simmer, bro. Think about it. Just think about it for a second. Just for a second. Just think about what he just said to you before you try to
experiment yourself and get G. Everyone can do it,
bro. What did he just say to you?
Experimental error that causes this 7% deviation. That's experimental error.
So basically, you're saying it's unfalsifiable, is what you're saying. So when it's false, you just chalk it up as experimental error that was supposed to happen, even though since we can't falsify it, that's pseudoscience, but it's what we predicted. So you're admitting by default that you're subscribing to pseudoscience if it's unfalsifiable, bro.
No, it's not unfalsifiable. If you have an experimental error, so given that the experimental error is 10 and 9%, the first result is confusing. Like, this is what this says. It's the experimental error.
Dude, every time you get to the point, like I asked you, how do you falsify something? And you literally said, by replacing it. That's the dumbest thing I've ever heard, right? Like, falsification is independent of replacement. Like, if I find papers that show that I was actually adopted and I go, so, hey, look, I'm adopted. And you're like, what? Those aren't your real parents? And I say, no, look, here's the proof, the paternity test, the DNA test. I'm factually, they're not my parents. And you say, well, who are your real parents? And I say, I don't know yet. I just found out that they're not my parents. And then you say, oh, well, then they are still your parents until you can replace them with other parents. How stupid would that be? It would be pretty stupid, huh? Yeah,
that's
it would be pretty stupid.
Capability, no.
No, that would be pretty stupid, right? Because falsification is independent of replacement. Then what you said was, oh, well, if it predicts a specific effect and then that effect is observed to not happen with no explanation, that is literally a perfect description of what has happened with relativity and Newtonian mechanics.
No, it isn't. Otherwise, science would have been discarded. The fact that it hasn't is proof that it hasn't. Sorry, I'm not a theoretical physicist, so I can't. I'm a chemist, so I don't actually work with, you know, quantum mechanics and stuff. So I can't actually give you a crash course on quantum mechanics. But if you think that it's been replaced, then go ahead and submit your papers and, you know, get a Nobel Prize or whatever.
Not on appeal to prizes and awards and authorities, bro. We're talking to science right now. We're asking you to refute it, and the only explanation you have is, "Well, show me something better."
No,
and with
you
it, he just described to you. He just
course,
described
from what
to you.
I'm
He just
talking
listen.
about.
He just described to you how that is not a good foundation to operate off of, because just because my parent, I can't show you my real parents, doesn't mean that this falsified parental guidance that I have doesn't exist. They literally are not my parents. I don't have to prove to you who my parents are to show you that these are not my parents. So you have to acknowledge that that is a fallacious argument to make. It doesn't hold any ground. Say what?
It's a false equivalence. That you're not describing the same effect.
What do you mean? We're saying we're asking, how do we falsify it? You're saying falsify it by replacing it. But you have to acknowledge that we can falsify something before we replace it. You do agree with that, right? That we can falsify something before we replace it with something better. You agree with that, right? You're not that dishonest.
Yes.
Okay, so this is what we're highlighting in real time for you. All you have to do is acknowledge that, so that way we can start to observe other ideas or take into account different interpretations. You can't just sit there and say, well, this is all we got, so it's better, so we're just going to use it, even though it doesn't work everywhere, especially if you call it a law, bro. It can't just work in compartmentalized situations.
The law of universal gravitation works in every situation that you apply it to, yes.
No, it literally doesn't work. I just explained to you when it doesn't. It doesn't work on the quantum scale at all whatsoever. It doesn't work on the terrestrial scale with interferometry measurements. It doesn't work on the solar system scale with the perihelion shift of Mercury. And it doesn't work on the cosmological scale for the vast majority of the universe. So when you say it works in every single scenario you would apply it, what you actually mean is it works in like 0.0000, 1,000 zeros, 1% of the universe.
No, it works in every small scale demonstration. Yes.
Except for quantum, which is the smallest scale.
Right.
Right.
Wait, did you just say right?
That's not small scale. That's
oh my goodness. He just said right.
Russ said quantum is not small scale.
It's not. It's like a different field of physics. We do not have a unified field of law, like unified theory of everything. We do not.
Just said we did.
No, I did not say we did. When did I say we did?
Dude,
you said it predicts everything.
This is so funny, right? First of all, quantum is by definition the small scale, right? And for secondly, everything else on and what you're looking for is local scale. That's what you're looking for. Even though technically everything on the local scale, which is like the terrestrial scale, right, is comprised of the quantum scale. Secondly, I just told you that on the local scale, i.e. the terrestrial scale, it's been debunked with interferometry. I also showed you it's been debunked on the solar system scale and the cosmological scale. So it doesn't even work to explain the motions of the planets.
It does. It does explain.
It literally doesn't. It literally doesn't. Mercury's perihelion
I told him when he
shift.
first opened his mic, I said, don't get emotional. He just keeps getting emotional.
Am I getting emotional? What part of me's getting emotional? What?
Mercury's perihelion shift.
Definitely, man. Definitely. Defending it with your life.
Hold on, Marissa. Hold on. Dunning, so do you know about Mercury's perihelion shift discrepancy?
Yeah, 9.55 arc minutes per century.
Well, not according to Newtonian mechanics, which is what you're currently advocating for.
Right. So inaccuracies with a model of predictive capability do not mean that the model is incorrect, because general relativity has not supplanted Newtonian mechanics, it has enhanced it.
No, they're fundamentally different. What's so funny is now you're bouncing over to relativity. You were just advocating for the law of gravitation using Newtonian mechanics. You said it works everywhere that we apply it. I said Mercury's perihelion shift. You then invoked the error from relativity, which is still an error. And I said, no, that's not Newtonian. It's 43 arc seconds a century. What's even funnier than that, though, is they're fundamentally different. Okay, I just explained one of them to you, which is that Newtonian mechanics says that an object will continue in a straight path when an external force acts upon it. Einsteinian mechanics specifically says that is not true, right? So they're not the same.
No, it
They
doesn't say
didn't.
that's not true.
It literally
the
does.
Space-time literally accepts that things will act in on their path until a force acts upon it. It's just that that path that appears straight is not straight.
No, that's incorrect. There is no external force acting upon it. It's curving because it's going in a geodesic path. It's free falling in a geodesic path of curved space-time. So there is no external force acting upon it in Einsteinian mechanics. You don't even
Right, and so
understand
it will
the
continue
basics.
going in the trajectory it's going until a force acts upon it, and no force is acting upon it. It is moving through curved space-time.
That's right. So you can have a curved path without an external force, according to Einstein. According to Newton, you cannot.
No, it only appears curved.
No, from one reference frame, it actually is curved.
Right, and it appears curved from one reference frame, but from, if we theorize, the perfect, unambiguous reference frame, it would not be a curved path.
You don't get to hand select one that you think is superior, right? Relativity specifically says there is no superiority or preferred reference frame.
Yeah, but from one reference frame, it's a curved path, and from another, it's a straight path. And so it's continuing in a straight path until the force acts upon it.
No. From the reference frame where it's a curved path, it's curving from your reference frame, but there's still no external force. It's only curving because it's free falling in a geodesic path of curved space-time. This is the reality, bro. You're just not addressing any of the actual points, which is that Newtonian and Einsteinian mechanics have been debunked. And this is well known. This is well known in your paradigm, right? Because you have things like dark matter, dark energy. What's really sad is if you could just be slightly honest about it, I can give you a model, right, that has way better predictive capability. It's not even close.
I'm assuming you're talking about the electric universe, which cannot make any predictions.
No, a geocentric position with an ether and an electromagnetic quote unquote gravity is objectively superior.
How do you derive 9.8 meters per second squared?
Oh, super easy. Thanks for asking. So you can actually show so you can show an electrostatic equivalence with little g. You can also get little g with a kinematic equation, just using initial velocity, time, and then height. But even without the kinematic, you want dynamic replacement, which I don't think you know what the difference is, but of course, 9.8 is just an effect. So when you're describing things go down with a certain period of time, that's just a kinematic relationship. So little g is just an effect. Gravity claims to be the cause of why things go down, right? So that would be the dynamic claim. So you should be asking about big G, because little g can just be shown with
how to derive 9.8 meters per second squared.
I just said you can use a kinematic equation using drop, time, initial velocity, and height.
Drop time, initial velocity, and height.
Oh yeah, we got the equation for you. We did a space on that. Probably you want to throw that kinematic equation up for my guy, done it?
It's already up, brother. It's already up. There's two.
Oh, there we go.
What's it in your model where you're talking about the geocentric Earth? Does it have to be round or flat?
No, it's not specific to that.
Can it be either?
Yes. No, there are other reasons why I can't.
I know what you're talking about. I just wanted to see.
T, the time for the ball to fall to the ground.
Nah, bro. See, here's your thing, dude. You're not taking one on the chin. You gotta learn to take one on the chin. That's why you're gonna lose this battle, bro.
I'm reading this.
That's why I said you get emotional. You get emotional. You can't take one on the chin. Witsit just proved he's the bigger man because he took one on the chin. He said, "I'll accept that it can go either way," but you have not taken one on the chin the whole time. Just take it, man. Just accept your loss.
Yo, wait. This is real. This is what I really wanted you to post. Hey, Alan, do you have the electromagnetic nature of gravity, or anyone in here? The paper, electromagnetic nature of gravity.
I'm pretty sure I do.
Yeah. So Dunning, what sucks for you is that is a kinematic equation where you can derive little g. Your laptor doesn't change objectivity, but even worse for you is I can show you a dynamic derivation, right, using the equivalence of Coulomb's law to get 9.8, and I can actually show you that he also shows you how to derive big G using vacuum permittivity, and it's perfectly accurate. So now we have an electromagnetic equation to derive big G and little g, and
Alright,
we
I'm not
now,
seeing those. Can I see them or no?
Yeah, they should. I'm sure they'll be up there in a second, bro. Or you can just Google electromagnetic nature of gravity. It's a paper by Constantine Mice.
Yo, you hear those types? Yo, this is the same thing that happened. Yo, if I'm in like a
to
like a
be
matrix or
fair,
something,
to
didn't
be
they do this
fair,
last week?
Google something. Of course, I'm going to Google something.
hey,
What?
I just typed it exactly like he did at the same time, though. To be fair.
Oh, and to be fair, I'm hitting him with stuff he's never heard of. But like, don't you think that maybe you should just pump the brakes on all the the cockiness?
You don't have to be the smartest man in the room.
Sorry.
Dude.
No, where do I find 9.8 meters per second here?
How fast do you type per minute?
Just look up. Little G.
124, I believe.
That's pretty good. I'm about 90, so respect.
Yeah.
Look up little G in the paper. Like look up columns. Just word search column.
I don't know if I'm even on the right paper. It's Electromagnetic Nature of Gravity and Matter, Science Research Publishing. Is that the correct paper?
By Constantine Mice.
Yeah. Constantine Mice. Cool. And little
So
G.
Dunning, have you heard about this before, or is this your first time?
I know that it's pseudoscience, so I haven't actually.
Wait.
Links up in the jumbotron.
We appreciate that, Alan.
It's
yes.
It's on the thing now. Cool. Can I see this?
Say it again.
I'm looking at what you've linked.
He knows it's pseudoscience, but he's never looked at it. That's crazy.
where is little G derivation from here?
I just told you what the word search, bro.
I'm looking at the
equations and everything are in there, bro. I've given them to PhDs. They've come back and admitted, yes, it works to derive big and little g. Right, so that's rough for you. Now, to be fair, there is pseudoscience in this paper. You know why? Because it's trying to explain the nonsensical fairy tale fabrication that is heliocentrism in modern cosmology. Right, so it's trying to explain all the discrepancies in modern cosmology and offer ways out. But that's not really my problem. My point is, your whole argument is, oh, the math, you must replace it. Like, okay, here you go. And now we can explain the dark matter problem, the dark energy problem, all kinds of problems that your model can't. So you're just getting destroyed from every angle, right? Like there's no way you're going to go do the math in that paper and come back and show it doesn't work, because I've done the math. I've had many different professors do the math.
There's a lot of math in here. I won't be able to do this right now. Definitely not. Yeah.
Okay, but I'm just letting you know. Let's just now.
Yeah.
If you don't have to accept that as the gospel.
You can drive big G. Cool.
Yeah. Okay, cool. So you see, now you're going to kind of change your energy. You're not going to keep that same energy, because first you're like, well, if you can find something to replace it, then we're good or whatever. But now that there is something, and I know you haven't verified yourself, but let's just for intents and purposes, there obviously is. So are you going to keep that same energy, right? Like, so now relativity and Newtonian mechanics have been falsified because we have a better replacement?
Can this model predict the motion of all stellar bodies in space?
Hold on, you didn't. I thought you knew about this already. You called it pseudoscience, which means that you researched this, but you're asking us questions about it while calling this a 6th grade space.
No,
so you don't know about the things. You're asking us about certain things that you don't know while calling it a 6th grade space. Don't you think that you should have a little bit more respect and less arrogance, bro?
No, because you can ask questions about whether a model can do something or not without.
Yeah, that's fine, but you haven't provided any refutation or substantiated anything, and you actually agreed with everything that Witzer was saying as he was like dismantling your whole position. So you should think about this, and I'm telling you, bro, it's gonna get clipped up if you don't remember what happened. I promise you that. Okay, we'll refresh your memory in a few days.
No, if I clarify, he said it was debunked, and I said no, that's just an inaccuracy with the model. That's not debunking a model.
Yeah, see, and I asked you, how do you falsify it? And you said that you need to replace it, which is objectively wrong and logically bankrupt.
I mean, if I said
that is what you said.
If I said that, I misspoke.
We know, we've been telling you that the whole time.
Yeah. Then you said if it predicts a certain effect and then it's proven that effect does not happen with no explanation, then it falsifies it. I pointed out that's quite literally what happened. But then I said, look, I'll even satisfy the replacement, which I don't have to logically, but here's a replacement from within your own paradigm using electromagnetic nature of gravity. Then I said, okay, now you would have to admit that it's been debunked, right? And you said, can it predict the position and movement of all stellar bodies First of all, stellar means star. Okay, you maybe meant to say celestial bodies, but your paradigm can't predict the vast majority of celestial body movement with Einstein or Newtonian mechanics. This is well known, right? It's well known. That's why we have dark matter and dark energy in your paradigm to explain away these discrepancies. Those two things combined make up 96% of your universe.
So wait, you're saying it can, but you don't like how it does it? Is that what you're saying?
What? No. What? No, it
No,
can't.
it can predict the motion of celestial bodies, but it uses something that you don't think is cool, so it doesn't work. Is that your argument?
No.
I'm not like clarify if that's not it.
No, first of all, it doesn't predict anything, right? What we do is we observe things. We see, oh, this is way off from what gravity predicts. We do the math. We see what the discrepancy is, and we say there must be that much dark matter there. There must be that much dark energy there. That's not a prediction. That's a postdiction, right? You're actually filling in the discrepancy after the observation. That's quite literally the antithesis of prediction.
Reverse engineering.
Yeah, so you don't have predictions. Secondly, dark matter and dark energy are undefined nonsense. Half of your paradigm at the top levels of academia are trying to get rid of dark matter because it's actually been falsified with a sigma 5 confidence because of things like galaxies merging and not slowing down, dark matter halo problem, etc. So assuming dark matter is there without being able to define it, it doesn't work. But the point is that it's not even defined. So no, it has no predictive capability whatsoever. It's insane and asinine that you're sitting here on the internet in 2024 almost claiming that dark matter and dark energy has predictive capabilities. That's insane.
If it didn't, it would not be science. I'm sorry, but that's just how science works. If it can make predictions, even if you think that this is a post prediction, if that post prediction can then be taken, incorporated into a model, and then used to predict something, that's a model of predictive capability.
First of all, there's no such thing as a post prediction, my guy.
No,
okay.
Whatever you said, I didn't memorize the word properly. What have you said? Post-diction or
whatever? It's a post-diction, but here's what I'm saying.
Right.
Can you name one prediction that was made with using dark matter?
No, I cannot, because I'm not a theoretical physicist.
It doesn't exist, my brother, because the way that we figure out where dark matter supposedly is we look at the discrepancies with gravity and observation, and we fill in the blank with dark matter or dark energy.
Right, and then theoretical physicists have been taking that and making predictions and having confirmed those predictions.
No, you can't make any predictions with it because the amount of dark matter is different everywhere. So the only way you can make a prediction with it is if you say, okay, gravity's off 99% here, so that means there's 99% dark matter. So then we can say everywhere that there's 1% mass, there's a 99% dark matter filling in the rest, right? You would have to have a consistent ratio of, in that situation, 99-1. And if you had a consistent ratio, then you could try to go predict things with it, right? You could go and say, look, we see this much visible mass, so now we have the ratio of 99-1, and we'll know what we'll see. But that's not how it works, right? We don't have a consistent ratio. We have no predictive capability. It's consistently different. They just fill in the gap with dark matter after they make the observation every single time. And admittedly, they don't even know what dark matter is, even theoretically.
Right. Like, I'm not a theoretical physicist, so I can't say yes or no on anything you've just said. Like,
do you understand the concept that I'm saying, though? In 1933,
yes, you're not a theoretical physicist either. So, like, whatever you're saying,
fallacy detected. That is called an appeal to.
I can't take anybody's word on it.
Listen, bro. You came up here calling us a 6th grade space. He's giving you some sauce you never heard of, and now you're appealing to credentials. That is a fallacious argument because you can't refute it. This is why we always have these spaces, because we're waiting for one of you arrogant guys to come over here and present an argument devoid of fallacy, and you just continue to do it. You're even appealing to circular logic. You're saying, oh, we need the dark matter, so we're going to put the dark matter there. And then since we got it there now we can make post-predictions. So therefore, dark matter is true, and we can make predictions on our model. Do you see how that's begging the question?
Yeah, begging the question, circular logic, affirming the consequent reification fallacy, a red herring fallacy. I mean, it keeps going on. Then you appeal to credentials, appeal to authority, appeal to consensus.
I have no background or study into theoretical physics, so I cannot say yes or no in anything you've said. Like that's the end of the argument.
So you don't know. Just say I've never heard of this. Thank you, Flat Earther, for teaching me something. I'm gonna take some time and come back next week with some education on the things that I just learned in Flat Earth Fridays after calling you guys a 6th grade space. I know you didn't expect for this to happen, bro. I know you didn't expect for this to happen. Listen, I know you didn't.
Any single one of you said on faith at all? No, I'm
It's
sorry.
not about faith, but you just admitted that you don't know anything about what we're talking about here. And we just highlighted, and in the process, we just highlighted all of your fallacies, and you're just disregarding it by saying, "Nuh-uh, neither you or I are physicists." Like, bro, I thought it was the flat earthers that are supposed to say nuh-uh, not the guy that's sitting here popping shit in my mention.
I did not want to talk about this because, as I said, I'm not a theoretical physicist, so I cannot give you an education on why you're wrong. I'm sorry.
No, you're just assuming that we're wrong, but you can't even understand and follow the argument. By the way, bro,
I'm assuming you're wrong based on what I know.
We consistently speak to astronomers and astrophysicists with PhDs, right? And they would all agree with me right now because what I'm saying is just an objective representation of your position, right? Like I'm telling you about your belief before we can even get to me falsifying it because you are ignorant of your own position. Basically, right now, you have a blind belief. You've handed your little brain over to the idea of a group of people that think for you, and you just believe whatever you think that they say. So, I mean, that's cute. I mean, it's just a religion, but we're now teaching you your religion so that we can then show you what's wrong with it. So this like when you force laugh like that, like you force the laughter, it's not convincing anyone. And this last thing I'm gonna say, right? And I'm gonna maybe pass the mic. I'm talking a lot. Like I want you to acknowledge the actual validity in the concept I just broke down to you. You said, "Oh well, once they saw that there was dark matter, they didn't see it. By definition, dark means it doesn't interact with the electromagnetic spectrum, which means quite literally it can't be seen. Okay, it's not even defined. No one knows what it even theoretically is, and half of the highest levels of academia on your own side dispute that it even exists." Okay, but you said, oh well, once they saw that, they knew there was dark matter there, quote unquote, which is just wrong, that they were then able to use it to make predictions. They have predictive capability. I explained to you why that isn't true. Let's see if you can really focus on what I'm saying here. The only way you could claim that was true is if you made an observation, you saw, okay, gravity predicts this much mass, but it only has 1% of that mass there to actually have the amount of force we need, which means there's 99% missing mass. So we fill that in with dark matter. So if we were going to go make predictions with it, that would mean every time we see 1% visible mass, we're going to see 99% dark matter. There's a ratio there, 99 to 1, which means for every one, whatever you want to say, right? Whenever one quantity of dark matter that you see, there should be 99 that quantity of dark matter or in relation to the visible mass. Do you understand? That's the only way you can make a predictive capability with it is to have a consistent ratio. But that is specifically not how it works. It's all over the map. The ratio changes grossly. It goes from 1 to 2 ratio to 1.11111 to 1 to 1 to 1,000. Okay, it's not a consistent ratio. So there is no predictive capability with dark matter whatsoever. Do you understand the logic in what I'm saying to you?
Did his mic cut out?
Yeah, that's rough.
I think I got muted. Hello, sorry. I agree with your. I'm assuming you're correct on your assumptions, but I do not.
Mic went out again.
You're correct on your.
What, dude? The space got shut down again? Okay, cool. Cool beans. Yeah, we'll be back up in a second. The space has to be remade. Well, to be fair, it seems like Discord, or not Discord. It seems like Twitter disconnected. There was some connectivity issues. But that's the second time that happened when there was an absolute devastating body bag being put forward. like right on cue, man. The last time that happened, I was teeing off on some dude with stellar aberration and stellar parallax, and the server disconnected, which had just slayed that guy on dark matter. And it just disconnected immediately. That's crazy. Let me see here. That's nuts. Yo, they literally shut it down, bro. I feel like the plug got pulled there. Too much gravy was coming in at once. All right, let me put some Toby music on in the background here while we're chilling. All right, yo, shout out to Justin Johnson earlier, who made a donation. He got the first live donation on stream. So shout out to him. Thank you very much, Justin. Much appreciated, man. While we're here taking a little intermission. Two big bangs. Oh, no way. They literally tried to say there's two big bangs. That's badass. Oh, okay. Oh, that was on Twitter. Okay. All right, I'm started. How do I talk in text chat on Twitter? There we go. There we go. I don't need to watch it. There we go. Oh. Is there a pop out? chat is now live. Click by clicking the launch icon next to the moderation icon. Okay. Yeah, I'm not seeing it. Oh, I think we're back.
The sun's 93 million miles away. No, it's not. It's closer and smaller than what they taught you and not as hot. No revolving in an upward direction. We propel. The sun sits over the flat earth and the moon does as well. What the hell? You're speaking so miscellaneously. Where's the evidence to back the way that you claim it to be? So I need you to explain this to me. If the sun's above a flat earth, we should all see it simultaneously. Okay. Next question, you can both issue your case. If the earth is flat, explain the globe pictures from space. There's satellites that take shots and photos are captured. Those are fake computer-generated images from NASA. They've lied on many things for the illusion of advancing. And please don't even get me started on that moon landing. The pictures keep changing, so it's obvious they did it. If you research their documents about it, they'll admit it. They covered up the truth for years, believe it or not. It's all just a fake government-engineered plot. Well, I have a question since NASA is our space station. Its locations in the U.S. What about the other nations? See, many countries have space programs that excel, and they all have pictures of a globe Earth as well. You're failing to see this thing as a collective endeavor because you don't believe that other countries conspire together. If the Earth is flat, couldn't you go to the edge and fall? No, sir. The edge is blocked by the Antarctica wall. There's a block of ice surrounding the planet, totally froze, and this is the barrier that keeps everything enclosed. The governments of the world know all of them are in it, and it's strange how that part of the planet is off limits. All right, back to the globe guy. Present your next claim. Yes, sir, I've seen the curvature of Earth while on a plane. It's the same with an astronaut. No, with all due respect, that curve you think you see is called the fishbowl effect. That window was probably convex and round too, so naturally the surface seems curved when you look through. And another thing that I would like to easily disprove, if the Earth is spinning so fast, why don't we feel it move? Well, I'm not surprised that that's the point that you'd rationalize and not take into account the Earth is massive in size and moving at a steady rate of speed that stays the same, so the movement isn't felt unless the miles per hour change. That's insane. We fly off of the planet spinning around, and please don't try to say that the gravity keeps us down. Gravity's a non-existent force that can't be grasped clearly. The physiological function of it is only theory, so the concept is a lie. There's no pull on the tides. We live on the top. There's no one on the bottom or the side. There's a question upon which I'd like my counterpart to expound. How come just the Earth is flat and the other planets are round? Mars, Neptune, Jupiter, Venus, even the sun? Because the telescope can clearly show the shape of each one. Please explain the traveling over horizons by ships and the curved shadow on the moon in a lunar eclipse. Yo, one question at a time, bro. You hogging the mic. Flat Earth guy, the floor is yours. Take as long as you like. Well, your horizon question, I'll answer it in an instant. The ship's disappearance is all a matter of distance. And as for the lunar eclipse, it's an easy battle. The circular form of the moon dictates the shadow. So no matter what the shape of the object that's hovering, its shadow takes the form of the object it's covering. And as for other planets being round, that's a no-go. What you see in your telescope is different from the NASA photo. Okay, that's it.
Level ahead, y'all still in here.
We're glad that both of you were able to present your cases. So let me give my point of view before we close out. Flatter globe is more important.
This is Flat Earth Friday. Stationary Saturdays. Welcome back from that brief intermission. Once again, we are not astrophysicists, but we do enjoy the sciences. We do not kick, block, or remove from our space. If you have any questions, comments, concerns, or ad homs, please grab a mic and say it with your chest. Once again, if this conversation triggers cognitive dissonance, please take away, step out for a moment, grab a cigarette, whatever your heart desires. I prefer blunts, but do not spiral out of control in our space. Do not space and drink. Have a great Xmas night.
When they don't want to see you win, we just gonna win some more. How dare y'all shut us down while we cooking like that? Y'all heard me speaking and I should just shut down? The kitchen got too hot? Too much flavor, too much sauce? What is it? Y'all think we just gonna end it there? Y'all thought that was it? Ooh. Nah, believe that. Did y'all hear me like talking? Like right when it shut down? I don't know if y'all can hear me.
Yeah.
That shit's crazy.
Bro, it's like, it's happened every time I've been in here.
Too much open bro, I don't know what it is, bro. It's like every single time we start tapping in to like the consciousness, when people start hearing like how this is really playing out, it's like the algorithm just lose control. Like, wait a minute, wait, what's going on? Like unity? Wait, no fallacies from the flat earthers? Like, what? Globerg getting destroyed? No shutdown, abort.
Yo, anytime shit gets hot, man, it crashes on us every fucking time. I tell you, every time. I heard I missed a murder last weekend, man. I had my kids, but I heard it was brutal, man. I wish we could record these spaces because everything that I see from what happened last weekend, man, was fire.
It's live on YouTube right now on like 3 different platforms.
I think I'm gonna get after that. I'm gonna need a link.
Drop too much sauce.
I got you, bro.
They be like, Winston dropping too much sauce. We gotta shut this shit down immediately.
Hey,
Somebody
Alan,
losing
We
their
gotta find a
job
way
tonight.
Alan,
to
you guys,
at Elon somehow.
Alan, you got these things on your, do you have them on your YouTube then? The ones that you've been able, like the last 3 weeks, been doing live?
Yes,
Don't
sir.
tell anybody. Don't tell
All
anybody.
right. Hey, I'm gonna go get them. I just wanted to make sure. Thank you.
I just put the links up in the Jumbotron, so it should be available here in a second. You can go right to the channel from there.
Elon, the one that snatched Sacred's ability to have a pill.
Yeah, I know that's irritating.
Space, we had like, they had, sorry, I had nothing to do with that, Elon. They had like 30 people at him, and we were live, and I feel like he crashed the space like in that same moment.
Wow.
Hey, so Sacred, what's the topic tonight, man? You said it's AMA, right? What are we doing?
I mean, we was cooking. That's what we were doing. I don't know what's happening. It seemed like man's had an objective. They said go to Sacred's replies while he's live, antagonize them, be abrasive and arrogant, and then go in there and shut down Flat Earth Fridays. We cannot let them get through the rest of the month with them opening up everybody's minds. Make sure you turn that into a 6th grade space. He said, all right, I got my orders, elite government, NASA. Just send me my paycheck. Came in here, and it didn't really play out like they had anticipated. So sometimes they got to hit that big red button in the corner when Flat Earth Fridays go live.
Yeah, you gotta admit it's funny that his name was Dunning, right? Because like, I mean,
And his last name was
arrogance
Kitten. Did you see that? It's
his
Dunning
arrogance was
Kitten.
inversely proportionate to his knowledge, bro.
Was he like trolling? Like, why would you call yourself Dunning Kitten? I did.
Soft disclosures.
Yeah, I was going to ask him that. Like, what's the purpose of his name? Because he was acting exactly as his name suggested.
Bro, you heard the like really soft laugh, trying to act like he was so confident.
Well, and his keyboard clacking almost sounded like too comical. And he claimed he could type 120 a minute. That is insanely fast. But that's the fastest Wikipedia typing I've ever heard.
I bet you he's an editor.
Nah, tell you the truth, I don't even be thinking we be talking to real people sometimes. I'm gonna keep it 100 with you. Like, I refuse to believe these people.
They're all Agent Smiths, bro. They
Bro,
gotta
like
be.
to the
Ain't no way.
100 degree type shit. Like this shit is, it's like it amazes you the type of comebacks they come with when they've like obviously been debunked. And it's like, bro, what the fuck?
They're protecting their ego, though.
Yeah, I was just gonna say that, man. On some real shit, it seems like when the ego damage starts to happen, bro, and they start spiraling, like these motherfuckers can't tap out. They just can't.
And then it just makes it that much more insane to watch every time.
It's
I
just
love,
crazy how it all plays out the same way.
dude,
Like every
literally,
single time.
that guy did exactly. Witsit called it out like a week or so ago that they come in and they always try to go to Newtonian mechanics, and they love their solar system dynamics, man. They just love it. It's like, and it's of course because that's what we were just like spoon fed from birth. That's what we were, the little, what are those things they would hang above your bed as a baby? It's like the first thing you learn in kindergarten is about all the spheres. And that's what these guys always want to go to. It works. Kepler's third law agrees with itself. It works. And it's just comical. And then as soon as you start trying to point out that Newtonian mechanics doesn't work anymore, just like Witsit called them out for, they want to stay in the 1600s. They don't want to acknowledge any of the other problems of Newtonian mechanics, which hilariously it all comes back to, as we know, of course, Michelson Morley. That's when it really starts to go haywire. And this dude, like Witsit called out, clearly looked up Michelson Morley right at that moment and like was reading from the script. That was that was a pretty typical Friday night right there.
Well, I'm saying we got to go for Newtonian mechanics that's next on the chopping block, bro. I'm not going for it anymore.
Me neither. I'm done with it, bro.
Dynamics.
Yeah, and I love the way that he was going on about all the Newtonian stuff, but then as soon as you started introducing other things, he goes, "Oh, that's not my field." And it's like, well, actually, dude, you said you were a chemist. Newtonian stuff's not your field either. But you're going to talk about that. But as soon as you started talking about quantum, he's like, "Oh, you need to talk to a quantum."
Yeah,
that's not my field.
It works everywhere. Well, what about here, 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 and here? Well, yeah, it doesn't work there, but everywhere though, guys.
Dude, it's that selective
the
enforcement
funniest part
law.
is like if you look at the whole universe, it's like an insanely small percentage. You know what I'm saying? It's like way less than 1% of the time it works.
And he admitted he didn't know what the unified theory was, but his theory still predicts everything.
Hey, have you read that paper? No, but I know it's pseudoscience.
Hey, so the space still kind of glitches for me on my phone, right, with who is speaking. So I'm assuming that before we crashed, that was Witsit slaying him, right?
And you know this.
Okay, so with Witsit doing what he was doing, man. All right, so the amount of education you guys bring to me, right, a layperson who woke up about 7 years ago, when I started to realize that dark matter and dark energy was a fucking placeholder, bro, that shattered my fucking brain. And I really I looked at the model and I started to just chill out, do my own research, right, and just think about it. And so when Witsit was laying that shit down, right, hot, right before the space crash, that was when the dude just he just couldn't. He just started backpedaling into a corner. They always try to justify or explain why a placeholder needs to exist. But bro, if 97% of your model is fucking flawed because we had to invent a fucking thing to put there, a guy like myself, a fucking layperson who is definitely not on the level of fucking Alan, Witsit, and some of y'all that are educating me, bro, come on. Like any normal human being can just look at that and be like, what the fuck are you talking about, bro? What are you talking about? So I just I just want to throw it out there to Witsit, man. He was laying it down, and this boy couldn't fucking he couldn't hack it. It was great. It's beautiful to see, and I wish I would. I'm gonna watch last week's space when I got some time, man, because I heard it was a slaughter.
I got a highlight. I'm gonna share with you, bro.
Yeah, and he's definitely taken his tail between his legs and gone for a run. He hasn't come back.
Oh,
Yeah,
he's so lucky.
Bro, they all do the same thing, bro. Like if you bring up dark matter and dark energy and stuff like that, they just start talking about the solar system, right? Like That's why you always got perihelion shift in the cut. Like it doesn't even work in the solar system. But
Keep it in the
why
cut.
are you bringing us back to the 1600s, bro? You coming in here like we're the ones that believe in something that was disproven so long ago, right? And then you want to tell us to stick in the 1600s when people thought the sun was the center of the entire universe. Like, are you serious? They all do that across the board. They all talk about Newtonian mechanics because it's like way simpler, so they can pretend to understand it. They don't even understand that. And then they all want to say, let's just talk about the solar system. That's hella weird, bro. Like, even PhD astronomers do that. Is wild to me, bro.
They can't admit they were ever wrong. So they say, oh, well, this new theory amplifies the old one.
You know why? Because they come in so arrogant. You can't sit there and call a whole space of flat earthers sixth graders and then be disproven and dismantled and dissected line by line, point by point, and then admit that you're wrong. Because that would like literally like y'all would like experience an ego death in real time. And that can't happen. Now, if he would approach it humbly, like, hey, like this is my perspective. I'm open to different ideas. You guys got something I can look into and I'm gonna double back. You guys been up here 80 weeks in a row. This gotta mean something. So y'all gonna be here next week. So I'm gonna double back on y'all. That's respectable. Cool. That's happened to me before. I learn stuff from globe earthers all the time. Updated my position because that's honest. That's what you're supposed to do. Not reify your position with fallacious arguments, bro. Like, and don't you realize as soon as he had no other question, no other deflection, it went straight to appeal to this, fallacious that, circular logic this. Like every time, bro, it just results at the end of the road a fallacy. Every time.
Yeah, and really it was like repetitive red herrings anyway. But yeah, once it gets to that point, they just evolve into like, dude, they use. Honestly, I wonder who holds the record as a glober for most fallacies in one argument, right? Because I've seen them use like legit 7 or 8 in like one sentence, like one claim. That's what we should start doing, is trying to see who holds the record for like most fallacies in one argument, because it's crazy, bro. They just start like scattergunning them.
Now, do you think it would be possible that somebody could replace Bryant Myers as the current champion of that?
Oh, that's tough. That's tough. I don't know. You don't know. If Professor Dave ever debates me live, he probably could.
Oh, that's true. Yeah, he does have a quantum fallacy generator. It's true.
We gotta add fallacies to our bingo cards.
Yo,
I also love his,
fallacy off the flat earth bingo cards. Oh, no, we can't do that. We got to redo those.
I loved his line. He said, I don't know enough to explain how you're wrong, or something to that effect.
Yeah, this one just like FTFE. He's like, I don't know or understand relativity enough to know why you're wrong about it, but I know for a fact that you are. Like, what? Yeah, it's weird.
Just to be able to say that with a straight face, just knows that we're not talking to normal people, y'all.
But
like,
but then there'll be like all those people in the chat like agreeing with it.
Chills.
Wild.
I'm gonna see if I can find him. I'm gonna send him a link again. Y'all share the space. I appreciate y'all for doubling back. Y'all real for that. That means y'all finding some value in this back and forth. I hope you're learning something. I hope you're entertained at the same time. You know, this is why we put in that work. I work really hard to try to find like some of the best minds in the community, and then everybody else that pops in here all the way from day one. Like, thank y'all. Thank you so much, for real. Like, we could not have this space without you. We couldn't do this without you. And we really appreciate the globe earthers too, because if it wasn't for all the fallacious rhetoric, like we probably wouldn't even be having a Flat Earth Friday. So like, so shout out to the ops.
Hey, Sacred, may I talk, if that's okay?
Oh yeah, who's this? Critically thinking and drinking. Oh shit. Cheers, bruv.
Cheers, mate. Only if you want to give me your absolute.
What?
Absolute what?
No, I'm just looking for like, sacred. Yes, you can do so.
Yeah, I guess. What are you, a globe earther, flat earther? What shape of the earth you believe it
No,
is?
I was in the Aerospace Museum in Washington, D.C. just this past day or two. Is that something that I can comment on, or is that not okay?
As long as it's relevant to the conversation, what you got for us?
I mean, you tell me. What I'm saying is, number one, when I walked into the Earth Museum, or Earth Space Museum, I saw the Star Trek, the model. It was to my right. I just was like, oh my god. I grew up on this thing. Yeah. Is Star Trek okay to talk about? I don't know. The model, the shit, the original series model.
Yo, my dude, are you talking about going to a museum and seeing a model of the Enterprise?
Yes.
And
And
is
then
this
I'm gonna
relevant to
talk
this to the convo though, or like what's up?
I don't know. You tell me. I'm not.
It's
I'm not
it's
trying
not.
to, like,
It's not. You got 10 seconds. Make it relevant.
Please.
All right. I'm
See,
feeling
this
that
is
it's
how
not
people-
relevant.
8,
I
7,
apologize. I
6,
looked at the title.
5,
You guys have a
4,
good night. I
3,
apologize.
So I
2,
do think it's
peace.
weird that an actual space station would have a toy replica from a fictional movie.
I took pictures of, like, the mission control off the moon. I don't know what the guys. Yeah, I thought I was joining something you guys would like, but I apologize if I didn't.
Sorry, this is a hard transition when we're getting to like the meat and potatoes of the science, and then like divert into some fictional shit. It probably would be a little bit entertaining to discuss. But hold that for a second, bro. Unless you want to talk about anything else in regards to like the shape of the earth or your beliefs in the shape of the earth, we could build from there.
Listen, guys, I'm super honored that you even gave me speaker. Honestly, I'm here to participate. I'm not here to like shit on anything. I might disagree, but I'm just like, hey, I just went to the the space and aerospace museum, and I'm like, shitting myself, and I have pictures. Is all I'm saying. If you want to see them, great. If not, that's okay too. But I'm really excited because I saw shit I didn't think I'd see. So moon rocks and all that. Anyways, over to you. And if you want to enable me, great. If not, that's okay too.
Yeah, feel free to tweet your pictures out. Put it in my thread under my pin tweet. But you still didn't answer. Like, are you a globe earther? Is that your position?
Okay. There we are. Yes, I am a globe earther, my friend. So I'll have to hold on. I can pick up my. Oh man, guys, come on. All right, that's fine. I realize now what I've joined. That's okay. I love you.
It's labeled Flat Earth Fridays, bro. Of course, we're gonna talk about the Earth. Like,
I apologize. I'm a little buzzed. So sorry. All right. So all right. Give me a second. Sorry.
Okay, I'm gonna let you chill for a second. We do got my man Jonathan in here. But before we get to Jonathan, let's slide over to Orwellian since he had his hand up. And y'all share the space, please. I don't really ask for much. Actually, I don't really ask for anything at all. But if you are on stage, please retweet the space if you can, so people can, your audience, your followers can hear you speak on these topics. Anyone in the listeners, if you find value and you think somebody will be interested in some of the things that we're talking about, please share it with them. And if you got any toxic globe earthers popping shit, let them know that we still here. Just because it said the last space is ended don't mean that that's the end all be all. We still keeping it rocking.
Hey, you got Peter down there chilling too.
So hey, I didn't know if we had any globe earthers in here ready to fucking line up, right? I know we got the Aussie with the he's got the picture of Doc Holliday talking about being in a space museum and shit. But I was back to going on, what is it? What's the topic? What are we talking about here? If we didn't have any globe earthers in line, man, I've been harping on this for a minute. I want to spend like 15, 20 minutes on anybody who's got a mic talking about, what woke you up? If we don't have time for that, I'm cool. We can do that any other time. But shit, man, if we're just waiting around, fuck it. Let's burn some time.
So yeah, so that would be like a dope conversation once all the globe earthers tap out for the night. Usually that happens. We probably get maybe one or two that got a little bit of bravery, and shout out for y'all for pulling up because we do appreciate y'all. And then it kind of turns into like, the chill sets with the gang. Appreciate the level heads pulling up, and we could build off of that. But I want to take advantage, of any opposition or anybody have a different opinion from flat Earth or a moving Earth, like an Earth in motion, or any of these different things. Because they always act like they don't want to show up. So we do have Jonathan on stage. Pretty decent fellow. Seen him popping a little bit a couple weeks ago, but nothing too crazy. What up, Jonathan?
Hey, how's it going, man? I'm just wrapping some presents here, listening in.
That's
And
what's up.
I did have something I wanted to learn from you guys, if that's possible. And I'm glad to see Witsits here. What's up, man? I've watched some of your videos, especially the one on the southern stars and all that, the rotation. So I had a question specifically about the limit of vision. So if any of you could kind of expound on in detail what you mean by limit of vision, that would help me out a lot.
You can't see forever, bro. There's like an actual finite limit to how far you can see. And as you reach that limit, things begin to converge into each other. So, yeah, I mean, it's pretty much that simple, bro. I would say it slightly fluctuates based on the atmos because there's a lensing effect, like putting like glasses on, but it's relatively the same at great distances in the sky, for example. But yeah, it's just that you can't see forever. I mean, the idea that you can see forever on its face is just ridiculous, right? So like, yeah, just that you can't see forever, bro.
Yeah, because I was wondering if that was mostly based on atmospheric fading or what exactly you were referring to. So you're talking about like converging lines at a vanishing point, correct?
Well, that's an example of that to an extent, but yeah, every time we've ever looked at something in the distance, we can only see so far, right? So anyway, we have evidence that we basically see in like a hemisphere. We have corpuscular and anti-corpuscular rays, like sun halos, like rainbows, for example, right? You get above them, they can look like a circle, but you look down, they look like a dome. We have like a curved visual limit. And everything converges in on itself, curving into that distance.
Question. If I was to give any... Okay, so I'm going to say this. I think that you guys are going to call bullshit on everything, and I'll just exit. That's all right. I just visited the Air and Space Museum in Washington, D.C., and took pictures. If I was to share anything of that, would you guys be like, "Oh, that's cool," or would you just be like, "Fuck off"?
Okay,
I
so
presume
listen,
fuck off,
critically.
but
So listen, bro. Listen. We appreciate the open dialogue. It got to be like related to what we're talking about.
all right.
So if you
well,
have
I
something that's
presume
deep,
flat Earth. I've got shit preserved to that.
so look, bro.
So I
I'm
think
gonna give you one more chance, bro. Okay, I'm gonna give you one more chance so you can
Really,
chill
but
up here as a globe earther. But when we're talking about visuals and seeing whatever we were just talking about, and you're diverting to like
Curved visual
space, yeah, curved visual space, and you're diverting to like museums and stuff, like that's not relevant. Did you remove him or did he drop? It doesn't really matter. Anyway, go ahead, Wizard. Continue. I'll go to circle some mics. We got some
I
more
also
questions.
posted the curved visual space diagram that Alan posted in the jumbo.
Nice. Yeah. Like I will say, like, I don't claim to fully know all the details about visual space, bro, because when I did a deep dive, admittedly, no one does. Right? Like no one does. But it's actually very complex. It changes with distance and height and angle and conditions. It changes with aperture. It changes with the actual, variance in the optics itself. Like it changes like based on that relationship between the distance and the height, meaning that it can go from hyperbolic to parabolic. Like visual space is crazy And there's a bunch of tests that have been done, even recently, where universities are coming to the conclusion like, whoa, we clearly are wrong about what people understand perspective and visual space to be, right? It's much more complex. But what the evidence shows consistently is that the visual space itself is curved and that it has different rates of curvature, right, in different conditions. And one of the main things that made this happen was basically the advancement of robotic technology. And to really get the robots to be able to accurately map out their surrounding visual space, they had to change the actual learning software for the robots, because like Euclidean geometry and perspective was not working. The robot would not be able to grab things properly, would not be able to measure distances or map things out properly. They had to update the learning programs to a curved visual space. So it's like once again, technology outpaced the lie, kind of like, you know, the P900, for example. So, and then the other tests that are very fascinating is just one of them is they put basically like a sphere on a tripod, and they had observers at different distances and different angles, and they have to take the pointer and point it at the where they perceive the sphere to be, right in the middle. And what they found was that with all these different observers at all these different angles and distances, they all were perceiving that relationship between their pointer and the sphere through curved visual space that would all converge and compress. So like, and they were like, okay, well, we'll try all these different people out to make sure it's not just that one individual, and everyone was seeing it. There's also like a long alley test that was done to show the same thing. So yeah, there's a brief dive into it, but simply, you know, like perspective and visual space is actually a very complex, nuance subject. It's this idea that we see in perfectly straight lines forever in Euclidean geometry is provably not true, and we have ample evidence that shows we actually see in basically like a hemisphere. So we have curved visual space and we have a limit. So yeah.
So hemisphere, as in when I look up in the sky, I see that as half of my sphere of vision. I'm not sure what.
Yeah, if you can click on the jumbotron up at the top there, you'll see a post by Proud Flurf. If you click on that, it'll show you a diagram of what he's talking about when he says like a hemisphere. You can kind of see that optical convergence point, how it makes a sphere at the longest point at the horizon, right? Or furthest point to the horizon, so like the center. You can kind of see that convergence to the point, right? And then I posted some other links to go along with what Witsit was with what he was talking about. So with curved visual space and optics and all that. So yeah, everyone was saying like, oh yeah, we see in Euclidean geometry and perspective and all that, right? And then in 1942, Lundberg came along and merged Maxwell's equations with optics for the near field and far field, describing two different types of curvature to them. So basically, merging Maxwell's equations with near and far field means that he was able to describe the radial change, like the curvature change type, basically for the near and far field as if they were like a toroidal field, like a donut. So that's what that means when it says that he merged the equations and all that. So there's two distinct fields that we see in that have two different types of optical compression, which is described as that hyperbolic curvature or ecliptic curvature. And there's another type too for even longer distances that's referenced in some of the papers and the pictures. So yeah, if you scroll through the Jumbotron, you'll see some pictures and papers and diagrams to kind of go through everything. And then the last thing I posted was a video recently that was by a channel called Stuff Made Here, 4.4 million viewers. He's not a globe earther. I mean, he's a globe earther. He's not a flat earther. He's not involved in any of this. He was working on a project with robotics and cameras, and he was trying to come up with an algorithm where the cameras would basically shoot pool for him and figure out everything, you know, based on where it's located with cameras. And yeah, so even at a distance of 5 feet, he had to correct for the fact that things aren't where they should, like where they optically look relative to different observers and shit. It was like the craziest thing ever because you wouldn't expect it. So it's a really interesting video if you want to check that out. It's a 20-minute video.
Actually,
he goes
I
through
actually
the
did watch
process.
that video.
Oh, did you?
Is that
Yeah.
the one where he had the camera above the pool table looking down?
Yeah,
He was having problems with that.
He had one above, and then he had some on the sides too. He had multiple cameras.
So he was trying to triangulate stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll watch that again.
Yeah.
So, okay, the hemisphere is referring to like out at the limit of your peripheral vision
Mm-hmm.
in all directions, up, down, left, and right.
Yeah, if you open up Stellarium and click on show azimuthal grid, I think it's called, and like that exact perspective is kind of exactly what it looks like when you look up. So it's like the same exact concept. It's just like they obviously just you just don't see the lines in real life, but that's kind of the idea there of how it works.
Yeah, I try to share something up there too. I don't know if it's shared. Probably, you see my post I try sharing? Azimuthal grid division?
Yep, it's up there.
Okay. Let me back out because I don't know why I can't see. They're already messing with us. It's crazy. It was litty too. This was like at 150. Hold on, I'll be right back, y'all. Oh wait, let me what's it back up real quick. All right, be right back. Y'all got it.
Holding it down.
Yo, I got kicked.
Yeah,
So
one
I'm not
sec.
sure how the hemisphere thing, because I'm trying to appreciate the way y'all put this together, the way you think about it all. Admittedly, I'm not used to thinking about vision in quite the same terms, or so I understand the hemisphere thing, and I want to go back to the limit of vision, and I also understand vanishing points and how things get far enough away to where they reach the limit of your visual resolution, so to speak. But I also know that when things get far away, if you double their distance away, but then you also double their size, and you triple their distance and triple their size, wouldn't you always see it as long as there was enough contrast between that object and its background? So help me understand how there's a sort of theoretical, okay, here is the mechanism by which we cannot see beyond this many miles away. Is there any way to quantify or really nail down what you're talking about when you say limited vision?
You asked how to quantify it, bro? That's your question?
I mean, you have
Well, what I'm saying
can-
is, so take the example that I gave, where we all know that at least on a local scale, I can double an object a distance away from me, but as long as it's twice as big now, so if I'm looking at a house far away, but then much farther than that, I'm looking at a skyscraper which is wider than a house, and then I keep seeing object. Maybe I see a mountain beyond that, and so in theory, you can always see something as long as it has enough contrast between itself and the surroundings or its background. So in theory, in my mind, I can just imagine how there wouldn't necessarily be a limit to how far out I can see.
What?
So correct my thinking, if you will.
Hold
How
on.
is
Are
that
you
wrong?
saying that when an object is farther away from you, it gets bigger?
No, he's saying that you can see the object from further away, the bigger it is.
But earlier it sounded like he said that. So I just wanted him to clarify.
Can I try and maybe? I think maybe I can try and make it like bring it together for you. Like basically, you have a resolution problem, right? Like think of it like a monitor. You can only fit so many pixels on that monitor. So if you understand perspective, you understand that as things get further away, they get smaller, right? You could get that.
Right.
So then at what point does it get so small that you can't see it anymore?
Are you asking me for the theoretical
Well, it would be the
angular
point at
size?
which your optics converge into themselves, right? It'd be the point at which horizontally and vertically the horizon is where we see the sky and the ground converge into each other, but that would apply in all directions out from your central point. And that's why the dome is a good analogy, because you can only see it's just like, you have a center point of vision, and then you go outwards. Your level of precision drops off as it goes outwards from there, and then you have like I said, you have the resolution problem. Once you get to a certain point, everything going vertical and horizontal, every direction, it would be converging in on itself.
So
Like
why would you
when
think you could see forever if it gets smaller and it basically goes into a vanishing point?
I mean, the claim that you can see forever is just asinine. I'm just gonna say, like, this is the problem with what how they taught people, is like they'll give people an equation, and then they'll say things like, in theory, and they'll think that the math can just be extended infinitely. This just isn't reality, bro. Right? Like, even if you look at Rayleigh's criteria, like you can look at the test that they did at Harvard, for example, or BYU, where they changed the aperture, looking at two lasers down the hallway, and they begin to merge into each other, right? So it's a relationship between the aperture and the actual optical information itself that causes it to begin to merge. So that effect is unavoidable. And for one, when you say like in actual reality, like on the local scale, no, in actual reality, you could have the world's biggest mountain. You're not going to see it because you're looking through Atmos, right? Like you're not even gonna be able to see it anyway because of the Atmos. But you have what's called a reception angle. You have a propagation angle. And when you look at these are obviously using the notion of light that it travels, but for intents and purposes, you can use it that way. So people seem to think of the mountain as like a single piece of light and we have an angle to it. But no, it's like a billion points of light, right? And each one has its own propagation angle, its own reception angle. Whenever those angles fall below the resolution angle, you can no longer receive that information, right? So like all evidence shows us that based on the aperture and based on the reception and propagation angles, eventually you can no longer see them. And this is where people do this semantical trick where it's like, oh, well, you can still see it, you just can't make it out. Like, no, you just can't see it. And what happens is the resolvability of all that information in the distance is merging into each other. Just like if you look at the Rayleigh criteria test at Harvard, where you can literally see the two circular points of lights that are laser start to merge into each other and become one circle. Everything's doing that in the distance from all directions. What that does is it gives you like a dome. And that's just because you're standing on the ground. In theory, if you went high enough, then actually it would start to become more and more of a sphere. And this is actually what I found interesting as a way to test it, is to find a way to actually test if it continues to bend convexly back in on itself, meaning you can't see as far away if you get higher out at a certain point if you look far enough down. But all that aside, do you understand the point that it's like everything's merging together, just like Rayleigh's criteria, and it's merging together from all angles, just like you pointed out. You see the ground and the sky merge together. Well, we see railroads merge together from the side. So if it's merging in from the sides and it's merging in top to bottom, right? That also would imply it's doing it diagonally because all that information is merging into each other. So the idea that actually you can just draw a straight line forever and see forever is insane. There's no basis in reality for that. All evidence shows us that's not how it works. Right, that's kind of the point. And then they've actually done precise tests, even on a small local scale, with robotics, with alley tests, with the concentric or eccentric pointing tests, that show that visual space is actually curved, and it's not like this consistent, simple equation. There are many equations that have been proposed, but you have to apply different equations in different scenarios because visual space is actually very complex. So that's like a simple summary.
And then just as an example, most of you guys have seen my videos. The border area there that I film all the time, I can't see that at all at the moment. It's completely blocked out by haze. And then the land that's in front of that, which is only 15 miles away, that's really hazy as well. So at only 30 miles away, the entire hills are just totally gone now. I can't see them at all at the moment.
And this is where we have to jump all the way over into theoretics, where it's like, oh, well, if we were to pretend that we're looking infinitely through a vacuum, we would see forever. And that's when people start telling us we see forever in perfectly straight lines, and we can see back in time when we look at the sky. What? That's wildly ridiculous, right? I mean, cool story, bro, but everything we see is that the resolvable information merges into each other from all directions, and that's going to give you a hemisphere of vision. So
There's an interesting point on that too. There's a criteria that's totally arbitrary, and it was a footnote in one of Einstein's writings. Can't tell you where it is. It's in a video by Veritasium, but basically, you can assume that light is traveling infinitely fast in one direction, half as fast in the opposite direction, and everything would seem to work out the same way. And similarly, you can assume that light travels infinitely fast towards the observer and half as fast away from the observer, and all the timings would work out the same as well, which would mean that everything we would see out in space, if you were to believe in space, as many of you do not, that's fine, then everything you'd be seeing, no matter how far away, would be happening right now if you adopted that arbitrary criteria instead.
what is half of infinite?
No, half the speed of light. Okay, I wasn't very clear. At half the speed of c, 1/2 c, 186,000 miles a second.
Okay,
So whatever half that is.
Well, no one's ever measured the one-way speed of light.
Exactly, and that was a just interesting Veritasium video. Again, he's not in your camp, but
no, I've seen the video. He just
Oh, you
shows the
have?
conceptual problems with C, even according to relativity, and how Einstein specifically said it's an unsolvable problem that can never be tested because of the limit of clocks.
Yeah,
and
That
synchronization.
was fascinating.
What's also fascinating is we've proven that C is not correct. It's literally been debunked.
So that's what I wanted to ask you with this. So when you say like no one's measured the one-way speed of light, I've been talking to Alan about this recently. Maybe he could chime in on this. Would you say instead that when you do attempt to measure the one-way speed of light, it's not consistent as a constant? Like there's a derivation or something like that? Would you say it like that instead, or would you still stick to like no one's measured the one-way speed of light?
Well, just even conceptually in their paradigm, like you can't measure the one-way speed of light, but in what we perceive, what we use to be the speed of light, it varies. So it should be constant according to them, C. And they basically just assume that the light travels the same speed there and back. And really they can't measure just one of the ways, so they just assume that, right? And they say, well, there's no logical reason that it would change one direction or whatever. But outside of that, like we see that light does change with direction, right? The propagation rate, which is actually a rate of induction into the ether. The propagation rate of light is faster relative to direction. So therefore, like this whole idea of like C is just impossible. It's been refuted. It also just doesn't work on its face. If I shoot a laser through a pane of glass, right? If it's traveling from point A to point B with a certain speed, then it looks like it slows down 30% through the glass, and then it speeds back up once it leaves the glass. But it can't do that, obviously, right? Because that would violate the law of conservation of energy and momentum. Because if there was no energy introduced to it, once it left the glass, it couldn't speed back up, right? So what they say is, it's going at a constant speed, and in the glass, it just travels a greater distance, and it just takes all these like a million different little detour routes, and then comes
I was
back out
just
the
about
other
to put
side.
on my Glober glasses, man, just like you be having, and say, well, what about the different angles and all the different bouncing off of the walls? And yeah.
Yeah. But the problem with that though is like you can see that the laser actually just goes through the glass. It doesn't go a billion different little detours.
Bro,
Right?
that's
So
what I said. I'm like, bro, it still goes in one direction. Why y'all acting like it going in all these different directions, bro? And this is before I even had these conversations. I was just thinking like, bro, but is it changing direction?
You can literally debunk the claim of the speed of light and that light physically travels by shooting a laser through a piece of glass. Literally.
Can't you see the direction change through a prism though? Like literally just see it change angle?
I never said that the perceived direction of light cannot change. What I said is if you shoot a laser through a pane of glass, if it was traveling from point A to point B, it would have to slow down 30%, measurably so. So they claim, it actually just went a greater distance, so it made it look like it was going slower. It's an illusion, but you can look at the laser, it goes straight through the glass.
Yo,
And,
even
and
worse.
again, for clarity, this is just operating within the paradigm that light actually travels. So we're
Yeah, but this proves it doesn't. That's
Yo.
what I'm saying. This literally proves that it doesn't travel. And what it proves is that light is the excitation of a medium and the glass is just an additional medium. So like the way that you perceive the light changes, because now before you can receive that information that is visible light, the excitation that is light, really light is invisible and illumination is what is visible. Before you can even receive that information, it now has to go through a whole nother medium. That's why it takes longer. It's actually like very simple. Right?
Yo, and then in 1851, Fresnel showed it with water, and it goes it goes 44% proportional velocity to the water going both ways. The fringe is going both sides of the fringe showed that proportional velocity of the water. So it's just like, yeah, it's pretty unequivocal.
Yeah, I was just about to bring that up, man. That's why they don't talk about your boy Arago. Because exactly what you just said, he measured his laboratory confirmation of C was that he measured the variant, the different speed against it going through the medium. Crazy.
This is the type of stuff ballers will never address, by the way. Like this is
because it's like, dude.
yeah.
Sorry. Yeah, you're absolutely right, man. But it's like, oh, who was the guy that first measured C in a laboratory? Like no one knows. It's always Romer. Go back to Romer, guys. Look, the guy that looked into the sky and saw the thing happening, he measured the speed of light, or whatever. But like the first guy to actually experiment or do it, quote unquote, in the lab, it's his name was Arago in 1851. It's like one of the hardest papers to find. You won't find it because what he shows and what he measured and what he did and what he proved was that the speed of light changes when it goes into a medium. It's not taking a longer route and all this stuff. It literally changes the speed. Like, so it's, yeah, to even present it to us in this with and ignore that historical narrative, like, just use Romer as your example, guys.
There's an experiment that I'd like to reproduce sometime, and that is the gear on the hill with a candle and a mirror on another hill. Have you heard of that one?
Is that the one where they? No. Sounds.
Okay, so
it sounds
you're
familiar.
looking. I'd like to capture this on camera to see if I can reproduce it, just to see if I can call bullcrap on it. And that is, so there's like a weird shadow effect where eventually you can get the light bouncing back from the mirror on the other hill to kind of center itself up with the blurred, I guess, silhouette of deer teeth passing by, because you're pointing the camera between what would be deer teeth going by. And the idea is that the light from your candle, or in this case, it would be a flashlight, it's sort of in the 21st century, it would emit through one set of deer teeth and bounce off that mirror and come back through the next pair of deer teeth. And the fact that the shadows are not always lined up with that light, depending on the RPM of that gear, kind of demonstrates that there is some sort of timing going on here. There's some sort of, it does seem that if it's true, then that would seem to suggest that there is a speed to light for it to have to then line up with the speed of, however fast one gear tube passes you at a time.
Yeah, dude,
Does that make
Toby.
sense?
Yeah, absolutely. Toby, tell him about Arago or what's his name? The Russian guy.
Fizeau in 1850, another experiment in or measurement in 1850, 1851. That's Fizeau. That was how he calculated the, I would say the induction rate of light was through he used a wheel. Basically, he shined the light through a wheel with teeth like that, and then he had a mirror on the other side, and then as it came back through the mirror or back through the teeth of the wheel, he was able to somehow measure that the proportionality of the light coming back through the mirror, because or coming back from the mirror, because you'd have to have a certain rate at which the light would pulse as it comes back over the teeth, essentially.
Right. Yes, it would be those pulses of light, and whether or not they are in sync with the next gap going by.
That was the same thing we were talking about that earlier. In 1984, a dude did that to try and measure the velocity of the Earth, and then the next year he got thrown out of a window of he quote unquote jumped out of the window of the university library that he worked at.
For a split second there, it almost sounded like you were going to say he got thrown out of the window of the universe. That'd be spectacular. Anyway,
Spoiler alert! Spoiler alert! If C is wrong, the entire heliocentric model is immediately falsified.
I was literally waiting for y'all to finish our build so you could slow it down for some of the audience members because they may not understand the implications of a variant C.
Well, so yeah, talking about the history of these guys that were trying to measure that velocity of light, right? So as soon as they figured that out, as soon as they quantified that, especially as once they quantified that with proportional velocity of water like that, now they know, wow, you can make light, the induction rate of light go faster or slower depending on proportional velocities, or that induction rate will be, that induction rate is relative to the velocity of whatever you're on. So it didn't take long for them to start figuring out how they could theoretically measure the, quote unquote motion of the Earth. And that's why, that's the whole backdrop, right? We get to Michelson Morley. It's funny, you can't find anything about their proposals. That stuff's not out there. But there was a reason that they had that proposal in the first place. The Michelson Morley experiment was based on logic. It was based on a premise of exactly what these guys had been measuring since the 1800s, that proportional velocity of the induction rate of light can measure an absolute velocity. And to the point that even nowadays, there's a dude in 2004, he showed it unequivocally with experiments in the lab, and then got a bunch of money to do more experiments from the military or from the Navy. And then a few years, or in 2009, he had an absolute velocity speedometer patented. But in any case, I digress. The point is, Michelson Morley was supposed to unequivocally measure the absolute velocity of the Earth through the quote-unquote cosmos, that motion. It was the one way, because we have all this stuff about, the atmosphere sticks to the Earth, and somehow gravity keeps all this relative motion going. But we knew with the induction rate of light that that's the one way that we would be able to actually go against some kind of reference frame, some kind of background frame, some kind of background medium. Back then they always called it ether, because you can't just induce charge. You can't just have charge going across nothing. It doesn't make any sense. That's illogical. You have to have a background medium, to the point where they ad hoc it in like 30 different ways in modern physics. But I digress again. When they went to go measure that, they knew what they were doing. They set this experiment up. They've got it going, or they've got two light beams, they're going orthogonal from each other. And that difference there, they knew that difference there between those two orthogonal light beams, when they split at the mirror and then came back and recombined and went to the detector, that fringe shift that they can measure was going to show them their absolute velocity. But they had their mind made up. It was supposed to be 30 kilometers per second. And the device was sensitive enough to measure down to 2 kilometers per second. And it showed, what was it at that time? That on that measurement, what did it show? 7 kilometers a second? Is that what that one showed? Does anyone know offhand?
Yeah, 6.5 to 8.
6.5 to 8 kilometers per second. And they're like, instrumental error. Don't look here, anybody. And then, like 15 years later, Einstein comes along and just throws a wrench into everyone's brains, tells everyone to stop thinking for the mainstream somehow convinces everyone to stop thinking for themselves. And they tell everybody that the device that they used to measure that absolute velocity of the induction rate of light, that device somehow contracted in direct proportional relationship to the sun. And then when you look at the math behind it, it's utter incoherent nonsense. There's no reason to think that a device would just proportionally contract in relation to the sun. It's as Whitsitt said earlier, this was a post-diction, and I think that's a very important distinction that a lot of people don't realize about all this special relativity stuff. This is the birthplace of special relativity, and this is a religion that our scientific community has adopted, and it has infected it, and it has its fingers in its nails that go. It's a deception that everything wraps around, and it just gets worse and worse and worse, and just keeps wrapping around it and wrapping around, and it's messed up everything in physics. And I digress again. The point here being that they couldn't accept what the measurement showed. So they made up some crazy nonsense about contraction in relation to the sun. Well, then the reason that we keep pounding about this is that when you can show that absolute relative velocity, that absolute relative induction rate, there's a lot of questions that they have to answer that they can't answer. And it's, you can't feel an emotion. You can't
See, vaccinated, this is why you got removed on stage last time. Now, see, all you do is tweet at us. I brought you up here so you can refute the science. Refute the science. Refute the science. You want to play games? Refute the science. Exactly. You have nothing to contribute.
Fucking chill, bro.
Exactly. Exactly.
Anyway, continue.
No, that's pretty much it. I think I covered it. You know, if anyone else has anything else to say about why that's relevant, but this, like, there's a religion that's infected all of science, and I get a little bit passionate about this because I had internalized this stuff, and I internalized this whole thing about, like, you know, going faster through time because I'm going almost as fast as the speed of light, and you know, time and space are warping, and time and space aren't absolute, you know, and I was told from when I was a kid that everything is infinitely disconnected from everything else, and I'm a little bit passionate about it, but yeah.
No, that was a great summary of the events that transpired, man. You killed it.
Okay, one more time. Can we repeat the name of this actually posted up in the bubble of the repeat as far as this guy committing suicide and jumping out of his university window? I need that.
Oh, Stefan Marinov and
Marinov. All right.
I'll
Gotta put that in there. I want to put it in the bubble. I just post another thing about optics and whatnot for y'all.
Oh, thank you. To see it.
Yeah, I'll drop some screenshots here.
Thank you, Limitless.
So I'm probably going to have to hit the sack here pretty soon here to conserve my energy for tomorrow's drive.
That's cool,
I'm gonna-
Jonathan, but I want you to give your best globe Earth evidence because you be up here, you be chilling. I see you typing a little bit, but I want you got a lot of guys up here that could probably answer some questions. So if you have anything, say it now. I don't want to see you typing on the timeline, popping up in other spaces without addressing any of your top globe proofs or evidence or whatever it is. So you got the floor. This is your chance.
Okay, thank you. What I was going to say was, and here I'm going to get right at probably one of my top proofs. And this proof is something I'm going to check on myself on Sunday morning. So I'm going to be out of town, like I said. I'm going to be close to this place I've been eyeballing for a long time, Mount Mitchell. Some people heard me go on and on about that. Now's my chance. I'm going to peel away from the family one morning, Sunday morning, go up there and watch the sunrise. And I made, get this, I made total nerd stuff here. My own little plexiglass level finder. So I'm going to put some water in there. There's going to be a water level above and water level below. I'm going to show that next to the horizon. I'm going to take a picture of it. And I'm going to share it with you all next Friday. So here's the thing. If the horizon is distinguishable, meaning it's crisp, it's not fading off due to the atmosphere. If I can see a clear, crisp line between the sky and the earth, and that line is predictably about a degree below where my level finder shows true horizontal to be, that will very strongly, to me personally, confirm, okay, the horizon on a sphere, if we're on a sphere, will go down predictably when you rise in altitude. So if it does that, and I've also factored in atmospheric refraction, basic atmospheric refraction, it should be more like 1.5 degrees. But with that refraction, it should be about 1 degree. If I show the picture and I take my converging lines from the top water level and the bottom water level, sorry, I wish I could give you guys a visual of this, but if those two level lines converge 1 degree above the horizon, then that will be at least one very strong data point in favor of the globe. And I'll share it with you. I know that it will be probably argued, whatever, feel free, but it's interesting. And that's one of my top globe proofs that I'm going to personally go and verify myself.
You cannot be serious, bro.
I'm serious. Where do you live? Come
Okay,
join
okay.
me.
When you say that it's one of the top globe proofs that you're going to go verify, where have you seen this done?
I've actually seen one video recently, some guy that had a couple of tubes that were connected with liquid. So he showed that the line connecting the two levels in the two tubes, which would be horizontal. And this is it's a nice thing to kind of discuss with you guys because I know that you value the phrase that water always finds its level. So it's a good connection point. It's something we both agree on. Now, those two water levels in his personal level finder, which is different than mine, showed that as he went up to a higher vantage point, that the horizon kept going lower, noticeably so. And
What the fuck?
the horizon itself wasn't. So one explanation I can think of, if I was a flat earther, is okay. No, you won't see the horizon go off. It won't extend all the way up to eye level because there's as you say, limited vision. In this case, it would be due to the atmosphere obstructing and becoming opaque after so many miles. So everything on the ground that you see just kind of gets fainter and fainter until it fades off into what appears to be the sky. And that would occur lower than eye level, admittedly. But in my view, if you can still see a crisp horizon, whether you consider that to be an apparent horizon or a physical, I don't care. If you see a crisp line, that means that it's not due to the atmosphere and it is well below eye level, then that is very strong evidence that the Earth is curved. You're seeing
Yeah,
the
so dude,
effect
that
of
was a long way of you not answering the question, bro. I was asking you where you've seen it done. I was hoping that you were gonna say the place I think you've seen, but long story short here, you basically said like, oh, if it drops below eye level, then that's strong evidence for a globe. Oh wait, never mind. I can think of from the other position that it wouldn't go all the way to eye level, which is obviously the case because you're going higher above the ground, which then turned into the evidence is actually not even about it being below, as you're gonna lift it up with refraction, and you've already admitted that, which is hilarious. You're gonna have to bring it up closer to a flat Earth. When as you go higher, the horizon should only go down and away from you on a globe, but we see in reality it actually rises with you, which means you need to invoke perspective to rise the horizon, to lift it. Then you need to invoke refraction to actually lift it more. And then you're going to claim that it's a globe Earth prediction after you use perspective and refraction to lift it up closer to the flat Earth prediction. And yeah, you're correct. The flat Earth says that it rises towards eye level, not all the way to eye level. But this is the funny part. I want to know specifically where you claim that you've seen this, because I happen to know for a fact that the horizon is never a perfectly crisp line, and that is objective. So there is always a gradient where the horizon is. There's always a gradient where it's actually fuzzy and merges into each other. So please enlighten us where we can see this first time in history observation where the horizon is a perfectly crisp line without a gradient.
I did mention a video. I would love to share it with you. And like I said, I'll be back next Friday. I'll go find it. No worries.
Thank you.
It
Well, can
wasn't
you
done
answer this
exactly the
though? Can
same
you
way.
answer this though? Your point is that if it's a crisp line, right? Blah blah blah. So then you're saying that if it's not a crisp line, then it would go against the globe, right?
Why can I not make this thing? Okay, there it goes. What I'm saying is if it fades away, I didn't say anything about if it would prove the flat Earth. At that point, it would be inconclusive
Yeah, that's
because
convenient, right? That's convenient, right? So when we see that it's not a crisp line, oh, it doesn't matter because we never see a completely distinct crisp line. Never, ever, ever. I've made hundreds of observations at different heights, different altitudes, different distances. I know for a 100% fact, the horizon is never a completely crisp, distinct line. There's always a gradient every single time. Now, if you look over like an ocean, right, depending on the color of the sky, you're going to be able to see a line because you have darker water than the sky. But when you actually zoom in on that area, you will see that there's a gradient that merges into the sky, which is exactly what you would see on a plane Earth. That's what you see always. When you actually increase altitude, that effect becomes greater and greater. The gradient does. So when you go and look at it and you see that there is in fact a gradient, you're going to just dismiss it as inconclusive, which is funny. That's why I keep asking you, where name the video, whatever. I'll go look at it right now, and I know for a fact it's gonna show a gradient. That's just the world that we actually live in. I've made hundreds of observations. I know this for a fact.
And not only that, I did go ahead and link a tweet, compliments of Witsit, by the way, discussing aperture. I think this is what you were talking about earlier. And as you see the sun, quote unquote, setting, you can see the sky between the sun and the horizon. So it's the fourth tweet from the left, if you guys want to look at that. I also included a couple images of Fata Morgana. Don't know if I'm saying that right. And even when there seemingly looks like some type of a crisp horizon, although it's not zoomed in, you got floating boats. So, I mean, is the horizon apparent or is it actually physical? These are questions that your globe earth has got to acknowledge or address or have answers for. So fourth tweet from the left and the first tweet on the left, you guys want to tap into that.
Dude, I've asked dozens of ballers to show me an image or a picture of the horizon not being a gradient where it merges together, and literally not one of them have ever been able to provide it. It's so funny. You can zoom in on every picture and show it's a gradient. So welcome to Flat Earth, brother.
Glad to have you.
And correct me if I'm wrong, but my thoughts are that if you're, say, 100 feet above sea level and you set up a level to look at the horizon, technically the horizon is actually 100 feet below you. So even though it appears to raise to eye level, it's still always going to be 100 feet below you. Would that then give the the vision of look through the level that the horizon won't be at your eye level?
Yeah, because you're rising higher above the ground, of course. Which is funny. I mean, that's one thing that flat earthers misspoke on for years, that they say that the horizon rises to eye level. Well, it rises towards eye level optically. But yeah, man. I think this is one of the most underutilized points is on a globe, the horizon should drop down and away from you in all directions. As you get higher, it should only go down and away from you if it's a globe. But we see that it rises, which means the globe has to invoke perspective. They have to claim that the horizon changes position based on perspective. Welcome to Flat Earth. Then they have to also claim that it would be a distinct hard cutoff. Well, in that on a flat earth, it would be a gradient, and it's always a gradient. So, welcome to Flat Earth. This is where you start denying reality, though. Right? They'll just pretend that they don't hear this or see it or something. I don't know.
Damn, bro, he was about to go measure that and live his life as a glober, and now it's gonna taking all the wind out of the sail, bro.
Wait, did he leave?
I think he left. Yo, Sacred, I was gonna say I found that video he was talking about. I sent you in a DM. I don't know how to add videos up to or tweets up to the chat up there. So if you want to post it up there, we can all check it out. I'd love to hear Witsit's response.
What's your guys' favorite globe proof that you haven't witnessed yet?
Mine is that guy's measurement that he never took yet.
Bro, I just want to take off in a helicopter, hover for like 25, 30 minutes, and then land in the same fucking spot.
I've done that.
I just want to zoom in on
really fly it. I only got to auto hover and touch the stick though.
I'm stuck on the upside down buildings.
If anyone wanted to see the Marinov thing, I did post that to the Jumbotron, by the way. 4 to the right.
All right, I got the video playing in the
Yeah, I find
background.
that whole idea of, that all of us are technically on top of the globe just to be completely asinine.
Yeah,
Obviously,
man.
someone
Yeah.
has to be at the side or at the bottom or somewhere. Like, you can't just have a ball and say everyone's at the top.
Thank you, Toby.
Bro, a 10-year-old can debunk the globe with a drone, bro. As you go up, the horizon comes with you. GG.
How about a pair of binoculars?
Yeah.
I mean, really.
But I don't know, man, because I got educated real quick while you guys were having that conversation and got into the speed of light and refraction and different mediums that allegedly slow it down is why aren't we accounting for the ether?
Because with the ether, the earth stops moving. That's why.
Exactly, brother. Exactly. But they don't want to look at that shit. It's all funny kabuki theater, dude. It's convenient. They'll do mental gymnastics until they're tired of playing Twister, and then they'll hit that fucking leave button in the top right and go cry on their pillow.
Yeah, people wonder why do people become flat earthers and not go back to the globe? Because they thoroughly and diligently researched individual subjects of science, such as light and the ether. They get all the way down to the evidence and the truth, and all the pieces stack up in the same spot, and it's stationary, geocentric, topographical plane with an ether. All the evidence stacks up. Like you can't unsee it, right? Someone can't come and say, "Hey, look, man, I used trigonometry and looked at a star," and then all of a sudden, 1,000 pieces of evidence go away. That's why once you go flat, you don't go back. Is like a real thing.
No, that's no joke, man. Once you wake up, you can't go back to sleep. And I mean, on some real shit, I work in the construction industry. Some of these guys in here know that about me, right? So I build large structures, and I talk with a lot of engineers, and we don't account for curvature. And that wasn't even what started to get me to question it. It was people like fucking Neil deGrasse Tyson and Bill Nye the Science Guy being like patently false, cut out puppets propped up to make us think a thing. And it got on my radar, and I was like, nah, something about this dude ain't right. He's either fucking kids or he's lying to me. And realistically, he's probably doing both. But at the end of the day, like some people look at the science, but for a layperson like me, man, who was just asleep trying to live my life, dude, when I woke up, I just started looking at dudes like that were trying to convince my kids of shit. Like, fuck them people.
Yeah, man. Yeah, then the zealots come around and they like make up entirely new arguments and go against the mainstream puppets that were propped up to the masses, right? They don't even defend Neil deGrasse Tyson's talking points. They have a whole different version and throw them under the bus. I think the best way to summarize why you don't go back from flat Earth is how do you unrealize something?
Hey, what I'm still trying to figure out, man, is when we went from like a completely smooth fucking sphere, and that is the model with which we base GPS satellites on, and that's how orbital mechanics work. When they upgraded it to an oblate spheroid, so it's a fucking pear, how does that work? They still haven't explained that shit.
Oh, that's just a coordinate system transformation, my dude. No explanation required. They just transform it, bro.
It's just more moving the goalpost, man. All they do is they grab the goalpost and they pick it up in the middle of the night when the lights from the field aren't on, and they drag it down another 50 yards, plant that shit, and wait for the lights to turn back on. Oh, nobody's gonna notice.
Yeah, someone needs to make a heliocentric Transformers parody. Just to like go through all the problems and then the transformer comes and fixes the problem.
Oh, bro, have you not seen the relativity calculator? I mean,
Oh, you gotta see that.
Oh, that got
Oh
them
my
pissed
god,
off.
I found that earlier when I was looking up this shit, dude. I found it earlier. It's kind of cold.
There you go. What's it? I got you, bro. I got you exactly what you're looking for, dude. You said you got a math problem that you can't solve. You need some relative motion situation settled, bro. Is the friendship pattern not giving you the velocity proportional that you need? Check it out, bro. Hit up your boy relativist mode on the calculator, and it'll change c minus v to equal c, no matter what you put in. And if worst case scenario, bro, there's a null button. So should it reveal that c isn't c, you can null out, bro, and be like instrumental error, temperature differential. You can claim whatever you want, bro. You can tap out immediately on the spot.
Hey, it's the digital equivalent of grabbing the fucking eraser and just fucking wiping something off the chalkboard.
You just hit whatever buttons you want, and then you Lorentz transform, and you're good. But if it, like I said, if it messes up and starts trying to tell you that c minus v doesn't equal c, you just null out.
Yo, science, bro.
Fucking science, bro.
That's hilarious.
My roommate was asking me today. I still got this book from like, I don't know, a month ago when you guys were on here. We're talking about parallax, and I busted out one of my training books for being an iron worker. She was asking me like, why you got that drug out? And so the last 3 weeks she's been listening to y'all, and I was like, that's why.
That's what's up. Yeah, that parallax conversation was hilarious, man. The dude had the angles wrong or whatever. He was like, "No, you can use a really tiny baseline. It's the length that matters." Like, dude, what are you talking about, bro? The craziest thing ever.
Yeah, the dude was literally trying to tell me how I shoot elevations was incorrect because it didn't work for his globe model. I'm like, bro, I build structures literally based on this very primitive fucking technology. It's an optical piece, like, chill out.
Bro, if you
My
got,
bad.
dude,
I'm still here.
dude,
Go
people
ahead, go
just
ahead.
getting mopped up when they come in here, man. It's getting rough. Yo, flat Earth gets like let out of the cage. It's a wrap.
That's why they keep shutting us down, bruh. This is exactly why. I think when like there's too many people like, spamming the thumbs up when flat earthers start talking, or the 100 emoji or something like that, it like triggers some algorithm like, whoa, it's too much shit going on over here. Like it's gonna change everything. I'm trying to get another physicist in here. Give me a couple minutes, guys, while I work a little sacred magic. Tweet out the
You guys
space.
heard Rampage Jackson came out of the flat Earth?
Yeah, I saw that, man. That shit was crazy, man. It was crazy, and now they're hating on him. He's like, bro, it's flat.
Yeah, that was awesome, man. I've always liked Rampage, and now I got another reason to like him more.
Tucker Carlson too.
Hey, Tucker wasn't playing either, and they're trying to shit on him, man. He's up here on X, and he was like, look, I'm open to all theories. But when he was like, I'm open to the flat earth theory, and they literally tried to pin him down on it, and he said, I'm open to it. It was like, yeah, slam dunk, dude, door shut. He's thinking about it. It is what it is. What are you going to do, man? What are y'all going to do? Come with something. Everybody's waking up.
2024 about to pop off, like 100%.
Dude, we had a good year this year.
It's still like the
lot of good
calm
stuff
before the
came to light.
storm. Like savor the moment, because a bunch of people that we didn't really invite about to come around. You know what I'm saying, like,
Yo, I think it's my 1 year, man.
Oh,
Since
yeah?
I like really internalized it. Yeah, it was like 2 days before Christmas. Yeah, it's literally my 1 year, I think. Quote my 1 year.
Happy flativersary or whatever we call it.
Congrats, bro. I want my 90-day coin. I've been at this for like 90 days. So I'm gonna need that. No, hey, if Sacred's if he's trying to snatch up somebody else to get in here and do this thing, man. If we got a couple minutes, like, for real, like what woke everybody up? Just like just name it. It don't even have to be a long, round out story, bro. Like Neil deGrasse Tyson and B.O.B. from Atlanta, man, the rapper, he woke me up. But I just want to know, like, what got people actually thinking about this?
I feel like I've always been subjected to this. Like subconsciously, I used to joke that the Earth is flat. Like back in the day before I had no idea that this was even a real thing, I used to just joke about it. I don't know where I heard it the first time for me to even make jokes like that. And if I was tweeting like that, yo, the globe earthers would have been on my head. But you know, I have this weird sensation, like when I'm outside, that I'm in a dome, and I've explained this a couple times. It's like I can feel the dome around me, like I can feel it pressing on me, like I can almost see it. And it doesn't matter what state I'm in. I can see the dome physically changing and warping as I move states, and the land becoming more flat. But I think the first real like conspiracy hole that I went down was like, besides the Mandela effect, like portals and VR and the upside down world that could exist when you play with Oculuses and things like that, and what that does for energy when you're speaking things into existence. So someone told me about that and how those games could potentially pull spirits out the ether, and then they just dropped flat Earth, and then they moved on to something else. So it was like they moved on to Freemasonry. But yeah, it was like a couple things.
That shit was fucking mad expensive. Basically, the Matrix.
Basically. Oh, but that dome feeling really is strong, or well, I can't explain it. It's like
No, that's no joke. That's no joke, Proud. For real, like, so with the rainbows, right? And the shape that they take, like that really fucked my head up when I started to realize I was living in this dome. Like rainbows fucked with me, right? And so I started to look at everything from a different angle. But I've always just been curious, man, especially jumping these groups. Like it's different for all of us. And I just want to know, like, yo, what the fuck made you question this shit?
B.O.B. I listened to all the elements, and then he said the Earth was flat, and I'm like, what? And then it was a wrap.
Bro, Elements that album is fire, and I mean he touches on more than just the flat Earth. Like I mean he hits pretty much the conspiracy theorist fucking bingo card for any year. I mean name the year, it's wild.
No, yeah, still the hardest mixtape ever dropped.
We were doing, so we didn't know what makes sick that. We were doing, so we didn't know what makes sick that.
It's called Elements by B.O.B. It's water, fire, earth, air. In that order. And then, of course, on Earth, it's got an Earth and a dome on the cover. And he starts talking about the Earth being flat. And I was like, bro, I've been telling all my homies to listen to you to try to wake them up. Because, I mean, he was on point with everything. You know, he's like how do I... like, how am I loyal to my own country and state? Who's more loyal to Satan than their own occupation and all that stuff? And he talked about pedophiles and Freemasonry and chemtrails and, you know, like the poison in the food and how all the food is synthetic and blah, blah, blah. He was on point with everything I already knew. Then he said the Earth.
What year was this that they came out?
2015 was the first one, I think. 16 was the Earth.
Yeah, I think it was 15 and then 16, but he dropped a full album that's Elements that's available on Spotify that has that mixtape and some other stuff. Like it's legit wild. I mean, he's like chemtrail clouds, I'm asleep though. Flat Earth, yo, I'm asleep though. Like he goes hard, man. He ain't playing around, and it's so fucking cool to listen to.
No, yeah, like I don't think anyone has ever even gotten close.
You got to think about that. You got to think about what he sacrificed to make that album, to say the things he was saying.
Yo, everything. He was like incredibly famous. He was popping off with all kinds of songs, and now he's just like MIA, basically.
That man, I'll say, so I invited him to the space, not last weekend because I wasn't here, but the weekend before. Right, I send him an invite pretty much every time I can. But this dude literally sacrificed a record deal. Like he lost money getting out of a deal that he was doing with his label. He was doing songs with Lil Wayne. He did that airplane song with Haley Williams. He got tired of the pop music thing and just started doing his own thing. And now that's what he does. Hey, this dude goes hard, man, and he's
It's like
waking
the
people up.
equivalent of what Dave Chappelle was doing.
LTM, we cannot hear what you're saying.
My bad. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, we got you.
I said it was like the equivalent of what Dave Chappelle was doing back in the day.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. But I mean, like I was saying, man, this dude, like, when he went from, hey, I'm just gonna make pop music and smoke weed with Lil Wayne to like trying to wake up the masses, especially in I'm not gonna front, man, like especially the community in Atlanta, like the black community, his brothers, man, the people that he feels are getting shit on and disrespected and led around by their fucking noses by these politicians, bro. He went hard, and the music industry was like, fuck you. And he was like, fuck you.
Oh yeah, he also has the mixtape called Black. I think it was called Black America. I think that's what it's called. But he goes crazy in that one, dude. I mean, honestly, bro, he's been snapping for a minute. He got a song called "The Watchers" from way back, like 2012, called "The Watchers," bro. Like he been snapping, but he tells the story. I mean, dude, he's actually like pretty accessible. Like I was on a video call with him. Like we got to listen to the most like Elements 2 before it dropped, and yeah, I mean basically he just decided that he didn't care. He didn't care, and he was just gonna say the truth, and that he had already made enough to ensure he was straight for life. He said, "I don't need another single. I'm good for life." So I mean,
You
that's like
did.
you gotta tip your hat to him, bro.
Hey, that song Stanley Kubrick, man, that's all about walking on the moon, right? And it's got all those little snippets of that dude that runs up on Buzz Aldrin and shit with the Bible, like swear in the Bible, motherfucker. Like it's got all that.
Yeah.
And Stanley Kubrick, honestly, like I'm not talking about myself personally, I'm talking about people that I've been trying to slowly introduce this to. Because when you break somebody from the Matrix, man, they like I did. If you wake up too quick, man, you freak out, right? So I'm trying to just spoon feed some people little bits and pieces of something. And one of my homegirls, man, I hit her with that Stanley Kubrick, and well, she's on our team, man. She's on our team now, and shit. Like you said, man, once you wake up, you can't go back. Once you go flat, you can't go back. Whatever you want to call it. But when you wake up, how are you going to close your eyes? When you honestly open your eyes wide enough to understand that everything that you've been indoctrinated to believe since you were a tiny child in school was wrong, you gonna go back to sleep? You can't.
There's something about music too. It gets you in this like intuitive headspace where like you're much more receptive to truth, and so like 3 minutes can change your whole life, right? Like in that song he says million-mile internet that travels light years, but they can't show a space shuttle re-enter the atmosphere. Okay. The blast off, you got to practice Freemasonry, an acronym that stands for not a space agency. That's like 15 seconds, right? And that point is valid enough to make someone be like, wait a minute, and like literally like change their outlook on everything. That's why, yeah, it's one thing that people should do more of. Really, is make music. I think
I make music with plasma. Longitudinal emissions, my friend. I left behind the speakers a long time ago. I highly recommend it. Having 2 plasma emissions and you being in the middle is where it's at. Or 4 or more. Go ahead if you want. That's going to be a lot more money, though.
Yo, I don't even know what you're talking about, bro. That sounds wild.
Probably better for another space, another day. But like you're sitting in between 2 speakers. I don't know if you've heard of the binaural stuff. Like you got one frequency playing in one speaker, another frequency playing in the other. And then you are in the middle. Your mind, your body, and your fields perceive a different frequency. So it's kind of stuff like that, except instead of speakers, plasma emissions. I use 50% argon and 50% helium usually, but I also like xenon as well.
Wow, sounds cool.
We got a couple requests. If there are any Globers down there, definitely give us a wave. Come grab a mic. Secret, I don't know if you can hear me, but Conspiracy Smasher was popping shit like he was in the listeners.
Bruh,
I
I
like that's
am
cap.
tweeting at him. I'm tweeting at the nuclear physicist. I got some other guys talking about you should be able to see the sun everywhere. It's like, bro, I just, it's not even within me to challenge somebody and walk the other direction. Like, I don't understand how you could be, and this is not like appealing to sexism or whatever the hell it is. It's like, bro, like, just how can you just pop so much shit and then run in the opposite direction? Like, just shut up or come grab a mic. Why are you in my mentions?
You got him scared, Sacred. You got him scared, Sacred. You got him scared,
Say
man.
with your chest that you came in here, you listened in front of all the people who you called cowards and idiots, and then you left. Like, it makes no sense to say that on a public TL.
Yeah, I've been having a thing with him all week. And all week I've been telling him to come here. And then he reckons that he did come here, didn't even let anyone know he was here. And just now he's just taken off. And now he's sitting there just talking shit again.
Yo, we think Conspiracy Smasher peeped Alan months ago. And he has been running the opposite direction ever since.
Yo, that dude, that's a guy. He's been jumping up in my shit just like regular Twitter posts. Me interacting with whether it be Mike, whether it be Brock, doesn't matter who I am, man. Who I'm interacting with. Like, he jumps in my shit and just trolls. Fuck that dude.
I'm surprised I don't have him yet.
He knows we have
CS has been at this for like fucking, what is it, like a year and a half since I've been on here.
Limitless, don't speak too soon. Check your replies. He in there right now.
Ah, shit.
Yeah, I've been going at him all week about the horizon and been challenging him to come in here and go over some footage. But clearly he's not up to the challenge.
Nah, he needs approval from his wife. Permission slip.
Oh shit.
Bro, I don't even want to hear that. Like, get out of my replies, bro. And you know what the craziest part about it is? We got him in 4K talking about how much he respects us. He likes Flat Earth Fridays. We tackle the good topics. Oh, I love all you guys. You guys are great. And I'm just like, bro, like, you got like a split personality or something? Like, this just doesn't make any sense. How are you talking shit yesterday? Bro, it can't be. Not for someone talking this much shit, bro. It can't be. There's no way that you could just look at yourself in the mirror and feel good about yourself. Like, how? The energy change is so blatant. It's never the same when they up here. Ever.
So you've been doing something different for a while. You united a lot of people, and they recognize this, and they hate that you did what you did.
That's the thing. They want us like divided, bro. Like, they want us divided. They want us confused. And then I say, you know what? Let's create a place where we all in one spot. Y'all know where it's at every single week. What excuse you gonna have now? Like, what? Not if we live for 24 hours. How you gonna talk about? You don't better not ever mention no time zone to me. Time zone don't even work on the globe. We still ain't do that space yet.
Wait, did you guys see the clip shit that Alan put up? Where they were denying everything that Witsit like held against them last week? They're talking mad shit, bro. Witsit, you need to listen to that, bro.
It's mad hard to.
I'm gonna say it right now, like cloud, like super clear with my chest, man. Anybody fucking with Whitsitt and Allen is tripping for real.
That's just it. They
And
won't come in here to actually refute nothing they said.
hell no, they're not gonna do that. But
It's just keyboard arguments. That's all.
After last week, they were still claiming everything that Whitsitt said to be word salad. But everything that Whitsitt says is not word salad. When you take all the concepts on the words, everything that he strings along, it's all concise. It all makes sense. They just don't want to accept it.
Yeah, that's just their MO, bro.
Yeah, I wanted to jump in and ask a question. Sorry to interrupt. My name's Ethan. I'm on my computer, so I don't have like the raise hand, I guess, option. But I just wanted to ask, as far as like, because I wouldn't say I'm like a flat earther, but I'm definitely more like open to that idea rather than like a globe, because I think that there's a lot of suspicious shit going on in the world today. So I guess my question would be, do you guys think, as far as like Antarctica goes, do you think there's more land that we don't know about necessarily? And like, that's kind of like, the reason they prop up the whole globe theory.
It's a high possibility. High possibility. Just the way that they handle everything that goes on in Antarctica, it just makes it too suspicious to not doubt.
Exactly. I feel like a lot of people too are like, oh, you can go down there if you want, but it's like, you can go down there if you get like a special authorization, and then you only get to go on like a small peninsula. But yeah, that Admiral Byrd, and of course, like when he went down there with that expedition, and he had spoke publicly about how there was a large like undiscovered land down there with a lot of natural resources, that we should be down there. I think that's definitely something that's like seemingly suspicious that he would mention that, and that that ice wall that surrounds
But I do think that's part of the psyop. Like, they want you to focus on Antarctica, but I feel like the main location is the North Pole.
What
they don't talk about it.
What makes you say that?
Because there's old maps that date back that show what is it, the big black rock, the main magnetic attraction. Because on a flat Earth map, the North Pole is where all the magnetic attraction goes to.
Yeah, that's true. I had heard someone.
I feel like Antarctica is important, but I feel like the North Pole is maybe a little bit more important.
Yeah, I sometimes see like pictures of that expanded globe, I guess, like laid out, where it's like we're in the middle kind of like that lake where there's that ice wall that would surround us, and there's other lands outside. And I would think that there's probably some truth to that, because recently, I don't know if you guys have seen like what's going on. I think it's down in not Puerto Rico, maybe Peru, or yeah, it's down in South America essentially. But the thing is I guess these certain military contractors in the US have been developing subterranean like battle suits, like with like certain breathing apparatuses and it's like basically for some sort of combat that we don't see or wouldn't see on the surface. And so people speculate that is something where there's like an underground war going on. Like, I know that you guys are all probably sure we have tunnels underneath the United States, but I think that might be the reason why we don't get visited, quote unquote, from aliens, is that like they're already here, and that we might be living like on a surface that's either like above or below, and we just are so kind of warped in our own thinking that we think that like, oh, well, we're just on a flying space ball, but whatever. But at the same time, I think that just the fact that there's the conspiracy is there's these people showing up dead down in South America who have their like skin cut off around their face with like laser precision, where they're like, how are these people dying, and like who's removing their skin with like such high tech precision? And yeah, that would be something where, I mean, I think the temples it's something's up with the pyramids. So, take that for what you will. But yeah, I just wanted to know your guys' thoughts on that. I guess to make it short, do you think that like the pyramids were made by aliens or like some sort of super being that we otherwise haven't encountered yet?
What do you think aliens are?
Well, personally, I think that we, probably aliens and monkeys had sex at one point, and like we are the aliens or something like that, where it's like that's why we have.
Yo, TM, you got to do something, bro. I'm trying to deal with it. You got to do something, bro. Like, we can't hear nothing. Like, I don't know if you got to do some noise suppression, run some laps back and forth to the bathroom. When you want to open up your mic, you got to do something, bro. I'm sorry. Like, y'all is too lit over there. Have a shot.
We don't really believe in the concept of green space aliens, Ethan. So when we say aliens, we mean like extra terra, extra land, outer land beings, people who live in other places outside of the circle.
Yeah.
So with that, yeah, I would definitely say outer beings could have built the pyramids, much larger creatures, humans, giants.
Yeah, I also
Yeah.
think that like since we're only in like 3 dimensions, we can only perceive stuff in 3 dimensions, but I do think that there are other dimensions that, you know, that we can't get to necessarily, like 4th, 5th and above, where I think that there are like entities that can see us that we can't see them. And I think that's partially what happens when you die. You go to like that next dimension in a way. Like energy can't be created or destroyed, it can only be transferred. And I think that that's part of the transfers, like you go to the next dimension. That's just my personal thoughts.
Definitely giving DMT vibes. But I
Yeah,
feel
DMT
that.
straight.
I got a couple things on this if we can do that.
Oh yeah, go ahead, and then I want Rebel and Rick to chime in here. They're new on stage.
All right, my hands off. All right, so hey Ethan, hey, we're happy to have you in here. So here's the deal, man. When it comes to Antarctica and that being a psyop, I don't necessarily believe that it's a psyop. I do believe that there's extra land there. I do believe that there's another point of focus at the North Pole where the Rupus Negra lies. Okay, so we have two competing issues just with regards to that. We have two very significant portions of the plane that we exist on that we know nothing about. And we know nothing about them for very specific reasons. Now, when it comes to the Antarctic Treaty, which I have read the whole fucking thing extensively, and it's, oh my God, is it just trash? The amount of gymnastics, not mental, but actual physical gymnastics that you would need to perform if you were a man of means, say like Elon Musk, and wanted to take, 15 of your rich ass homies down there is mind blowing. And at the end of the day, they still wouldn't give it to you. You could do anything you wanted to try to get there, and you wouldn't be able to get there. Is that is it a conspiracy? Probably. Is it something that I'm going to hang my hat on? No. What nobody talks about and what was raised here before I grabbed the mic was the North Pole and the Rupes Negra, which I think is another very significant point of interest that nobody talks about because I don't know, nobody gives a shit. It's up at the North Pole, and you got reindeer up there. Nobody thinks that the direction or compasses points means anything. I don't get it. You touched on those two things on top of, I mean, shit, the pyramids, the underwater, the underwater.
Yeah, like where are the aliens too? Sorry to interrupt.
Yeah, that we might have. So I to be honest with you, man, I think that we're the aliens. We are, and all the people in the extra terra are, they're excluded from coming here for a reason. Whether I'm right or wrong about that, whether I'm right or wrong about the shape of the Earth is obviously up for debate, and I'm not going to stand up here and say that I know, but I do know that I have done my research on the Antarctic Treaty, and there's a lot of fishy shit with regards to that. But what I am more interested in, because I know about why we can't go to Antarctica, is why nobody's talking about the fucking North Pole. That shit's nuts to me. All our compasses point there, and everything that we're led to believe. Okay, so we know, at least we, meaning like Sacred Proud, the guys that are in this group, us flat earthers, we know that nothing we've been shown from space or our maps are real. They're not real. They don't make sense. That being said, what the fuck is up there? All of the ancient maps that I've looked at show 4 headwaters, and the Bible talks about 4 headwaters. we've never been able to find the four headwaters, right? As modern people, because we've been given maps that led us in a fucking different direction. So my theory is that the four headwaters are the Rupes Negra, and they split from there based on the ancient maps. What we're actually looking at, man, is really a matter of whether anybody's actually ever going to be able to physically get there. And from what it seems to me, we have a lot of people in this day and age with a lot of money, right, and so-called influence, people like Elon Musk that really could do this and stop scraping rockets off the fucking firmament and go actually investigate these things that matter, but they don't. So,
But in my eyes, Elon Musk is waking up a lot of people indirectly.
I will not deny that. I will not deny that. Absolutely 100%, whether intentionally or inadvertently, he is causing people to open their eyes.
Yeah, sometimes I think if we're in like a simulation, which, you know, that's a discussion for another time maybe, but if we're in a simulation, I feel like Elon might be like player one, where it's like he has the, like, I don't know, like this wide control of stuff because he's like kind of influencing it on like a much grander scale. Like he's the guy playing the game in a way. But, you know, that's neither here nor there.
Well, I mean, I guess it's something to think about and look at, but just addressing your points, man, that's really, that's where I'm at. And it's where a lot of people are at with regards to Antarctica. Like, yes, I'll agree with you. A lot of people get very hung up on that, but it is something to be hung up on. My issue is that nobody gets hung up on the North Pole because for some reason it's I don't know. It's not controversial. It's not something that people care about or think about, and they should, because all fucking compasses point there, and we're like, fuck that. You know, both places are cold, but we want to go to the wall. We don't want to go up there and fuck with the reindeer and Santa Claus. I don't get it.
Yeah. One other thing too, as far as like other dimensional beings, and maybe that's why like we're in a firmament, is I'm sure you guys had heard about that CERN, the like particle collider that they were developing, I think in Sweden. And yeah, something Elon had said about it was that it was like the devil's technology and we shouldn't use it.
Yesterday because we were getting on him for that.
Okay, well,
yeah, the guy was attacking me in chat yesterday because we were getting on him for that.
Okay, well, without protestation and without any further procrastination, and at no risk of demonetization, the ether sensation is the manifestation of the vibration when viewing libration, and a perturbation in the variation of a background radiation when we view illumination. There is no postulation in my verbal masturbation because perception of the visualization of light emanation in a rotation toroidation of magnetation through vacuum evacuation shows their maximalization propagation with a motion demonstration phase quantization via quantum induction validation, where we view the Michelson Morley experimentation.
Yeah, cool.
They're fucking with our timeline. They are colliding particles there for a reason. There's a video, I believe, from like 2015 or 16 called Symmetry, which is really creepy, and it's actually about satanic rituals conducted at CERN when they get ready to collide particles. And they're not really shy about what their goal is. They do intend to open portals. They're not really specific about what the portals are for, but they're not there studying particle physics. They're trying to let something from some other dimension, if that's what we want to call it, into our dimension. And yeah, I guess that would creep anybody out that's paying attention. It fucking doesn't make me feel comfortable dealing with interdimensional beings. But as far as
CERN in Switzerland, they have a statue of Shiva, and Shiva in what is it, the Hindu cosmology, whatever it is, it's the god of creation and destruction.
Yes, she is the Alpha and the Omega.
So it just makes you think, like, what exactly is going on in the world that we are not fully aware of?
Yeah, or I'd say like an example of something that we aren't aware of that was actually like a big deal for a while was that flight 370, or the Malaysia flight, because just recently, if you guys had saw, there was footage from a whistleblower that was involved who released footage showing these like unidentified flying aircrafts around it, and they were saying, some of the people who were talking about it were saying that was our technology, but it was basically technology that's like so advanced that the public cannot even like really comprehend what exactly they would be telling us. But yeah, that's how like the whole flight just like warped into like space time and just disappeared, and they never found it, and they spent a lot of money looking for it. So yeah, that's like an example of something that could just like shift it out of our timeline or existence.
So with regards to Malaysia Flight 370, and I am aware of the report that you're talking about and everything that all the research that those guys are doing, what has been alleged is that the people that were on that flight, because there were very prominent microprocessor and actually AI engineers on that flight, was that we instituted and deployed technology that was capable of actually teleporting them somewhere else, because if we did not, they would have landed where they were intended to land, and an enemy force would have basically gained the technology that we employed against that plane in order to stop that. Now, that's fucking out there and it's wild, and some of the shit that we talk about there is out there and also wild. But at the end of the day, this dude is banned off every platform at this point but X, and has been doing a lot of pretty good research, and it really actually fucking freaks me out, because
And then
this
there's a
shit could
show
have happened.
also. What is it called? Manifest. Basically everything you just described.
Yeah, more or less.
Yeah, I think it.
Orwell. Sorry, Orwellian. So you've read the treaty. I question the whole idea of, so the Antarctic being, a circle from that perspective, and the jumping off points closest to land would be like South America, Australia, the bottom of Africa. I'm wondering, like, has there been any flat earthers who have attempted? I know there's, the only films I've seen on this is, or people go on a boat and they get stopped in the boat, but how can they possibly monitor the whole entire thing, right? So wouldn't it be an interesting experiment if somebody did a balloon or whatever, a guided balloon from the closest land point, South America, let's say, because that's the likely has the least restrict. I mean, Australia's kind of out, but from the tip of the bottom of Africa or South America, either try to get to the wall from one of those places, either by air or, I mean, balloon seems to be the most sensible possibility because it's quite a distance. I don't know. I think South America is the closest. But have you researched anything that has that people have done that try to experiment to get to the wall?
So I haven't personally researched anything beyond people that have attempted to travel by boat. The closest point based on the map that we're given, right, the map of our known realm, would be they would have to launch from like southern Chile, right? And it's basically the same path that they will give you if you want to pay them thousands of dollars to go on an Antarctic tour to see some penguins along the peninsula. They won't let you anywhere near, quote unquote, what the continent of Antarctica is. So if we were to launch something, it would have to go from there. Am I aware of anybody who has done this or has suggested that we do this? No, I am not. Would it be possible? Potentially, but do we really even understand at this point in time, with the amount of money and resources and curiosity that people have, some of the dumb shit people do with their money that have money? Like, can we explain why we haven't already fucking done this? My suggestion would be that anybody that does so is going to, or has attempted to do so by applying for a permit, has been warned thoroughly that they're going to have an issue. Can I confirm that? Absolutely not. But I think that it's a reasonable suggestion because there is no other reasonable explanation for why As you suggest, nobody's done so. It's not that far. From where you could launch, it's not that far, and nobody has done it. We have no footage of it. So what the fuck?
Yeah, what the fuck? I think it's time for a crowdsourcing project or something, to put a 25-foot balloon up there, 25-foot diameter balloon up there, and from Chile or whatever, and launch it off and have some propellers or some some propulsion on it that takes it to across the wall, because it's time is ticking, right? It just seems kind of odd that nobody's put that experiment together yet. So, but I also have another theory about Elon Musk. Somebody brought it up, which was that I think, just been following him for a while, I think he's a child of the elite. I don't know of any. It seems unlikely that anyone would become a billionaire without permission from the the cabal, the elite. And I think he's a rebel child, brought up in the family, because how can a guy like that have? I mean, he knows the Earth is flat. I mean, unequivocally, he has to know. He's too smart not to know. And the question is, why is he lying? And is it possible that Mars is beyond the Antarctic wall? And that's why perhaps it takes a rocket to get there, because it seems like nothing else can get there. So I think it's a viable hypothesis anyway.
Yeah, and I'd just say, as far as Elon's like kind of like financial success goes, I would think, like, I'd be inclined to agree that yes, you'd have to be like some way involved with the cabal to be that rich. But then when you really think about the people that are like so rich they're not even on that list, I think there's like families like the Rothschilds and people that have world banking control, where like they almost like pay money not to be on that list. Like it's like they're so diversified and their money's so old that it's like they aren't even present on the list. Like there's people richer than Elon. Elon even said at one point too that Putin was richer than him, and it didn't sound like he was joking. I think Putin had like $70 billion net worth, like publicly known, and this was when Elon was like over 200 billion. And he's told, I think it was like a major network, he was like, yeah, no, I'm not the richest guy, you got to ask Putin. And so it's like that to be an example where sometimes people like undervalue their own wealth because there's like value in being unknown, kind of like why BlackRock and Vanguard try and stay out of the media and stay out of the news cycles, because there's like real value to people not knowing what you're doing. So yeah, I think that Elon just probably got so rich because so many people like Elon. Like for me personally, I'm like, I like that he posts memes and stuff. And so it's like, I'm like, he feels like a, down to earth, no pun intended, bro. But yeah, that's just my thoughts on it.
Yeah, I think that, I mean, it's easy to understand if you go historically back and follow the law that everything's wrapped up in trust. That's how the Rothschilds, the Rockefellers, they all have their wealth. None of it's public. I mean, it's all private wealth. They own nothing, control everything. It's a pretty standard model. So yeah, I concur with that point. I think what's interesting to me is that he, that he plays along with it and knows it, and it's easy to see that the rockets are curving, and it just seems to me like, what's the story with Mars when he knows it doesn't exist, and is there a nukes don't exist, my theory, my hypothesis anyway. But if he knows there's no massive threat to the world, and he wants to make an escape pod, I don't know. It's kind of a weird story as a whole. Like why he would, assuming he knows the Earth is flat. What's his gig? What's the story? It just seems all very wild to me.
Yeah, I think it kind of goes hand in, like, I kind of came to this conclusion with some buddies the other week that it's almost like all these businesses Elon's involved with are almost like kind of like trolling the system, where it's like he's trying to go to space. It's like, okay, well, if we don't have space, it'd be like ironic that he's like leading a company to do that. The same with the Boring Company. It's like, why don't we have tunnels underground? Well, if we can't put tunnels underground because there's already a network of tunnels through the military or other, I guess, entities, well, then it's like, well, that's kind of like ironic that he'd be trying to do it. And the same with Neuralink. I think once you connect humans into this like interface, that it's going to, I think, shift the perceptions of people on a large scale, whether or not they have Neuralink. It's like you'll almost be able to understand things like in like a different level, like a quantum level, where you can start to realize that, like, I think that's how you'd be able to particle shift or like be able to like move through walls, where it's like essentially if you can like tell your brain in such a way that you know, it's like you can like obviously shift through walls if you're able to, you know, move all your atoms. It's like the same thing with space. Like space seems like it's dense when we look at it, but if you like threw something straight up in the air and it just kept going, like the chances of it hitting anything are super slim. But the same thing with your body and its cells, like it looks like we're like full of density, but when you get down to like a molecular level, there's a ton of space between each of us or each of those cells. So it's like if you could somehow control how your cells are bouncing around, you could essentially shift through matter, which you know, it's an interesting kind of like thing. But I think Elon might just be trolling the system in a way.
It's a decent hypothesis. You'd beam me up, Scotty, kind of a thing, controlling matter. So yeah.
All right, so back to what Ethan was saying for a second here, just with regards to like the big money families, right? We'll call them the 12 bloodlines, for lack of a better way to describe them. These are the people who have been controlling society and humanity for as long as we've been aware of history. Now, if these people are still pulling the levers of power behind the scenes, you know, they're basically the fucking Wizard of Oz, for lack of a better way to put it. What better way to front yourself than to use somebody who's publicly rich and does whatever you need them to do? I'm not saying that's what Elon is specifically. I appreciate the fact that he bought this platform because I can actually engage with you guys, not be banned, not be shut down, not be ostracized or ignored. But at the same time, it causes me to question why. Was it because it had to happen? Because the censorship was so bad, we were getting ready to basically just fucking take up arms and start fucking people up? Probably. That being said, who fucking knows, man? At the end of the day, who fucking knows? I mean, it's why we get together and why we have these conversations. It's why we're called conspiracy theorists. But it's also what separates us from the rest of the sleeping population. We have enough foresight to think about our future, to wonder enough about our past, to have a conversation about things outside of what we've been indoctrinated, and our kids have been indoctrinated, and our friends have been indoctrinated to believe. We wouldn't be having this fucking conversation if it wasn't for somebody like Elon. So I'm not gonna, you know, grab his meat with both hands and just fucking jerk him off for giving us this platform. But at the same time, like, you're absolutely correct in questioning, like, what is he really? I'm not going to reveal my last name on here because it is Twitter and, you know, people like to swat motherfuckers. But my family line has, we have a, I wouldn't call it a castle, not a defensive castle, but it's a castle in Scotland. And I came to learn that they have a fucking whole room dedicated to the Rothschilds. There's a fucking Rothschilds room in my namesake's fucking castle. How do you think that hit me? There's a reason for that. The only reason why that exists is because people with money and influence that we're not really aware of finance things that we don't really agree with. And we definitely wouldn't if we were aware of it. So, I mean, at the end of the day, what it comes down to, man, is we live in a world that we perceive with the senses that we're aware of. But it's really something different. And when we question it, we're ostracized.
Yeah.
I don't know what we do about that, Ethan.
Yeah, and I'd say as far as like,
hey,
yeah, go ahead.
Ethan, just finish your thought. Finish your thought. Yeah, you got to finish your thought, and then we're gonna just get to the ends because I see some people
Yeah,
impatient. My bad, guys.
absolutely.
I'm trying to get
Yeah, all I
something
was
got
gonna say is like as far as like the way we perceive things, I saw something that was pretty interesting. Like where if you look at like your computer screen or your device, when you hit like a a keystroke on it or press a button, you just see what pops up. You don't see all the electrical firings. You don't see the system running behind it. And essentially, what they were saying is that we've just been developed in a way where it's like we only see what we're actually like what you need to survive, where it's like we only see 3% of the light spectrum. So they say that the world that we're actually living in is much different. I'm not saying it's like we're in the Matrix pod, you know, but we could be, you know. That's all I was gonna say.
Hey, Shaker, thanks for letting us have that time, man. Let's get to some globies.
We got Ralph, we got Rebel in here, and we got Rick in here. I'm not sure if Rebel is a Glober, but I know for sure Ralph is.
Yeah, this is just going to be touching back to the conversation about Musk. He was actually on Spaces. I think he was hosting a space with
Damn, dude, I thought we were
Kathy
about to
Wood
move
from
on
Art
to not
Investment.
Musk. Fucking Ralph.
It
Come
was a
on,
shit
Ralph.
fest at the end of the day. I mean, they were pandering the investment fund, but you were able to divulge a little bit of, or you were able to get a little bit of good information out of there. Basically, what I gathered from, or what I got from it, was Twitter wants to become, or X wants to become, the everything app. And the closest analogy that we can have for it would be WeChat in China, where basically it's YouTube, Twitter, Facebook Marketplace, everything rolled into PayPal, everything rolled into one app. So ultimately, that's what they want to do with Twitter. It was interesting that through the conversation, Kathy pretty much gave up, or let it slide, that she was part of the financing that Elon used to buy X. So X was bought as a private venture, right? It's not a publicly traded company anymore. Basically, from the interview, I gathered, or I got the impression that Musk is just a straw man. And if we've ever seen the movie Casino, he's basically the guy that drove in just to sign the paperwork and get a check. That's it. It's really not anything farther than that. With the financial aspect being rolled into the app, that's also going to bring in the aspect of KYC. So now Twitter is also going to be a know your customer type of app. So that's interesting to see, how that might change the dynamic coming up. But yeah, I mean, and just to throw the conspiracy theory hat on, he did make a comment, or they did ask him a question as far as if he was getting any pushback from politicians as far as wanting to create the financial aspect to the app. He said that he was not getting any pushback from politicians or representatives, but he seen that all the pushback was specifically coming from bureaucrats. So the conspiracy theory is that the shadow governments, or the shadow bureaucrats, are the ones really calling the shots.
Elon Musk is playing them at their own game.
Oh my god, are you fucking kidding me, bro?
He's being paid to do what he's doing, but then he's using it like for the good, I think, essentially. Trust. He's the king.
Cool.
I definitely think if you guys were in a position of power and knowledge, if you guys had power and money and resources,
Knowledge is power, but people think power is money. It's the other way around.
But I'm saying from Elon's standpoint of view, like, he may have been one of us at one point in time, but with all the power would have been, the responsibility to stay calm,
Absolutely
keep
not.
the
Elon Musk,
alliance.
I mean, we need to be very, very upfront with who he is. He is from the 0.1% of the population. I mean, his father was a rare gems mine owner. He comes from money. So the illusion that he was this guy that was throwing house parties to make money in college, it's good, sounds good, and he probably did it to make some extra cash. Why not? But at his core, he
He's
comes
just
from
an
money.
intelligent man, isn't he? He's
Even if
just...
he's been spoon fed all his life, specifically on the topic of flat Earth and what his goal is in this world, I do feel like he knows a little too much. I personally feel like he knew something, and they gave him a space company, because when you look at people who are going to space,
Oh,
it
they
gives
bought him
power,
off.
it gives money, it gives only rich people are going to
no.
space. Powerful people have the ability to do that. So I think they gave him the
Yeah.
top level in our society because he knows something we don't. And if we want to tie it into flat Earth, I feel like his rockets are the only ones that quote unquote scratch the firmament. I don't really see that phenomena happening with NASA rockets, if you will. Falcon X launches and
I think he's the modern day Oppenheimer. I've been saying this for ages. He's realised, though. I think he's realised what he's done. He knows he's fucked up because he's got so many kids himself, and his kids are the future as well, and their kids. And I've not got kids personally, but trust. Yeah, I see exactly what's happened.
He doesn't have one of your kids, correct, Alice?
No, he doesn't have one of my kids.
Okay.
If he scratches the firmament, something happens, he's gonna be the first one. Oh wow, I didn't know that was possible, and still bankrolling off of it. So I don't think he's playing any side. I think he's definitely sitting on the middle.
Well, he docked one of his rockets docked to the ISS apparently. So there's that, so that's an interesting phenomenon right there. I mean, that's another thing. When
His
it comes
rockets
to,
are just basically like they're just satellites, aren't they? They just suck like vacuums, sucking all the.
So if he's pretending to dock to the ISS, so that's another question. That's when I first came, there was an earlier question about how'd you come to flat Earth, and I think it was Dubé, and I got sucked in, and then the first thing I did was try to steelman it, and I went and looked at Instagram photos of random people who had telescopes and tracked the ISS across the moon. I still can't. When somebody posts a picture, they track the software, they do the stuff. I still have a hard time refuting that there's actually something there. It would be interesting if there was some answer to that dilemma that I think the flat Earth people struggle with a bit. Is like, yeah, there's something there. There's something, whether it's a Project Bluebeam or whatever the hell it is. I mean, there's multiple people across the plane tracking,
Project Sapphire
software to apparently track this
yes
thingamabob across the moon. That's a question that I think is perplexing to me.
Yeah, and I was just going to say, I think that the ISS is at a low level of orbit where it's like it could be considered like maybe not out of the firmament, like the same with the satellites and Starlink. Because when you're in orbit still, it's like you're not traveling like to space necessarily. Like you're in space, but you're not really, because it's like if you're in space, you're just floating in whatever direction. But I think the ISS just stays in a loop with using gravity, I think.
Well, I mean, on the flat Earth model, there really is no gravity per se, but how is it propelled and how is it reaching the speeds? Apparently, that the software predicts that it will, and it's unless those guys are all plants, which could be the case, but it doesn't seem likely. I sampled
the matrix of numerology.
We had a Glober in here earlier trying to explain the orbital mechanics of the ISS and what bodies and masses they do or they don't take into account. And in my opinion, we didn't get a clear answer as to what they take into account or not.
Oh, it's so hard to explain to everybody.
I think that yeah, and I just did some random samples. I think I'll go back. I think I'll go back and do it again, which is what I did before. Was I just went to Instagram and found random people across different countries who were random enthusiasts.
Everyone does. That's what celebrities are, do you know? Do you know what I mean? No one knows anyone.
Well,
everyone just follows strangers. Oh, I don't trust strangers. Haha.
So also I do want to, say shout out to Alice and
Thank you. Sorry.
Definitely are a little excited. We do have an open topic, open mic, so feel free to chime in, but we definitely want to respect other voices. We're gonna go ahead and let Rebel speak because he has been waiting patiently. Johnny's been trying to get up here as well. And another shout out for any Globers and listeners, Globe skeptics in the building. This is Flat Earth Fridays.
Well, for right now, both sides only has what they want to believe. Everything that we've been shown and told is hearsay on video. We don't have no witnesses from that would be in the area of watching the rocket go to space, coming out saying, yeah, this is what I saw. And the rocket, when you can see it, like it shows in the videos, bouncing off, pieces of it falling, well, if that ISS, how can that ISS be up higher than where that spaceship's bouncing off the firmament, where you can't see it except for a blinking light in the sky at night.
As Destiny's Child, Charlie's Angels.
And also, if you put you something round and flat on the table, and then you think about it, the sun has to be up high. Well, if you got something round and flat, and the sun's up in the sky, how do you get night if the sun is going around the edge of the round, flat circle piece of land or whatever we're on? You know, how do you get night? How do you get the 12 o'clock, you know, the sun up high and that sundial, and you get no shadow for when it's high in the sky at 12 o'clock? If it's going around in a circle like people want to claim it is around the
Ask who
edge,
invented it. Everyone knows,
there
like,
would
the
be
Bible exists. Someone wrote that. Do you know what I mean? It
there
always
would
was
be
written
a
after him.
Come on, Alice.
Alice, you gotta chill. Like you can't talk in between somebody's sentence. Please stop doing that.
We made a disclaimer, guys. No space and drinking.
Seriously. Keep in mind there are listeners that are trying to hear the conversation, and when you interject in the middle of somebody's sentence, it doesn't create a good listening experience. It's not just both of you on the phone. You're in a space with, I don't know, how many people's in here? Like 100?
42 people.
Yeah. So just keep that in mind. Interject when it makes sense. Please don't do it when you're in to interrupt somebody. Rebel. Oh, go ahead, bro.
Yeah, he was asking about like the sun mechanics and how it could potentially work on a flat Earth. I definitely have a couple diagrams to show you. I just definitely want to make sure you understand like the idea of like a local sun. Like the sun isn't lighting up the whole flat Earth. You know, there would be darkness with the local light. Same way you experience with street lights. Same way you experience with your car headlights. They don't light up the whole road, just the part that's in front of the light source.
I get what you're saying. If you got a glass cup around you or something, you know, look at flat, just flat. And you put a marble around the edge of it. Everything's flat except for the mountains and hills. How can the sun disappear if it's going around in a circle on a flat surface? There would be no disappearing of the sun. The moon, when there's a new moon, you don't see a moon in the sky, day or night. And then you'll see, you know, a little bit of the moon. But when I look, and I paid attention because they used to always say, when the sun goes down, the moon comes out. And then I'll be looking, and why is it like 3 o'clock in the day? Is the moon out where I can see it? And
Okay,
it's not opposite of the sun. It's in one spot. And then there'll be another day that the moon will be in a different spot.
Okay,
and then
Rebel,
there'll be another time it's in another different spot.
Let's tackle one thing at a time. Okay. So, if you were in a foggy area, would you be able to shine light through that fog and see the light through the other side if the light wasn't strong enough?
Well, not with a little bitty flashlight that's small and not as big as what's supposed to be a sun.
So why is that?
Because we're down on the planet. We're not up high. It's not something that's far away. I mean, I would be far away from someone holding a flashlight that's little bitty, but now they have flashlights that are bright as hell and you can see them further or from a further distance.
So why can't you see them through the fog?
Well, the fog is a dense mist of water. It's going to block a lot of the light. Because, fog is nothing but what seems to be clouds, but mostly moisture. because when you're in it and it's upon you, you feel the moisture. It gets all over you and everything because nothing can go past moisture like in the water. You go down in the sea, it's going to get dark. Eventually, the sun cannot get down there.
Okay, so you agree that because there's an atmosphere, that light is not going to penetrate through that atmosphere forever if it's not strong enough. So I appreciate you agreeing with that. That applies to all models, no matter if we're on a flat plane or if we're on a globe. It's actually more of a problem for a globe, to be totally honest. It's the same reason why on a cloudy day you might get daylight, but you might not see the sun. So it's the same concept. What you are referring to, it would make sense if we lived in a vacuum where we didn't have any atmosphere. Then in that point, we might be able to see light at vast distances. But because we have an atmosphere, there's particles, there's all different types of things within our environment that attenuates light. We're not going to see it forever. We also do not live on a smooth surface. So don't confuse when we say flat Earth as a correlation to a smooth surface. We live on a level topographical plane, which means there's peaks and valleys. So on top of there being an atmosphere where light can't penetrate through it forever, we also have mountains in the distance that disappear into the horizon. It's the same way where if you're standing at a certain point and you can see light, but if you get to like a wall or something that's right next to you, things are blocked because that wall is right by you. So things are going to disappear in the distance due to perspective, the atmosphere, and topographical landmasses. There are many things that contribute to why we don't see light forever all over the place. It's very simple. That applies to both models. And as a matter of fact, to build on that, I don't know, Proud, if you want to throw that in the Jumbotron, in the nest up top. We talk about this all the time. It's very strange how in the globe model, right, there is a point in the year where 99% of the population can view sunlight or some form of daylight. 99%. So where all the land masses are, there's populations in these land masses. And during July, there's a point where 99% of all the people that live on your globe model can see light. This was reported by the Weather Channel. So we'll go ahead and throw that report up there for you, but that speaks to your position.
They always tell the
Hold
truth.
on, Alice. Please don't interrupt me while
I'm
I'm
sorry. I'm
breaking
really
this
sorry. I
down.
had to say. I'm sorry.
Please don't. You have one more chance before I take your mic. I'm trying to break this down for everybody because this is a common question. So the Weather Channel reported that 99% of the population is able to see light at a specific time. So when you say, oh, we should see light from all over the place, well, we practically can at one point in time in this earth. So if you're saying that it should happen on a flat plane, well, how is it happening on a globe? So I just want you to think about that. We're going to throw that in the top. Proud, did you throw that up there? Or I'll take your time if you didn't throw it up there yet.
Yeah, they're both up there. The example of the light in the dome and how it could be the sun, as well as the Weather Channel's official post. They made two, but the one that's telling to me is the one where they titled it "Stop Scrolling," and then told us that 99% of the population was simultaneously experiencing sunlight, and then they told us to continue about our day. Oh, they also told us to let that sink in. So this was a very telling post full of flat earth conspiracy in the comment section. So y'all check that out.
We got a troll. They just spammed everything. Hold on.
Yeah, and I was just going to say something I had heard that was really interesting too. Is just a quick point is that when we look at the stars, you can chart them throughout the year, and it's always within the same calendar year you see all the same stars in the exact same place. So what are the chances that we, with every known visible star in the sky, are all traveling at the same speed, all traveling with each other, but we never see any other stars enter or exit. It's always the same set of stars. So that's just something that's like, I guess, an odd kind of thing to consider.
Yeah, we could build off of that point. Just give me a second while I take some of these posts down from the troll. But
I got it.
Rebel, do you want to respond to what we were talking about, and then we'll get to Alice after that?
Yeah. Because I've said something about that with the how we see one set of constellation, and that's it, and it's supposed to be, you know, on our side, and then around on the other side when the sun, you know, night's coming on the other side, days start to come over here. Yeah, and they move. They don't stay in one spot. They do move, but we will never see the rest. You know, because I mean, like if you put the sun, think of the sun, you know, in the center, and you put the Earth at south, and then you'd maybe see that constellation down there. But then when we're spinning, and it takes us a full year to go around the sun. Well, as they say, well, when you're on the east side of the sun, and then nighttime comes, well, you're not seeing another set of constellations. Same thing when you're up north. You don't see the constellation on that side or anything else, because we have is what I'm believing, is we have, you know, where we circle around the sun, as it said, and the moon, you know, as the Earth is spinning at a certain speed, the moon has to spin faster to keep up with the speed of the Earth. Supposed to be in the same position, you know, that they say all the time, as like the sun is in the same position, but then the sun is not in the same position, because when you transfer from fall into winter, the sun is now in a different location. Because when I look at the sun, it's straight down the road where I am. But then when winter hits, the sun is over to the left a little bit more, and so it's no longer kind of directly in front of me anymore.
Okay, but hold on, Rebel. I don't mean to interrupt. I'm sorry. I gotta mute you, because when other people speak, because I'm interrupting, we can hear an echo. So I apologize for muting you, but I just want you to focus on what I said, because it was directly answering your question. So can you repeat back to me how I just explained the answer to your question? Can you just do that for me before you address what Ethan said? Are you able to do that? Go ahead. You can open up your mic again if you can. Can you repeat back to me what I said?
I'm sorry. What was that question again?
Right. Like, can you still man our explanation to why we don't see light forever? Can you give your understanding of our explanation?
I mean, the only thing that I believe, you know, because I mean, I uploaded the video onto my
Human
timeline.
centipede.
I uploaded my video onto my my timeline
Oh,
of what I think, so that way you can see it and in what I'm showing. Because saying it's harder for some people to believe. But the sun, in order for there to be day and night, the sun has
Sun
to
is
be
the
able
star of the
to
show.
So we didn't
evolve.
hear your breakdown, Rebel, but we also gave you our explanation of why the sunlight does not pierce the whole world. So we just wanted to make sure that you understood that, or that we at least have a baseline of an understanding before we, you know, build on top of that.
Well, yeah, I heard Ralph say that there's a wall. I mean, I don't get. I mean, yeah, there's mountains, there's hills, there's peaks, but a wall, it's just different, because I just don't see that when it's going around on what's supposed to be a flat plane, or it's just we're on one side, like, and it's supposed to be kind of round, or it's like dipped inward, like down. It's just there's different ways that it's being described as what we're living on. But the only thing I can think of when I see that there is day and then there is night, and there's the only ways that the sun is going, or is when the Earth is spinning around in a circle. You know, and when the Earth is spinning around in a circle, that's when you'll have your day and your night. You know, as the Earth is spinning around the sun, and then when it comes to the stars.
Okay,
You
hold
gotta
on, hold on,
think
hold on.
that
Okay, hold on, because I rugged. I'm sorry for interrupting again. Proud, did he answer the question? Did he do a good job at repeating what I answered to him, or do I have to
Uh,
repeat it again?
No, the only thing that kind of stuck was the wall analogy, unfortunately, and that confused him more. One more time though, Rebel, not flat as in smooth. There are mountains and valleys, so I don't want that to destroy your idea of the flat. But yes, there are still mountains and valleys. And again, the same flashlight that you mentioned with the smoke and the fog is the reason why light doesn't travel forever. So the same principles that you adhere to when it comes to a smaller scale of light would still work on this larger scale of light. I don't know if Sigurd wants to go over it again one more time for you, Stillman, it real quick, and then you can ask your next question. But we definitely want you to get that point, so this is not continuing to like confuse you.
Well, and if I may add, there's a relative size issue there too. You know, so the flat Earth model of the sun is not what you perceive necessarily as the massive sun that we've been taught.
Thank you for that, Rick.
Local.
Right. So yeah, I appreciate that because I left that part out. So it's not a giant Earth. I'm a giant sun that could fit hundreds of Earths inside of it. It's not 93 million miles away. It's a smaller and local light. And it could work that way on a flat plane. So you ask why we can't see the sun everywhere, or why it's not daytime everywhere. And we explained, one, because of the atmosphere. You told us that light won't travel forever through fog. It does the same thing with the sun. We covered topographical land masses like mountains. You can't see things as it travels over the mountain, like the sun. So that in the distance would block the sunlight. Does that make sense to you, Rebel?
yes, because as you know, if you're standing on one side of the mountain, and if the sun's going around in a circle around the edge of the plane, then there would be a shadow you would be in the shadow, and the sun would be, the mountain be in between you and the sun. But with the fog, that I don't understand, because if there was a fog for night, then we wouldn't be able to see the stars. Like when there's clouds, we would not see the sky. We would not see the night sky. We would not see stars. The fog
Yeah, so I'm not
that we
saying that.
see.
I'm not saying that the fog is everywhere. What I'm saying is, if I'm in America and the sun is traveling away from America and going over a different country, that different country is going to have different environmental aspects to it. There's different atmospheric conditions across different parts of the plane. So just because I might be in a clear day in one country or one state or one city or one neighborhood, the next neighborhood could have completely different atmospheric conditions. So it could be foggy in the next town or the next neighborhood over. It could be raining in the next city over. There could be cloud coverage that's covering things in the distance. Just because it's a sunny day or a clear night where I am doesn't mean it's the same thing where you are. That applies to both a flat plane and a globe. So the concept of light not being able to penetrate through this medium forever is a concept that still is upheld in the flat Earth model. Does that make more sense?
Would you add perspective to this as well, Sacred? I mean,
And
because
perspective. I'm just not trying to overwhelm it, but yeah, that's
Dude, but fucking East West Publishers, are you serious? Yo. Toby.
Yeah, right, but you could actually, I don't know if somebody could post, a video. There's been a good number of models where, you can create a miniature model and have the same effect as well. So I think the sun size, perspective, atmosphere, meaning not necessarily fog per se, but just the atmospheric presence, for what it is. I mean, it's always going to be consistent. I think of fog as a local phenomenon rather than a consistent thing of atmosphere. Atmosphere can be
Correct.
measured. Yeah.
Well, fog is nothing but clouds down on the ground. And
Yeah, we're just saying that this is the reason why the light may not travel forever.
yeah, but when we had the thickest clouds in the sky, it's never completely dark. To show that like night.
Right, but
I mean, if the
there's
sun
times
is in a
though.
certain position and they have clouds over here, well, how can they have clouds over here in a different place if the sun can't travel through all of that? And then we don't have nighttime like when it's daytime, if they have
Okay,
clouds over there.
Okay, so I want you to do two things. The first thing I want you to do is to picture yourself in a large dark room and having a light on one side of the room. Let's say it's the size of a football field, and you shine the light. That light is only going to illuminate that part of the football field or that part of the basketball court, which is flat. It's not going to illuminate the entire stadium unless it had enough light to illuminate the entire dark room. What I also want you to do is to go up to the Jumbotron, go up to the nest, and there's two tweets. Go to the second tweet from the left. If you go look at the second tweet from the left, posted by Civil Discussions, they demonstrate how you can have a light source light up different parts of a plane with components such as a surface above or some type of a firmament, where it will illuminate different parts of that plane, and there will be a lack of light in other parts of it. So I want you to go look at that demonstration. It's about 31 seconds. Proud Fleur shared it, and Civil Discussions tweeted it. It says a polar azimuthal equidistant projection map with a dome above to show the firmament over us with a luminary moving around, proving that time and data does not need to be a globe Earth. So they're showing how you can illuminate this plane in different parts and it won't illuminate the whole thing. Do you see that tweet that I'm talking about? So you could go take a look at that so we can go to some other hands and we can double back to this. Do you see that tweet? You just got to scroll up and it's the second tweet on the left.
Left. Well, I'm in that square thing at the top. I see one picture is showing land with like water on it, but
okay, this is what I'm gonna do.
I'm not seeing a video. I'm not seeing a video. If it's in the comment section, I don't think they're allowing me in the comment section.
This is what I'm gonna do for you, Rebel, so we can just get to some other speakers.
Yeah, because now I'm seeing the troll crap.
Listen. I'm gonna tweet it under your last YouTube video.
My God, that feedback is crazy.
I know. So I'm gonna tweet it under your last YouTube video. I don't know what the YouTube video is, but you check your replies, and you go check that out, check that video out, and watch how you can illuminate things in certain sections. After you watch that video, raise your hand and tell us what you think about it. I appreciate you being patient with us, but I do want to get to DJ, and I don't know if there's any other requests. Proud, if you see any, let me know.
Hey, so yeah, cool space. You guys are cool. I like to talk about flat Earth and globe Earth, but I gotta say it's difficult with some people because they just want to get aggressive. And yeah, I just want to say much respect to you guys because this space is obviously different, and I really appreciate that. So I want to talk about the moon and the phases of the moon. Because when I observe that, it seems logical to me that the moon is going around the Earth. But what's really obvious is that we are revolving. We can see that motion. We can see the motion of the Earth revolving, and we can see the motion of the moon around us. So the phases of the moon, you get different shapes and shadows that, from my understanding, are caused by orbiting around a sphere. So I'm curious what the alternate explanation is there.
That is a great question. And I actually have, and I normally don't do this, but I like to preface with the globe Earth explanation. And then we can move on to some ideas of what could possibly be happening. The first thing that I would like to ask you is, what happens during a new moon? Where does the sun have to be on a globe? Where does the sun have to be? And if we're going according to the narrative of the globe, where does the sun have to be? And where does the moon have to be for the moon to disappear completely during a new moon if it's orbiting us? Have you thought about that?
Yeah, you can look at all sorts of different models and drawings, and it's pretty easy to find an explanation for that and the positioning of those stellar bodies. Like, you could see it's not being illuminated. I think what's that light doesn't go straight. It can curve, and that's where people get tripped up, I think.
Okay, what's happening? I don't know if that's following what I asked, but what's happening in a vacuum that's causing the light to curve?
Well, gravity bends light.
Ah, so you're invoking gravity. So then you have to substantiate gravity. You have to show us how you isolated this gravity to make it a real thing, right? Because we're not going to say like, oh, the flat Earth was created by, I don't know, pixie dust. I would have to say, well, here's the pixie dust. This is how we could show that pixie dust actually exists. So again, even if we're going to go with that, I'll grant you the gravity. What is happening? Explain to me thoroughly, or specifically, not thoroughly, but specifically, where the sun would have to be, where the globe would have to be, where the moon would have to be, and what the light is doing in this vacuum of space to hide the moon during a new moon. Because nobody on Earth can see it.
Yeah, it's not easy to explain without a visual medium, because not everybody is going to be able to imagine the three spheres and how light plays on that. So I would recommend just looking at what's available right now. That's the same explanation that I would give you. So, and it would be a poor one because it's not visual. So let's just table that for now. That is a question that I have, but I have others.
Before you go into that, DJ, sorry, you said the motion of the Earth was obvious. Can you explain what you mean by that? The spinning of the Earth
relative to the moon? Yeah.
So you can substantiate that the Earth is spinning relative to the moon. Is that what you're claiming in the model?
Yep, and that the moon is spinning around the Earth.
And so how do you when you said it's obvious that the Earth is spinning, how do you substantiate that? Just curious.
I don't know if I used the word obvious. I think I used the word logical, and like my observation, and that it makes sense to me. But no, I don't think it's obvious because, first of all, without like a 3D model in front of you, it's hard to understand how the light and shadow interacts. Even if you watch a YouTube video, it's projected on a 2D screen, so it's not obvious. Let's just say that.
Fair. So, if it's not obvious, then so theoretically, the Earth, are you ascertaining that the Earth is moving by the position of the moon, or how are you determining that the Earth is spinning? Let me ask you that. Like just by your visual, or is this just theoretical? Just curious.
Because of the time that it takes for the moon to move in the sky, and that we can predict that, and the way that we understand the movement of the moon is because we understand these distances.
Okay, so it's presupposing distances. All right, yeah, that I can accept what you're saying there as a model. So,
like the time works if we take our understanding of how big the Earth is and this movement of 27 days for the moon to orbit the Earth. These things make logical sense. Like there's still inferences, like until I see it from space, until I, witness it myself, I'm still having to like infer and, imagine it in my head because I'm still not seeing it.
Yeah, something I was just gonna ask, or just I guess like something that kind of hangs me up is, I know that the Panama Canal is like past the distance. I think it's like roughly there's like 6 or 7 miles, I think, before it's like we're supposed to see a natural curvature. And I know that like the Panama Canal, I think, is an example, as well as like they've looked at like oil rigs that are, I think, roughly about 10 miles offshore, and you can see that you don't see less of the oil rig. It's like if you can look through like a telescopic lens or anything like that, you can still see just as much as if you were closer, like on a boat, for example. That's something that I kind of think is interesting.
That is interesting.
They say that the physical obstruction of curvature, like the actual horizon, like the physical curve of the Earth, is supposed to be 3 miles away from someone standing about 6 feet tall. It's like 2.99 miles. The problem is that doesn't happen. So we can see a little bit too far, actually a lot too far. I've seen clips where it's like 10 times the distance that we should see. But going back to like, the motion of the Earth and things like that, even Einstein, right? Because we were adopting current relativity to explain a lot of things, and that still fails. I don't know if you were here earlier when we were kind of deep diving into that. But even Einstein says that there is no terrestrial or optical experiment that can determine motion of the Earth. So you may say, oh, you can determine it, but then you're actually refuting the science that you're subscribing to, if you believe in gravity in the way that Einstein describes it. So that would be a problem for you.
Not
if
sure
you're going to challenge that.
what you said, but if you could point me to the exact source of that quote, I would like to see it.
Oh, yeah. I got you. I got you right now, matter of fact. Unless Proud want to do it. I don't forgot what the keywords in that tweet was. Proud, you got that, or you want me to go look for it?
What are we talking about?
We're talking about Einstein and him talking about the motion of the Earth and how there's no terrestrial experiments or optical experiments that can determine the motion. So there was a couple quotes. There was probably something that he said in a paper and a speech. I definitely tweeted this during one of the Einstein spaces that we had. But I will get you those quotes for you. Also, right before we get to the rest of the hands, before I let you respond here, I'm just going to read this. It says, the term new moon refers to the lunar phase when the moon is positioned between the Earth and the sun in such a way that the side of the moon illuminated by the sun is facing away from Earth. Now, my problem with that statement is this is regard to the new moon disappearing. First of all, it seems like there should be an eclipse, but maybe it's not particularly aligned with the sun. But it moves at a completely different rate than the sun, right? The sun moves at a different rate. The moon moves at a different rate. Yet nowhere on Earth, 0 places during this new moon can you find this moon. And it's not always between the moon and the sun. So that becomes a problem. Unless you're going to say that the sun and moon are moving in synchronicity during that time every single month. And I don't think that's what happens. So it's probably hard to explain because that's not actually what's happening, but that's the best explanation if we're going to presuppose a oblate spherical Earth that's in motion. And again, there's still problems with that when we're detecting that motion, presupposing distances and sizes, as Rick pointed out to you. Thanks for that, Rick. So there's a lot of anomalies when we're adopting these certain explanations without being able to articulate it, because then it just becomes a blind belief. Now, we're going to talk about how it could work on a flat Earth. First of all, I don't think that any flat earther subscribes to a solid rock that's almost perfectly spherical with 90-degree indentations due to asteroids hitting the surface of it. I think some of us, or most of us, believe that the moon is made of a completely different substance. We've heard things like some type of plasma. We don't know the medium that it's in. There's definitely, for a fact, polarizing properties in the sky as well that I don't think the current globe model accounts for some of these phenomena that we have in the sky. So there's a lot of different components that would have to be incorporated in a flat Earth that they don't acknowledge in the globe Earth. And the reason why I say that is important because, for example, I use this example all the time. Bees navigate through the polarization of the sky. You can actually take polarized filters, and if you turn it a specific way, some of the filters will turn dark and then it'll turn light again. We talk about that during like conversation with lunar eclipses and stuff like that. So there's a lot of different properties that seem to be at play for some of this phenomena that could be way more explanatory than, you know, the moon just being in a specific position for it to be disappearing every single month.
Okay. Well, there's a device called an orrery, ORREY. No, ORRERY. So it's kind of like a clock mechanism. It has the planets and they rotate, and you can observe things like light and shadow on it. And that would be the best way to see it for yourself on a small scale. And if you do this experiment with the orrery and you observe the light and shadows and it matches what you see in the sky, wouldn't that tell you that that model is correct?
Well, the other thing that you're invoking is bending light in a vacuum of space. And you're saying that this is happening because of gravity. So I don't think that that device can demonstrate that. And if it does, I stand corrected, but I've never. Well, that's what you spoke about that earlier when we were asking about how this is working. And you said, well, light is bending in space. And I said, well, how's that happening? You said, well, gravity. So I was just incorporating your explanation for this disappearing moon that happens every single month. And now when you're talking about the orrery, you're saying that that doesn't matter anymore. So I'm a little confused. I'm not gonna lie to you.
Well, this is a philosophical conversation, not a scientific conversation, because a scientific conversation would be, I've measured this, it doesn't work. So whether or not I got it right, whether or not my explanation was perfect, really is irrelevant. If you haven't looked at the orrery and you haven't looked at the light and shadow, then that's just something that you haven't done.
Probably the same thing could be applied to explaining how a new moon works, right? Because if you can't explain it to me, right, then that means that it's just a blind belief. Now I'll go look into an orrery to see like where it has to be, because that was my initial question. Like, okay, where does the sun, the moon, and the earth have to be within this cycle for this moon to disappear for that period during the month, every single month? Like, where does it have to be? So you're saying, hey, Sacred, go check out an orrery.
You could look up 3D animations, but I feel like having it in front of you in actual 3D would really be clarifying.
Well, but you can't give like a synopsis, just like a quick okay, it would have to be at this angle, it would have to look like this, it would have to be in a linear fashion.
Yes. Okay, so here's something concrete, but it's still going to be confusing without seeing it in front of you. So when you see the full moon, the moon is on one side, the Earth is in the middle, and the sun's on the other side. And we're seeing the light bouncing through the atmosphere onto the moon that's being illuminated. And
The
yes,
moon is literally not illuminated. That's why it's dark. That's why it disappears, because it literally has no light, which is why I'm asking.
Full moon, not a new moon. I'm explaining the full moon.
Yeah, we're not talking about the full moon.
Yeah, I am talking about the full moon.
Yeah, no, what I asked you was during a new moon, the moon disappears. Do you agree with that?
No, it doesn't disappear.
Okay, so during a new moon, it's not like the moon is locatable. Like you could, if it's a new moon in the sky, you could see it.
Have you ever looked for the moon?
I'm asking you, bro.
With a telescope?
I'm asking you because when I look at a new moon, the moon just kind of like disappears. No one can find it.
And you've looked at the moon on a new moon through a telescope.
I thought. No, I've never looked at a new moon during a telescope because I'm telling you, I cannot find it. So if you're saying that it's visible, where is it? Where is the new moon visible? First, you said it was because of bending light in a vacuum. Then you said the light is hitting the Earth and illuminating on the moon.
No, this is not like I said. If you wanted to really know, you'd go look up 3D animation of it, and you can see it. It's hard to explain a 3D animation.
Okay, bro. How about this? Maybe you could link me to something where it can have an explanation, because I just gave you what I read on it, and you said like, I mean, it doesn't really tell me anything. It just, yeah, I read it. It just says
That's because you clearly don't want to know. You could easily have typed this into a search engine.
You just type it in for him.
No, we've been talking about this for 80 weeks. We've been talking about this for 80 weeks, and nobody has ever been able to substantiate this. And I just read it to you. I said the Earth and the sun is positioned in a way with the moon.
And you don't understand that? Like, that doesn't make sense to you?
No, it doesn't, because the sun is not moving in sync with the moon every single month. It's not. They're moving at different rates. I highlighted that. I prefaced my whole argument prior to explaining that. So it would make sense if it's moving in sync, and then the moon has just disappeared because it's in that same position every single month. But that's not what's happening.
I thought
like the sun doesn't follow the moon. Like the moon just disappears no matter where you are on Earth. You could be on the night side of Earth. You could be in the daylight side of the Earth. The moon is gone every single month. It's called a new moon. So if you're telling me that someone has seen it, I'm asking you to link me, because we've been talking about this forever.
So where does it go? What happens to it?
This is the problem. If it's an illuminated rock, then it should be somewhere. It should only be disappeared for like one part of the Earth as it's moving at a different rate, according to my research. So I'm saying if you have something else that's different, let me know. Drop a YouTube link or something like that. Or
do you think that it's still there, but it's just not visible?
Well, it's not in the way that it's okay. So this goes back to different conversations of how the moon and Earth, the moon and the sun could work on a flat Earth. I told you like there's polarizing properties in the sky. It's not a physical rock. It might be some type of plasma, or even potentially some type of projection, because it literally just goes away. And there's no way to demonstrate that anyway, anywhere, anyhow. And if we can't demonstrate a disappearing object that's a solid rock in a vacuum,
I can explain it.
Hold on 1 second. I'm gonna let DJ get the last word. Then it becomes an issue if we can't demonstrate how this moon disappears.
It doesn't disappear. You could see it gradually having a shadow covered over it.
Okay, so let me just Google what it looks like, what a new moon looks like, and maybe we could get some clarification. But I would ask you too, like, if you're gonna believe in something, you should probably bring something so we can actually see it together.
We can all see the moon, and we can all see that the shadow slowly overtakes it. Everybody can see
when it's not a new moon. We're talking about a new moon.
Yeah, on the way to the new moon, you could see that shadow slowly coming over the moon. Don't
No,
need a
that's not a
computer. You can
that's
just
not
go
a
look
new
at it.
moon. That's not a new moon. That's a phase before the new moon.
Correct.
Once it's a new moon, you can't
So you can see what's happening on the way to the new moon.
That's not a new moon, bro. You're talking about a phase before the new moon.
Yeah, to observe what's happening.
Okay, so we're not talking about that. I said during a new moon.
Yes,
the
we
moon
are.
is. We're not talking about that. I'd ask you about a new moon, and you're talking about a phase before the new moon.
It's the same phenomenon. It's the shadow.
I've never looked up at the moon and seen a dark moon unless it was like an eclipse. Ever. So if you have a picture of a full dark moon that's not an eclipse, I would love to see it. So that way I can update my position. But if you can't show that, that should be just an easy Google something and then screenshot it and then tweet it out and then we can see it. I'll do the same thing. I'll Google it right now. But if I don't find anything, I'm going to rely on you because this is the scientific model that you subscribe to.
Hello.
I'm sorry.
Welcome
What
back
are
to
you
another
looking
exciting adventure
for?
of Plain Truth.
Okay, bro.
The inside of the
I feel like we're doing
I thought the only reason we could see the
Definitely are.
moon is because it's being lit up by the sun to some degree. I don't think that naturally the moon is lit
right
up.
there. You can see it. Moon's right
That's why
there.
there's a dark side of the moon. There's not a dark side of the sun.
Oh, that's a different argument. We're not talking
Well,
about
yeah,
like,
just
the
that.
dark
I just
side.
was wondering if
We're talking about the side that's facing us.
Yeah, and I figured that even with the flat Earth model or a globe model, that's just the reason it's facing, or the reason we can see the side that's facing us is because the sun is hitting it. We're just not. We're like it's the sun's way far away. Same with the moon, but like we're in the middle, and like the sun might not be hitting the side of the Earth we're on, but we're on the side of the Earth that's in the shadow, so we can see the sun hitting the moon in our sky. But that's the only reason it's lit up. Like I don't think the moon is naturally lit up, is what I thought, but I could be wrong.
Yeah, I just quickly Googled like new moon. I'm gonna let you get to this, Rebel, and then we're gonna go over to Dave real quick. I just Googled it, and even on timeanddate.com, which like tracks all the like these bodies like the sun and the moon and stuff, they literally call it the invisible moon. They literally call it that, or they call it, excuse me, the invisible phase.
Right, but it doesn't disappear.
And show me what it looks like, because every time I see it, I just see like CGI.
No, it's still
I don't
there.
see. I never see it, bro. Like, where is it?
Well,
you just saying it's still there without saying like, here's what the new moon looks like. But it can't be like anything CGI. Got to be like a real photo of it so we can see exactly what it looks like. That's all.
So you want to see an object that can't be seen because it has no light on it. Like you want to see in a dark room, and until you see in the dark room without any lights on, you're not going to believe that light exists? Is that the argument?
No, you said it's visible. You said it's still
I said
there.
It doesn't disappear.
Yeah, so if it doesn't disappear, that means it's visible. Right?
Well, I feel like when you say disappear, you're suggesting it goes somewhere else.
No,
It would be a
forget
black
about what
dot
I'm
in
saying.
the sky that you would see.
Forget about what I'm saying. You said that it's still there, which means it's visible. So you should be able to show it physically being there.
Yeah, to be honest, I don't know if you're going to see it, but I'm also saying it's probably not impossible to detect that it's there.
What do you mean probably?
So
what do you mean detect?
Factually, if something's invisible, you can see through. There's nothing to see. You can see right through behind whatever is behind it. Versus if it's a object, it's going to block what's ever behind it. And I think what Sacred is saying, and it's true. There's no real photographs that I've seen anyway. I mean, where there's a blockage, let's say, of an object, blocking out something behind it. So we're talking about invisible or solid, regardless of what color it is or shadow.
Correct. So the prediction is that we would see some like a dark object and it would be blocking a visible part of the sky. And it was like, okay, that must be the moon. But it's like, it's just never there, bro. Like that's a problem. Just saying it's there without being able to show, hey, look, it's there. That's
what if it's
begging a question, and that's a blind belief.
What if it's there during a solar eclipse?
like I said, like you could have an eclipse, right? That's the only time that I would see like a dark moon in front of light. But they're using that same explanation to explain the new moon every single month, yet we don't see the same observation.
And we're shadowed out when the moon is between us and the sun. There's a shadow. We get dark.
That's kind of a different argument, but okay. But just hold on. Let's pause for a second. DJ, think about what I said. Maybe you could just, if you're capable, or if you're able to, not capable, if you're able to find a picture of this new moon, then please share it so that way we can all update our position. I do have Dave that was being patient, and then we get to Rebel.
I was just going to say he was trying to invoke gravity, and there's like so many things that can disprove gravity because they say it's from the Earth spinning around circles. Put water on it. Put a water on a ball spinning around circles. Look up in the sky. Why aren't the stars like, just one big line of light? If we're spinning around in circles, they shouldn't be stationary. That's all I was gonna say. Sorry, I'm new to this flat Earth stuff, but I'm on board.
That's what's up, bro. That's what's up. Yeah, and look, like we're not trying to like convert anybody. We just want people to think critically. We want people to say, okay, this is what the science says. This is what the current mainstream narrative is. Let's think about it to see if it actually makes sense. Can we replicate it? Can we duplicate it? If we can't, then we just have to believe what they're telling us. And to believe the government or these entities or whoever may be lying to us on a regular basis, to just blindly believe them, I think that's a disservice to ourselves and all of humanity. We should be able to, fact check them ourselves without relying on fact checkers. And I think that's one of the glaring problems when it comes to like phases of the moon and how they describe it. Not to mention, there are articles of letters sent between astronomers, and they posted these letters in the Astronomical Society. And there's also other videos that I have too that we've tweeted out before where they say that they actually can see stars through the moon. Or some celestial bodies. Let me not say stars. Let me just say some celestial bodies they can see through the dark side of the moon. And this is from the Royal Astronomical Society. There's some videos floating around. We could post those up top. The only refutation that I've heard of the videos, and there's only one that I've seen them try to refute. They're saying that the stars are really like hot pixels from whatever photography instrument that they use. But we have depictions of the star with the crescent moon. It's in religion, it's on flags. Like I said, they wrote about these things happening through the Astronomical Society. There's been people that captured some of these things happening. So I'm not saying that the moon is transparent, but maybe it's like translucent. I don't know, bro. Like these are just like ideas of how this could work. So we just got to keep an open mind about it if we're going to theorize, But definitely, if we're going to start invoking gravity, like we're going to have to demonstrate it. If we can't have like things sticking to a mass or orbiting masses, if we can't reproduce these things, then we just got to agree like this is just a presupposed blind belief. Until we can isolate and manipulate gravitational forces, or if you want to take it to the quantum scale and talk about gravitons, which they haven't been able to locate or implement into that quantum model, it becomes a problem when you're using something that you can't substantiate. And we can describe these other motions through different aspects on a flat Earth, relative density, electrostatics, things of that nature. We can get into that in a second. But while DJ's grabbing that, let's hear from Rebel real quick. Tweet the space, y'all, episode 80.
Well, the people who shoot guns at long distances can prove that the Earth spins. Because when they go to shoot at a target from 2,000 yards away, they have to adjust when there's no wind. It's all, just nothing, like just, stale air. They have to adjust their scopes to work with the planet, the spinning of the planet, so it hits their target, because they notice that when they shoot at it, it would never hit it until they adjusted their scope to hit it. And when it comes to, because I mean, if when people says on the way we're spinning and that the water can't sit where it's at, well, we couldn't either. Nothing would be able to sit on this planet at all if it was spinning as fast as it would have to for the water to leave the planet. So I mean, we're spinning at a certain speed. I mean, you could spin a top, and you could be like, dang, that's fast. How could anything stick to it? I mean, you'd be surprised, but it just, and they say we're spinning at so fast, but really they don't know. They're sitting here, everything that they are showing us, the Weather Channel, whoever else it is, the media, they're all bought, paid for, and controlled by the government and all those in the cabal.
So why you believe them, bro?
I don't totally believe them, but when it comes to the new moon, like when I look in the sky during the day and I see the moon, and then I'm like, well, why ain't the moon fully brightened up when it's up there in the sky and I can see it while the sun's in the sky? And then
when we talking about that.
So with the new moon, well, if I can see the moon on our side, if the planet's round or spherical, and I can see the moon on my side. Well, then they have a new moon on their side. They don't see the moon because I'm seeing it over here in daylight on my side while they have night. And so when we have night and we don't see a moon, the moon's on the other side of the planet because it's not going at an equal speed, more than likely with the Earth, but it is spinning around the Earth. And the moon don't spin. The moon sits like it is spinning around the Earth. And then, so the dark side of the moon is the back side we never get to see because it does not spin in a circle. And I mean, what I want to believe, I don't believe the sun, moves, but if it does, we're moving with it because we're in space. There's supposed to be solar wind. Things are supposed to be moving around. And when we see one set of constellation, well, all of that on the outside, as we are spinning around the sun, well, the constellation is also spinning with us. So even though when we spin in a circle, the constellation stays in one spot. And so we will see it when it's night. And then when they go around, no matter what we go around the sun, that's spinning around us at a faster pace. And so then we will only see that set of constellation. We will never see another set, is what I'm thinking of, because I thought about it, and I'm like, well, why is it we see one constellation and we do not see the rest when we're spinning around the sun? And then we're spinning in a circle day, night, all the way around within just 24 hours, and then it only takes a year to get around the sun. So why ain't we seeing all this? Well, apparently, all that other, which we see as stars, could be something else. They call it planets, but they're spinning around as we are spinning around, because it's like the other planet that comes around us, and I saw it. It was when they was trying to keep everything clouded up, but where I am, usually the sun can break through. And I did see the planet, and I did record it, but my old phone screwed up and I cracked it. Then I made it worse, and then I lost that. But yeah, I did see that planet in daylight when I was heading to work. So Planet X comes around,
Dude, what the fuck is
once,
this, bro?
every tens of thousands of years, and so I have seen that with the sun in the sky, both of them at the same time.
Okay, you probably did observe. I'm just gonna mute you real quick because a little bit of feedback. You probably did observe some luminaries in the sky, not doubting that. But let me just double back to what you initially said. So when you said that the moon doesn't spin, now we're talking about the globe Earth model. What do you mean by that?
Yeah, right.
No, the moon
dude.
doesn't spin
It
in its
doesn't mean
own circle
shit.
like
He's fucking
like they say
retarded,
Earth
bro.
does. It sits because we always see what was the face, and it was crooked. Well, if you look at the moon now, the face ain't crooked anymore. It's sitting straight. It's no longer, a crooked face. You'll see a face on the moon. The face that they talk about.
Let me read something to you because sometimes this happens and it's okay. We don't have to know everything, but you can't make those claims about the model that you believe in and get those claims incorrect. So when you say that the Earth doesn't rotate on its axis in a globe model, that is factually incorrect. Let me read something to you. This says, I don't even know what website this is. This says the moon does rotate on its axis. One rotation, this is the spin of the moon in the globe model, takes nearly as much time as one revolution around Earth. If the moon were to rotate quickly or not rotate at all, which was your claim, that it doesn't rotate, then the Earth would be exposed to all sides of the moon. And we don't see all sides of the moon. So according to the current science, Rebel, the way that the orbital bodies are in motion, if the moon didn't rotate while it's orbiting around the Earth, then we would see all sides of it. So you have to update your understanding of your own belief system. Just saying, bro. Just saying. Go look it up. Don't take my word for it. Ask your own search engine, whatever one you subscribe to, if the moon rotates on its axis. And if it says yes, it does, then you were incorrect about your belief system. So take your time. I just read it to you, but don't believe anything that I say. Do your own research.
No, well, I was referring to when the moon don't spin in its own axis like Earth spins. The moon.
No, it doesn't spin at the same rate as Earth. But according to the globe model, the moon does rotate.
Well, I don't know. I mean, because what I think, from it, what I get is that the moon, as it's spinning around the Earth, we see the same face of the moon. I mean, because every night when I look at the moon, you see the face that's on the moon. You don't ever see another part of the moon.
This is fucking crazy, dude.
Face that they show that's on the moon, and it used to be a slanted face that would face kind of crooked upward. Well, now the moon has shifted, and you see the face looking straight ahead. Because they said that the moon shifted.
Okay, so are you saying that you disagree with the current scientific model of the globe Earth?
Well, yes, because I never see any other part of the moon. That's why they call it the dark side of the moon, is because you never see that side.
Okay, so
Oh.
you have your own globe model that you subscribe to that's different from science. That's your position. That you don't agree with the globe Earth model in its current presentation. You have your own idea and your own model that directly refutes the current explanation of the globe. Am I correct?
No, that's what I was taught. That we never, we
Yeah,
only
dude, that's
see
not what he was
one
saying at
side of the
all.
moon, and we never see that other side of the moon. It's called the dark side of the moon, the side that never comes around for anyone to see.
Okay, but you said that the
But
reason
if
why
they've
that happens
changed
is
it, then
because
they're throwing extra.
my bad, bro. It's a little bit of feedback. My bad. I didn't know you was continuing talking. But I don't think that they changed it. I think you may have a misunderstanding of the current explanation, unless you can show where they said that the moon didn't rotate and then they updated the model and said now it does. But if you can't show that period where you were taught that the moon didn't rotate on an axis in a globe model, and then they were incorrect with the science and they updated the science and said, my bad, sorry, the whole world population, we were incorrect. The moon actually does rotate. You would have to show that. Otherwise, you would have to concede that you have a misunderstanding of the globe model that you subscribe to. Because there's nowhere that I can see that says the moon doesn't rotate on a globe. That is your claim. That's why I asked you, do you have a different model that you subscribe to other than science? Now, your rationale, your own thought process may say, hey, the moon can't rotate because we see the same side of it all the time. But that doesn't align with the current scientific mainstream narrative, Rebel. And I implore you to go look it up. Go to Google right now and ask the question. Use ChatGPT if you want to, and ask them the question: does the moon rotate? Does the moon spin? And you tell us what answer you get. It's very simple for you to do that. And you can read it to us too.
And that would be NASA's position as well, right?
Absolutely. Probably part of their fact sheet because they give us the quote unquote facts.
Science is a construct of a man. Man created science. Science was not just here. So it's all based upon theory. Everything is based upon everybody's theory of both sides. You know, there is no one correct thing until we see the factual, physical evidence that proves one side or the other. We're sitting here and having a discussion, you know, what we each want to think or believe. I don't totally believe, you know, science. I don't totally believe the mainstream media. They all lie to us. They've been lying to us for forever. They're a bunch of
Man, what the
they're a bunch
fuck,
of
bro?
what do you call it? Where they lie all the time. They're habitual liars. The government owns the media. The government owns everything, science, and then they throw both of that out there so that way they can have us fighting each other and trying to argue with each other on what to believe, even though we each have our own belief. But that's just the main thing is we don't have physical factual evidence of anything because the government lies to us to keep us fighting with each other. That's one thing that people don't even understand also. But we're trying to figure out, both of us, both sides, is what's true. And until we figure that out, we can only just hypothesize, you know, have theories about it. I mean, no one person is true. Or I mean, because there's not a majority that can actually factually prove it. There's only just a few of us on both sides, and then there's people that don't want to listen, don't want to talk about it, and say I'm gonna believe what I believe, and that's it. And you're a kook, you're a conspiracy theorist, and government created that phrase, conspiracy theorist. So both sides is throwing it around at each other, creating division, and then eventually hate amongst each other.
Yeah, that's why I don't want you to fall into that same trap of just believing what you're being told and then having a misunderstanding of that belief. You know, if we're gonna find the truth, it can't operate from a misunderstanding of the current narrative. We gotta understand the current narrative. We gotta understand the current framework, so that way we can dissect it and assess what we're being told properly. Then from anything that fails or that doesn't work, then we can derive, new ideas, new positions, new perspectives. But we have to have a firm understanding of what they're telling us when it comes to gravity, when it comes to motion, when it comes to the geometry of the earth. Like all these things, all these components matter in our understanding of truth. So we got to know, okay, where does the curvature begin? How much does a curvature curve at what rate? What are the velocities of all these different motions? What are the mechanisms that they're telling us that is happening in order to make these observations? The mechanism is gravity. Okay, how can we substantiate that? All these questions are pretty important on our journey to finding out what's a lie and what's the actuality of the situation.
Rebel, if you had to pin it down to the most important thing, the most important fact the reason you believe the Earth is round, what would you say? The one fact that the one most prominent observation on your side that you would believe that it's round. What is that one thing?
Yeah, well, I mean, the only thing that has me to believe that, well, as they say, it's spherical. We're not just a perfectly round ball. Because people just says the Earth is round. The sun, when you look at how, because when I look at it, it goes straight up and over me. I don't see it going like around in a circle to behind me, to beside me, to in front of me. I see it go all the way up, and then there's no shadow. By 12 o'clock. And then you'll have your shadow pretty much about 1 or a little after, because I notice every little thing. I look at every little thing. I mean, because when I look in the daytime and I see the moon up there, well, they say there's a new moon, and you don't see a moon when there's a new moon. Well, if there's a new moon on the other side of the planet, and I can see the moon on this side during the daylight, and they have nighttime, well, then there's the new moon. The moon's over here on our side, so they don't see the moon. And so they call it a new moon. We just go by what they say. Or a lot of other people.
Dude, what the hell is this?
I don't, because I see things that just don't match anything I've been taught.
How do you see comments? Dude, Twitter's so dog shit. Guys, how do I read comments on this post? What is wrong with Twitter?
The sun goes down, the moon comes out. You never see the moon during the day. Well, here for the past, I guess, 6 to 8 years, I'd see the moon out during the day, 3 o'clock. And there's the moon. I'm like, what the hell is the moon doing out here? I was always taught that the moon don't show until the sun goes down. And then right now I'm getting to think, well, if I see the moon during the day, well, then it has to be spinning around, the planet, as they say. And so when there's a new moon and we don't see it at night, when they have day, well, they should be able to see the moon too on the other side of the planet during the day. And
Yo, come on with this fucking dude, bro. Let's get him out of here. And how the fuck do you read Dude, what is this? What is wrong with this website? Or is it... Wait, do I just scroll down? Okay, I might be retarded. I think I just have to scroll down. Okay, what you saw versus... Oh, this is a good one.
Because I would have to be out there every night and every day.
God, could you imagine this guy going out and doing your obs? And going like, what'd you see out there, guy?
Why most moon's right there, and not all of it is brightened up for me to see the whole moon. You know, there's different things that throws up, you know, confusion on that part.
Shows
and
the
so
setting
it,
moon.
and on trying to figure that out, it's going to take more physical proof of someone trying to, you know, because that's going to be the hardest thing to prove. Why we can see the moon up and high in the sky, but while during the day, and we can't see the whole circle of the moon brightened up.
Dude, for real?
Unless it has to do with the angle of the moon is to the sun, wherever the sun's sitting. But I haven't sat there during the day and looked at the moon to see, like, or go outside at different hours and see if I can see that the moon is brightened up a little different at a different hour of the day. You know, it's a lot of these things we got to look at. You know, there's a lot to it than what the little bit we're thinking and analyzing. I mean, because when you look at something, you got to sit there and you got to be fully on just that and pay attention to nothing else but that until you know, can figure out maybe that it's a different way than what any of us are taught on either side. Because neither side can be right and neither side can be wrong, because we're all just trying to figure it out. And that's my deal. I look at it and I just, because I'm into that some, you know, astrology, you know, and the other stuff, the science. Science is just a man-made thing. That's just a word that's thrown out there and just called science. You know, so science ain't based upon anything factual. Even they said that they're rethinking the Big Bang Theory, that they're more likely wrong about it. I mean, that's all it is. It's just theories, hypotheses, what they want to think and believe, and then they put it out there, and they will tell you this is what we think. You know, they don't say this is what we know. And people usually turn around and say, well, I believe it's true because they say that this is this.
I mean,
and that's that.
when we're talking about globe Earth and heliocentrism, they tell us what they quote unquote know. They don't say we think the oblate spheroid is 24,900 miles in circumference. They don't say we think the radius of the Earth is 3,959 miles. They say that's what it is. They say that this is the fact. So the problem is substantiating those claims, but we have to operate from a position of understanding if we're going to challenge it. Just to do like a quick gear shift real quick, shout out to y'all for still being in here. Stationary Saturdays, Flat Earth Fridays. This is a Flat Earth Xmas special part 2. No snowflakes allowed. Appreciate y'all pulling up for episode 80. I do want to go ahead. Did I share this already? Yes, I did. I just want to double back real quick to DJ because I told him I was going to go ahead and grab those quotes from Einstein in regards to the motion of the Earth.
Hey,
DJ,
does
you
the
there?
chat work? I'm trying to paste a link, but I can't get into the chat.
Yeah, man, we don't got a chat, bro. Like, you know, we're literally challenging Elon's billion-dollar corporation, so he doesn't like that. So he takes away our chat bubble. So what I did was I put the pin tweet or the space tweet where it would show up all the way on the right. So you could just scroll all the way to the right and attach any tweet under there if you want to.
Yeah, he says he for free speech, but then he blocks your comment section. And he worships Baal.
Come on, Elon, stop hating on us.
I posted a link on my profile because I don't know where else to put it, but it is a animation that shows synchronous orbit and how the moon rotates. And I think it's cool. But I do have to go. I want to say thanks again, guys, because you guys are really, really awesome. I appreciate the discussion. I'm here to learn something new. I do not know everything by any stretch, and I'm happy to learn with you guys. Okay, I'll talk to you guys later.
Can you wait just 1 second while I read these quotes off to you about the motion of the Earth? Do you have a minute?
Can you paste it? Like, just go on my profile, go on that synchronous moon post, and just
I'll pin it for you. Don't worry, I got you.
That'd be awesome. Thanks, man.
All right.
Okay. Good night.
Later, bro. We're here every Friday. Just for the rest of the audience, I'll go ahead and read this because we were talking about the motion of the Earth and, you know, if it's detectable or not. And this is according to Einstein. The first quote comes from a speech that Einstein did at, I guess it's Kyoto University or some shit like that. So he says, while I was thinking of this problem in my student years, I came to know the strange results of the Michelson's experiment, right? We talk about the Michelson Morley. Although he's kind of incorrect in that. And I'm finding out that the Michelson Morley wasn't really an experiment. It was more like a very precise measurement. And there is a difference. I guess you have to actually like follow the scientific process, have a hypothesis and all these different type of things. And I don't know if that's what actually happened. So, but this is Einstein's quote. So he acknowledges the Michelson Morley measurement as an experiment. Y'all can challenge that if you want to. But he says, soon I came to the conclusion that our idea about the motion of the Earth with respect to the ether is incorrect. So he's acknowledging the ether. He said, if we admit Michelson's null result as a fact, this was the first path which led me to the special theory of relativity. So he said, the reason why I came up with relative frame of references and relativity and things like that is because we couldn't explain the lack of motion of the Earth through the ether. So then he goes on to say, since then, I have come to believe that the motion of the Earth cannot be detected by any optical experiment. So anything that you use optically, visually, there's no way to determine whether or not we're moving, though the Earth is revolving around the sun. So he says, hey, my own belief is that we're going around the sun. That's my presupposition. I'm standing on that. But I can't tell you any experiment or any optical instrument that could determine that. This is just my belief. So this is what Einstein said at Kyoto University. He then goes on to say, this is his in Special and General Relativity in 1920. He goes, to the question whether or not the motion of the Earth in space can be made perceptible in a terrestrial experiment. We have already remarked that all attempts of this nature led to a negative result. So now he kind of updated his position and says, like, I know I said any optical experiment, but maybe there's other ways that we could determine it. But he found out that he couldn't. So there's no terrestrial experiment, at least at that point, and which has held to the test of time, that there's no experiment, no instrument on Earth that could detect this motion. And all attempts of trying to detect motion of the Earth led to a negative result. He says, before the theory of relativity was put forward, which he had no references in his papers, by the way, it was difficult to become reconciled to this negative result for results now to be discussed. So he said, hey, the Earth stopped moving when we tried to figure out if it was in motion. And there isn't any optical or terrestrial experiment that can detect this motion. But I developed a concept which is going to allow that Earth to stay in motion. So you have Einstein with a couple different quotes saying that it's pretty much impossible to detect the motion of the Earth. So for any of you guys that believe that there is motion of the Earth or whatever the case is, don't know what to tell you.
Well, yeah, that was a long time ago, before people had scopes for their guns and all that, to be able to shoot 2,000 yards
man,
away.
hey, hold on one second. Hold on one second.
And
Hey,
watch how when they,
hey, my dude,
they have their sight set.
Is my mic working?
That the further away the target is, the less likely they are to hit it when they're aiming directly at it, unless they change their scope from to the position
Rebel,
from
let me
where
just ask you.
from the way the Earth. To do when there's no wind, there's nothing going on, to move the bullet, from where he's aiming at the target from a further distance.
Yo.
From a further distance, he has to adjust it.
Testing.
He has to adjust it to where he can't hit his target, because he says
I can't
in
listen
order
to this
for
shit
him
again.
to where he hit it first time.
If that was the case, then when a helicopter went...
testing. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Hey, sorry about that. I didn't realize my mic wasn't working. Okay. So for the for shooting and accounting for Coriolis, that's not true. So the longest world record shot was 4.4 miles. That was most recently done. That guy didn't account for Coriolis at all. Now, what would have been, and we'll get to what he did account for, right? So what would have been good globe proof, right, is if you're shooting 4.4 miles, you're going to shoot with the rotation of the Earth, so that you don't have, so that your target literally isn't in a different direction, right? So good globe proof, right, would have been shooting west, right, or east even. You could argue east. Either of those would have been solid directions to shoot in to account for the Coriolis, because you got to think the bullet flight time was like 24 seconds. The Earth rotating at their latitude was about 600 750 miles an hour. So the displacement of the target is going to be huge over 24 seconds, right? So you wouldn't even be facing in like the same direction. So that guy, you would think he would account for that by accounting for the direction of motion, right? So shooting west or shooting east, right? He shoots southeast, bro. And then in private, when he was contacted by Jaren says, "Hey man, did you account for Coriolis? Like, what's the deal with this? Tell us everything you had to do to account for Earth rotation and whatnot, right?" And I linked the video so you can watch it. And the guy emails him back and says, "Hey man, didn't account for any Coriolis. Accounting for Coriolis at that distance would be like an insanely overweight person getting thin inner tubes in their bike tires so that they could reduce the weight in their bike so that they could like ride faster, right? It's not gonna be a determining factor for anything." So he says that his way to account for it was not accounting for it.
So why do you measure like the wind, like in north, east, southwest?
How is this happening?
Why
Jesus Christ. So they don't account for it, right? That's it. Over 4.4 miles, if you were ever going to have to account for something, it would be over that distance. So the idea that you're telling us that they account for it over shorter distances isn't true at all. You can talk to different shooters, people that are trained in the military. You'll get varying answers on what they account for with that. They don't.
I can confirm that on the military. And also, Rebel, if you think about it, if that is a fact, if there's a Coriolis effect, then a helicopter that rose straight up, a couple thousand feet would not be in the same place 2 minutes later. But the fact is that he is in the same place. So it's really no different from that fact either.
Yep. They can't have it both, man. They'll tell you, "Oh, we got to make this crazy adjustment for this bullet, but this helicopter is fine. It just conserves the momentum. It's all good. Goes with the rotation. When a plane takes off, it just perpetually conserves its momentum as long as you follow the flight path. And then if you change the flight path, it's still okay because technically all you're doing in the first place is flying like it's flat anyway. So there's no real protocol to dump or gain momentum. But it's all good. It like that." There ain't nobody out there accounting for Coriolis, dude. It's so bad. They say that there's a Coriolis scope you can buy that automatically accounts for it. Okay, dude, you got the automatic Coriolis scope, bro. Like that's a wrap, son. Like that's.
I need that
I
on
don't see
my
how they
Call
can
of Duty
determine
game.
it from a helicopter, because
Yeah.
a helicopter can't sit exactly in one spot like something sitting on the ground.
Bro, if you're not
It's
familiar with
in
this
the air.
situation, you got a lot of work to do on all that shit, bro.
If a helicopter went up, Rebel,
I mean,
they're not.
how can you tell?
So
Rebel, you gotta fix your mic, Rebel. Go ahead, Rick.
If there's a 24-second difference in a bullet going 4 miles or whatever the factor is there, and a helicopter goes up and sits for a minute, he's not making any adjustments for the rotation of the Earth. And so a bullet is 4 feet above the Earth. Helicopters 1,000, 2,000, 10,000 feet above the Earth. the point is the Earth should be spinning under that helicopter, and there's no adjustment within that helicopter. The pilot doesn't make any adjustment for the spin of the Earth. So neither would you make an adjustment for a bullet either. So in fact, it would be much more that a helicopter would need to make an adjustment just sitting there for 10 minutes than a bullet that takes 24 seconds. So it's the same formulation if it was true, but it's not.
You can read the there was some what do they call it, like artillery manuals in the military, where it's like your effective firing range for your weapon. It'll be like, okay, this is the effective firing range, and then it'll be like outside of this range is when you have to start accounting for Earth curvature. But luckily, the weapon's effective range doesn't go like so. You never have to account for it. I've seen a manual like that. Like that was one of the crazy ones because I was
It's
like,
just a reduction of velocity and the object that's propelling drops. It's kind of a easy formula.
no, they just straight up say like, well, no, like here's how you count for the Earth curvature, but it's outside of the weapon's effective range, so they never actually have to do it. That like it literally tells them to like move the weapon system closer before that. So pretty crazy.
I mean, I think there was an engineer on here earlier who I think he built bridges that were where they never accounted for the curvature, and it was miles and miles. So like technically, you'd need to start at a very early. You'd need to start at what is it, 8 inches? So half a mile, 4 inches, whatever it would be. But they account for none of it. So, I mean, ultimately, it's just BS. There's no proof of it at all.
Yeah, it was a cool story they got us with.
What a cool story.
Yeah, I don't know if you guys have seen it, but you may have seen it. Jaron did a video where he actually emailed the guy who has the world record for long distance shooting, which was just over 4 miles. And he asked the guy, well, what did you do to account for Coriolis? And the guy said, well, we didn't do anything to account for Coriolis. So it's definitely a myth. Otherwise, obviously, if the guy who's just done the world record for the long distance shooting didn't account for it, why on earth would a sniper need to account for it at only just over a mile away?
Yep, links in the description to that video.
All these people that are known and famous and got money, and that's with the all these people on that other side, they're all bought and paid for. They're all told what to say.
Nah, what the fuck is this guy, bro? What
These
is
people
this?
that claim to be scientists and all that other stuff, they're already bought and paid for. I'm going by what a regular person or human, well, they've changed our, human language, what humans are and all this kind of crap. Individual, what this individual said, he does not dabble in politicians, and none of them. He's not involved in none of them. And there's no explanation as to why, if he can shoot a target at 100 yards away, and hit it, and then change it to 2,000 miles or 2,000 yards away, and then he has to adjust to be able to hit his target, right or left, whichever way the planet is spinning. Because there's still no explanation as to why he can't hit his target at a further distance if there's nothing to cause the bullet to go right
you're just repeating yourself at this
wind or
point.
anything like that.
Well, we just
Rebel,
go ahead.
I'm sorry, Rebel. I can tell you, I know snipers, and shot well over 1,000 yards, and there's none of that. There's none of that I've heard from any sniper that I know. So this is one guy. I'm not sure why he's saying that. Might not be bought and paid for, but he's not being factual. I've never heard one sniper, and I know quite a few that have never said that to me. So yeah, I mean, this is one guy. It'd be worth finding out like where he's from and why he's saying it, but he doesn't agree with all the other snipers I've heard. So there's that.
Well, yeah, but these people, they sign or they are under non-disclosure.
Nah, they're not.
What confidential, so that way people can't find out the truth.
These are guys I knew in the Army, so these guys they didn't talk to me in any non-disclosure. It's just guys shooting the shit.
Yo, was there another Glober that was coming up, you said? To rotate out, or?
Bro, I've been trying, man.
Is
They're
it
like
literally
scared
just
of y'all.
fucking Guy?
That's it, bro.
Oh,
Like
that's
they're
a
all
wrap.
scared, bro.
Yeah, I'm gonna pack it up and head out.
Yeah, man. I appreciate you, Alan, for pulling up. I
Peace,
thought you had
bro.
already like.
No, it's been fun. I gotta dip.
Take it easy, brother.
All right, peace, y'all. Have a good night.